Hua Tianqi quickly glanced at the Yi clan elders trapped in the Yin Qi before turning his eyes to the exit on the other end of the hall. With a resolute tone he shouted, "Go!" He flipped his hand, producing a small green flag. In a blur, a ball of emerald light immediately ruptured and swept the four up in its light before rushing them towards the other side of the hall. "You dare!" The large-headed eccentric furiously yelled when he saw this and immediately released countless yellow sword streaks from his body, shredding the Yin Qi surrounding them in an attempt to break free. After the eccentric's party managed to escape, white light suddenly shined from the exit to reveal a dense wall of sparkling crystal. Without another thought, he raised his hand and shot a 10-meter-long sword light towards the wall. As a result, rainbow flashed and the sword light was engulfed. After examining it with shock, he cried out in fury, "An elemental sanctuary wall." The old man astonishedly said, "Indeed. Isn't this a signature treasure of the Buddhist sanctuary sect? How could it fall into their hands?" "Ah yes, it is said they have a relationship of some sort. After all, they are both great powers in the region. The treasure is quite famous." The elder devil frowned. The eccentric stared at the wall with a pale complexion. How troublesome. From how recklessly they acted, it appears there truly is a divine spirit treasure at the bottom. The elder devil coldly laughed. "Brother Yi doesn't need to be so anxious. It is good that they went down first. The treasure might not even be on the next floor, and the monsters that are imprisoned there are sure to be even more deadly. They're only asking for trouble to rush ahead. Let's deal with the wall after we put this ghost monarch in order." After some thought, the eccentric relaxed and smiled. "Brother Han's words are reasonable. I was too worried over the treasure." With that said, a cold glint flashed from his eye when he turned his attention to the ghost monarch suppressed by the silver pitchfork. At the other side of the crystal wall, Hua Tianqi let out a long sigh. One of his fellow sect elders immediately grumbled, "Senior Martial Brother Hua, that was far too dangerous. Although the elemental sanctuary wall will stall for some time, I fear we caused a great offense. How will we deal with them in the future?" Hua Tianqi glanced at his fearful junior martial brother and sullenly said, "You still think that we can peacefully coexist with the Yi clan? Yi Yuexing feigned death in the past to escape execution from the 10 great sections. Let alone offending them, now that we've encountered them, they will not leave us be. And since this treasure was the obsession of our sect founder, it can't possibly be anything but a legendary divine spirit treasure. What is there to fear with a bit of danger?" Another sect elder fearfully asked, "If it truly is something as heaven-defying as that, we will have to brave the risk. However, Yi Yuexing and the others will be guarding the outside. Even if we manage to acquire it, how will we leave?" Hua Tianqi chuckled. "Did you think I'd take the risk without a plan? Before we came, I brought the poison dragon pearl. I'll swallow the pearl and have the power to contend a late nascent soul cultivator for a short time. There should be no problem in getting away." So senior martial brother had made preparations. "In that case we have little to worry." The other three relaxed. "It is a pity that junior martial brother Yuan isn't here. Then we wouldn't need to use the pearl to contend against them." Having suddenly recalled his junior martial brother, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. A nearby elder smiled and said, "That is so, but senior martial brother Hua already left a message behind. He might even be on his way as we speak. In that case, things will be much easier when we leave." "I hope that is the case." Then with a stiff expression, Hua Tianqi solemnly said, "Everyone be careful. Given how difficult the ghosts on the 7th floor were, they will be even more fearsome on the 8th and 9th. However, the devil-suppressing pagoda is truly deserving of its name. If the Yi clan hadn't cleared the way for us, we would have spent a great amount of strength." The other three called out in acknowledgement. Afterwards, the party made their way further down. From what they had seen earlier, they should head down to the next floor after walking for 100 meters. But this time they only walked for 30 meters before their surroundings lit up, finding themselves facing a small stone room. The walls were completely bare, but there was 2 teleportation formations on the ground, a black one and a white one. "This is..." Hua Tianqi frowned. The others looked at each other with dismay. They walked inside. Hua Tianqi held his hands behind his back and gave a cursory glance. He turned his head to an old man with thick eyebrows and said, "Junior martial brother Miao, you're skilled in ancient spell formations. Take a look and see if they're short-range teleportation." "Understood." the old man immediately replied. He then walked in front of one of them and began to inspect it. The others curiously followed after. A moment of silence later, the old man confirmed, "It is truly a short-range teleportation formation, one that won't exceed 50 kilometers. A cold glint flashed in Hua Tianqi's eye. "Then it should lead us to the 8th floor, though it is quite unordinary to use teleportation for one floor. Do these formations work both ways?" The old man rubbed his chin and doubtfully said, "Of course. Normal short-range formations are bidirectional. But it is strange for there to be two. Could it be the 8th floor is divided into two? Perhaps, but we'll have to take it to be sure. Let's first take the white one. The other one gives me a sense of dread." Hua Tianqi then walked to the white formation without hesitation. When the other three looked at the black one, they felt a sense of dread and quickly made their way to the white formation, if only to get away from it. After Hua Tianqi struck it with a spell seal, white light flashed, followed by their disappearance. A moment later, they felt a sense of vertigo and found themselves in a land resembling paradise. There was a blue sky with white clouds and spiritual plants of all kinds surrounding them. With each breath, they felt a wave of overwhelming spiritual qi. But what was most eye-catching was a small palace regally decorated in gold and jade. It was located at the center of a giant spell formation. There were altars that surrounded it, each enshrined with a giant stone statue carrying a huge golden blade. These statues were crude and carried an indescribably savage aura, and they all faced the palace at the center. The scene was so bizarre that Hua Tianqi found himself at a loss as of what to say. Han Li was currently standing in the White Jade Plaza, facing a group of cultivators that were leering at him with unrelenting malice. Perhaps staying at the Spirit Metal Hall was the right choice, he thought, or if he had delayed himself for a moment he wouldn't have had such a warm welcome. Just as he returned and thought to take another stairway, a group of people emerged from the trees at the side of the plaza. Rather than going up a stairway, they had concealed themselves nearby. Because spiritual sense was restricted in the area, he wasn't able to detect them and fell into their trap. A gorgeous white-robed woman was frigidly glaring at Han Li. Through her gritted teeth she said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't expect to see you here. You've been quite hard to find." The person standing at her side was someone he found to be familiar, a white-robed youth. As for her other three companions, they were Gu Tianhao and two black-robed old men. They surrounded him in a half-circle and blocked the way down the mountain, fearing he would escape. Han Li sighed. He recalled the detection tool he made specifically to avoid her, but now that several years had passed, it had lost its efficacy. It would have been an entirely different story if they crossed paths 2 years ago. "I also didn't expect to find the Saintess here. It is truly a fortunate meeting." With a calm expression, he saluted the endless sky Saintess Lin Yinping and turned his head to the white-robed youth. "And you must be a grand immortal, I'm honored." In Han Li's mind, this person was the greatest threat amongst them, a late nascent soul cultivator. Although he was surrounded, most of his attention was focused on him. Grand Immortal Su expressionlessly examined Han Li and spoke with great deliberation. "I am indeed one of the 4 Grand Immortals of the Soaring Tribe. I've only seen you from a distance, and it is a pity you hadn't the mind to compare pointers with me. Would you be free to do that now?" Note: from now on, the Endless Sky Saintess will be more often referred by her name Lin Yinping rather than her title. If that's the case, I would be honored to spar with Brother Su. But right now? Han Li looked at Gu Tianhao and the others and shook his head with a mysterious smile. Grand Immortal Su, the white-robed youth, maintained his calm and coldly said, "Oh? From Brother Han's tone you seem quite confident. I heard you killed a Yin-sifting sect elder at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, is that true?" When the Yin-sifting sect elders heard this, their expressions shifted. Han Li pursed his lips. "What more is there to be said? I did kill a Yin-sifting sect elder in the heavenly south. Could it be that that fellow Taoist Su plans to act on behalf of their sect?" After staring at him for a while, Immortal Su said, "Your abilities must have been unordinary to kill someone at the peak of your cultivation grade. If it weren't for the vicious grievances between us, I would have wanted to befriend you. I heard you used a bizarre cauldron to seize the doppelganger of our holy beast in our legacy cauldron. So long as you hand over your cauldron to me, I am willing to mend the relationship between you and our temple. Of course, if you also agree to return the ghost-sifting banner, I am willing to resolve any grudges there as well. What do you think? What are you doing, Brother Su? Just as Lin Yinping was about to say something else, the white-robed youth waved his hand and interrupted her. The saintess doesn't need to meddle in this. This is what I've decided. Gu Tianhao and his fellow elders glanced at each other in alarm and also kept silent. When he heard them mention the heaven-void cauldron, Han Li refused without a thought. I can't even consider handing over my cauldron. You can go ahead and attack. Since fellow Taoist Han rejected my kindness, do not blame me for being merciless. A trace of resignation appeared on Grand Immortal Su's face and he sullenly trembled his sleeve, suddenly producing a green jade scepter into his hand. With a wave of the scepter, it brightly glowed with green light and he resolutely glared at him. Han Li formed a hand gesture in response and thunder suddenly rang out from his back, followed by the emergence of a pair of silver wings. Then with a flick of his wrist, a feather fan appeared in his hand, shining with gold, silver and red light. When faced against so many opponents, Han Li couldn't hold back and would have to use his most formidable treasure from the start. Grand Immortal Su almost immediately noticed the fan was unordinary. Its fearsome spiritual pressure alone caused his face to sink. Gu Tianhao also saw that the fan was something grand and hastily said, Fellow Taoist Su, let's attack simultaneously and capture him. Afterwards he waved to his two fellow sect elders before waiting for a reply from Grand Immortal Su, and the three prepared themselves, releasing their own treasures. Two weirdly shaped flying swords and a bone saber that flickered with flame. With a change of expression, Lin Yinping waved her sleeve and summoned a cloth with an embroidered silver sash of silk into her hand. Grand Immortal Su frowned when he saw this and silently stared at Han Li's tri-flame fan. In the blink of an eye, the five were prepared with a joint attack. However, Han Li wasn't about to be drawn without his own say. With a ring of thunder, he disappeared in a flash of silver and reappeared at a stairway over 30 meters away. When they saw this, the Yin-sifting sect elders immediately set off as two blue streaks and a green streak, followed by a mass of silver threads that filled the air from Lin Yinping. However, Grand Immortal Su was already ahead of them. His robes calmly ruffled as he appeared over 30 meters ahead, no slower than Han Li's lightning movement. The jade scepter in his hand grew vague and released an unknown beast with a horse's head and a serpent's body in a flash of green. Han Li sighed and his expression suddenly turned cold as he waved the fan towards them. A regal cry soared through the sky, and a phoenix appeared from the fan in a burst of gold, silver and red. It unfolded its wings and fiercely charged forward. A massive explosion erupted. A bright halo of tricolored talisman characters appeared, filling the plaza with soft light and a colossally suffocating pressure. In the face of it, Grand Immortal Su muttered, "Not good," before waving his scepter in front of him. The strange creature immediately shot out and circled around him, producing a green barrier. The two flying swords and the bone saber were too slow and were drawn into the halo. The dense barrage of silver threads Lin Yinping produced from her embroidered cloth immediately dissolved as well upon contact. However, the halo didn't stop there, pulling back for just a moment before violently expanding in an instant, shattering nearly half the plaza in its brilliant radiance before melting the white jade stone. Such power and aura could only be described as world-shattering. Han Li ignored this as he had no further intention of staying. With a flap of his wings, he shot up the stairway in several flashes of silver lightning. Along the way, he took out a small bottle and poured a drop of myriad spirit milk into his mouth. Although the tri-flame fan's might was astonishing, he didn't believe that a single strike could exterminate the lot of them. He reckoned that he would catch them unprepared at most and cause them a bit of suffering. Since he was outnumbered, he planned on evading them for the time being. Just as it so happened, the closest stairway to Han Li had been the one leading to Kunwu Hall. He did feel somewhat apprehensive by this, but there wasn't much of a choice. Although old Devil Qian was ahead of him, so long as he drew support from the mountain's restrictions and features, he should be able to shake off his pursuers. He then quickly made his way to the top of the stairway. The huge tricolored halo only lasted for a moment before completely fading away. The group had all been driven to the edges of the plaza and were worse for wear. Gu Tianhao in particular made for a sorry sight. Although the bone saber wasn't his bonded magic treasure, he had spent much effort into refining it and was connected with his spiritual sense. As a result, his soul was wounded when the saber was disintegrated, despite managing to mostly escape the range of the halo's influence. But even so, that power still swept across him and immediately scattered his protective light, scorching his arm black. As for his fellow sect elders, they were somewhat better off. They quickly severed their mental connection to their flying swords when they saw things had turned amiss. As such, they were completely safe from the attack apart from burnt hair and clothes. Lin Yinping had been standing the farthest away, and her embroidered cloth hadn't suffered much damage apart from a loss of spiritual qi. Additionally, a large black shield had appeared in front of her, completely blocking her from view. As for the Grand Immortal Su, he had been the closest, but the barrier his green scepter made allowed him to escape the blast unharmed. However, the youth was wearing an unsightly expression as he looked at the mess he tightly held in his hand. The treasure was fractured and let out a crisp ring before shattering into sparkling fragments. The scepter was thoroughly destroyed by the tricolored halo before it could display its true might. Just what was that, Fan? Could it be a divine spirit treasure? As Gu Tianhao spoke with furious alarm, he took out a salve for his wounded arm. As for the two old black-robed men, their complexions were pale with trepidation. Grand Immortal Su stared at the distant stairway with a hazy expression and snorted, "I fear you wouldn't be alive if it was. It'd be a replica." With that treasure in his hand, it is no wonder he was so calm when facing us. Gu Tianhao astonishedly said, "That was the power of a replica?" Grand Immortal Su asked, "What's so strange? This should be expected." A black-robed old man said with wavering eyes, "With such a powerful treasure he will be far more troublesome than we anticipated. Should we continue our pursuit?" It was clear the fan's power had shaken him. Grand Immortal Su calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist, relax. Given how powerful the fan is, it must consume a significant amount of magic power. That was why he fled. So long as we give chase before his magic power has a chance to recover, he won't be able to use it again. This is a prime opportunity to kill him." Then he slapped a pouch at his waist, releasing the keen spirit peacock in a glow of rainbow light. He deeply sighed and coldly shouted, "We go up the mountain. If he escapes, there will be no end to the trouble." He then led the way up with the rainbow peacock closely flying after him. Lin Yinping followed after Grand Immortal Su without any hesitation. As the endless sky saintess, she had to rescue the holy beast incarnation no matter what. Gu Tianhao and the other two sect elders wore unsure expressions, however. Those belonging to the Devil Dao often lacked a sense of unity. The reason they had attacked without hesitation was because they had such a perceived advantage. But with Han Li possessing such a powerful treasure, they decided to have the others lead the way for the time being. Although Grand Immortal Su assured them that Han Li was only able to launch such an attack once, the opposite was just as likely. If he was able to use a technique to forcefully draw power and use the fan multiple times in succession, they would not be able to defend themselves. And from what they've just heard, it is possible that he also possesses an even more powerful cauldron, much to their apprehension. Although they wished to acquire their sect's relic, they weren't willing to risk their lives. For a time the three were hesitant on whether they should follow. Finally, with a resolute mind, Gu Tianhao softly said, "Let's go. When we encounter that Han fellow, we'll just provide support from the side. So long as we are quick and evade the fan, there shouldn't be a problem." The two old black-robed men at his side paused before eventually nodding. The three then quickly took off. The stairway leading to Kunwol Hall was extremely long. Even with his unrestrained use of lightning movement, it had taken him the time to finish a meal before he could arrive. When he left the stairway, he found himself in front of a forest. But in truth it didn't consist of trees, but 10-meter-tall pillars of various widths. These stone pillars were carved with uncanny precision and a few talisman characters glowed on them with faint flickering light. It was clear they were part of a huge formation. However, what should have been a neat and orderly display was in utter disarray. Many of the pillars had been shattered, leaving the ground littered with rubble along with variously sized holes. It was clear to see that someone had used brute strength to break through. Han Li coldly swept his gaze past the scene and silently entered the forest. The air wasn't very large. With several blurs he arrived at the edge but only found a sloped wall in front of him. The wall was constructed from giant boulders with a mess of stone statues carved out from it, each of them holding halberds and other magic tools. As he examined this, he frowned, suddenly sensing something from above. On the sloped wall 300 meters up, he saw flashes of light and the occasional sounds of an eruption as if there was a battle. Could it be that old devil Qian is fighting against the first group that were before us? Han Li felt his heart stir and he quickly ran up using body lightning techniques. Along the way he hid his presence and his body blurred out of sight. He arrived in an empty area several times larger than the White Jade Plaza. When he had clear sight of it he was stunned. A huge light barrier appeared before him where 5 white, 2 azure and 1 yellow silhouette were viciously battling inside. Those white silhouettes were old devil Qian's sink devils, each of them threateningly postured and spouting gray qi from their mouths. The yellow silhouette belonged to a middle-aged man who had a huge white bone bracelet revolving around him. Whenever gray qi struck its surface, it would sweep it away with yellow light as if it didn't exist. He was also controlling a red-yellow flying sword with both of his hands, blocking the assault of the 5 sink devils with all his strength. As for the azure silhouettes, they belonged to 2 bronze lions that were 3 meters tall. They relentlessly pounced and tangled with the sink devils and moved with lightning speed. Each time they opened their mouths, a bowl-thick azure beam fired that carried great destructive power. Although the first 2 didn't pay much mind to the bronze lion's long-range attacks, they both made a great effort to avoid having the lions draw close. But if they weren't able to avoid them in time, they would temporarily abandon the fight and fiercely strike the statues instead. However, the bronze lions seemed impervious to damage. Be it the gray qi or sword strikes, the azure light shimmering from their bodies would resist any attack with impunity. The barrier of white light surrounding the stage was truly odd. Its surface occasionally flickered with silver lightning, and whenever something approached, it would sound a clap of thunder before releasing a barrage of lightning bolts. Although the sink devils and the bone bracelet were more than capable of receiving such strikes, neither of them wanted any avoidable damage and kept clear. As time went on, the battle within the barrier was even more intense. When Han Li saw this, he grasped, "Is this an arena?" At a glance, he saw that the middle-aged man was a mid-nascent soul cultivator and that the strange bone bracelet he had was the only thing keeping the sink devils at bay. As for the 2 bronze lions, they appeared menacing. Despite being 2 unmanned puppets, they forcibly distracted such powers. If either of them were tangled, they wouldn't be able to easily escape. As he muttered to himself, Han Li swept his eyes across the scene. The light barrier nearly covered the entire area, and light flashed from the gaps on the sides, clearly displaying other fearsome restrictions. As such, he had no way forward. But he could see a large mountain gate on the other side of the barrier, likely to be the entrance to Kunwu Hall. Han Li unconsciously frowned as he sank into thought. He couldn't afford to stop there as Grand Immortal Su and company would soon arrive. As such, he summoned the tri-flame fan into his hand with a shake of his sleeve. He planned on using it to temporarily clear away the barrier and use lightning movement to quickly pass through. Although he was certain to be discovered, it was an acceptable risk as those present weren't in a position to fight him. He took a deep breath and was about to proceed when he suddenly turned to look at a huge stone pillar at the side with utter shock. But he ended up seeing nothing. Had he not released his spiritual sense to its fullest extent, he would have missed the faint spiritual fluctuations. Bewildered, he activated his bright sight spirit eyes and spotted a pair of red demon eyes above the stone pillar. The silver-winged night fiend. In his alarm, he instantly recognized the master of those cursed eyes and immediately channeled spiritual power into his body. As his spirit eyes grew in strength, he eventually spotted a dark silhouette belonging to the eyes. However, the night fiend wasn't looking at him but was rather focused on the battle in the barrier. Because of the mountain's restrictions and Han Li's concealment techniques, he had yet to discover him. However, he wasn't pleased by this at all and his expression sank. Besides the silver-winged night fiend, he spotted 2 others. Even with the full power of his spirit eyes, he wasn't able to clearly see them, but was able to see the outline of the lion hawk and an unfamiliar human-like figure. Since the beasts are concealed together, it seemed they are allies. Could it be their aim was something in Kunwu Hall? Han Li thought. Then his expression stirred once more and he turned around, spotting light from the stone forest down below. It appeared Grand Immortal Su and company were in rapid pursuit. Under such circumstances he could no longer afford to hesitate. Fush! Flame burst forth from his fan and silently cut towards the barrier like a blade. Although he had limited the power of the fan, When the flames met the barrier, a muffled explosion sounded out, followed by an eruption of blinding light. Be it the three beasts hiding on top of the stone pillar or the cultivators fighting in the barrier, their attention was instantly captured in his direction. Seeing that his tracks were already revealed, Han Li broke out of concealment and leaped forward, turning into an azure streak as he made his way to the other end of the barrier. By forcibly using magic power to break free from the restrictions, he traveled immensely fast, arriving over 100 meters away in an instant. Insolence! Old Devil Qian shouted in fury and had three of his devils blur and disappear from sight. In a moment they strangely warped in front of Han Li and glared at him with icy green eyes. "Get lost!" Han Li fiercely shouted. In a clap of thunder, a dense bolt of golden lightning shot forward, twisting in the air to form a golden flood dragon. Divine Devilbane lightning. When old Devil Qian saw this, he shouted with furious alarm. The black chi that the three incarnations released to block him had dissolved without resistance. With the golden flood dragon now clearing the way, Han Li swept through and arrived at the other side of the barrier. The light barrier sensed Han Li's approach and released a storm of silver lightning upon him. He whistled, ordering the flood dragon to pounce forward and rupture. A net of golden lightning instantly formed and protected himself, causing each lightning bolt to disappear upon contact. "Han Li, it's you. Elder Han." When the light surrounding him faded away, Han Li became visible, provoking old Devil Qian and the middle-aged square-faced cultivator with his appearance. The square-faced man attracted Han Li's attention, and he couldn't help but shoot him a glance of alarm. He wasn't sure how he had recognized him. Although he felt this was strange, he turned his attention back to the barrier and waved his fan, producing a phoenix cry along with a tricolored inferno. In the blink of an eye, it burned a large hole and he slipped through it in a blur. At that moment he felt relieved and looked behind him. On the other side of the barrier he saw Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping make an appearance. They had an unsightly bearing when they spotted him in return. Han Li coldly chuckled. With an odd tone he said, "Since so many people have come, I'll leave you to your own business. Keep yourselves busy." Then with a flick of his wrist, thunder clapped and an arc of golden lightning shot out. It made contact with the barrier and disappeared without a trace. A moment later it struck out from the other side. Boom! The lightning struck an unremarkable stone pillar at the side of the platform. A muffled snort sounded out in response, and the silver-winged night fiend Lion Hawk and an ugly horned woman came into view. A lion hawk. Grand Immortal Su immediately recognized the beast with the most obvious characteristics and felt his heart tremble. When Lin Yinping and the others heard him, they immediately grew alarmed and raised their guard. Grand Elder Gu Tianhao and the other two had then arrived and rejoiced upon seeing the Sink Devils. The three beasts were extremely gloomy to have been revealed, and the Night Fiend immediately recognized Han Li as the enemy that nearly took his life. He relentlessly cursed in his heart when that same person was ruining his plans. Equally so, he was puzzled on how he was able to see through their concealment. The beasts weren't fearful towards the cultivators, but they had been hoping that the cultivators would break through a few crucial restrictions on their behalf. Now that they were discovered, they weren't sure what to do. As for Grand Immortal Su, his face fell as he found the situation difficult to deal with. When he caught sight of the other two monsters, he felt his heart quake in shock. They were human-like and possessed astonishing demonic chi that was no lesser than the lion hawk. As he compared their strength, he inwardly cursed, not daring to take action. Old Devil Qian and the Yi clan elder immediately ceased their battle upon seeing the great changes that had occurred, but the two bronze lions continued to tangle with them. Helpless, they could only keep them at bay as they vigilantly glanced at one another, slowly increasing the distance between them. As for the others, they found themselves in an apprehensive deadlock. Han Li paid no heed to the chaos that would ensue. He simply moved to the back in a blur. Since there was an opportunity to seize the treasure, he wasn't about to let it go. After making his way through an uneven path, he eventually arrived at a mountainous gate sculpted from fine jade. The gate was quite peculiar. There were two columns of huge solitary trees lined up at their side and nothing else. Looking past it, there lay a flawless white road that reached over 3 kilometers before faint glimpses of a huge palace with an imposing presence crested his sight. "So that's Kunwo Hall," Han Li muttered. After a moment of hesitation, he looked around and focused his attention on the trees lined up to either side. Each one was about 100 meters tall. And despite their sallow and dry color, each gave an odd impression that they were brimming with life. When he closely examined them with his spiritual sense, he wasn't able to find anything strange. They were completely ordinary inside and out without any anomalous signatures. Han Li unconsciously frowned and turned his attention away from them. A short moment later, he swept his spiritual sense past the spacious gate and confirmed that there were no restrictions hidden there. Then he set off through it, making his way towards Kunwu Hall in the distance. But not even 40 meters in, he suddenly felt an icy premonition spread throughout his body. Not good. Han Li inwardly shouted. He thought to jump back, but it was already too late. He suddenly felt an enormous pressure weight down on his body and his knees buckled as he was forced to the ground. Without another thought, he shouted and immediately covered his body in brilliant azure light, relieving him to at least straighten his back and raise himself on a single knee. At the same moment, his body continuously trembled as cracks relentlessly sound out from his body as if his bones were on the verge of breaking. Han Li was deeply shocked. The protective light only blocked a small portion of the pressure. He was a bit better off than before, but it was still unbearable. He was convinced that if he hadn't cultivated the bright jade arts or swallowed the heavenly corpse pearl, his bones would have shattered to dust, leaving him completely helpless. A thorough examination of his surroundings left no hint of any spell formation. How was it that he fell into such a powerful restriction? As Han Li inwardly cursed, he hastily uttered an incantation. Unable to make use of his hands, his only option was to cast techniques was by chanting. Deafening thunder echoed through the air. In a flash of gold, a layer of lightning appeared on his body. Then he gritted his teeth as he slowly raised himself up. But just as he was halfway up, he felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase and was brought back down. A variety of emotions was betrayed by his face. Further down below the mountain gate, old Devil Qian and the others had caught sight of Han Li lingering at the mountain gate in the distance, but saw nothing else. With the temptation of treasure weighing heavy on their hearts, they no longer possessed any restraint. Beast, you're courting death. I'm done with you. Old Devil Qian furiously shouted from within the barrier. The Sync Devils then converged together into one, forming a 10-meter-tall silhouette. He then suddenly flung his arm back behind him. In a blur, it turned into a python and leapt into the mouth of the bronze lion that flanked him from behind. Afterwards, the python separated from the silhouette's body and turned into a giant ball of light, enveloping the lion entirely. It attempted to release a pillar of light from its mouth, but its movements were completely restricted. To the side, the square-faced cultivator pointed to the huge bone bracelet at his side. It suddenly shined with brilliant light and transformed into innumerable yellow copies of itself. With the activation of a spell seal, they all blurred out from view before appearing above the bronze lion. As a result, the countless bracelets dropped down and completely restrained it, forcing it to fall to the ground. However, he no longer focused on the puppet and sullenly turned his attention on the giant silhouette. Old Devil Qian coldly snorted. The overflowing sky bracelet is worthy of its reputation. Rumor says it's a replica of the ancient shining moon bracelet. I've never had the chance to verify its power. From my observations so far, it should be no less powerful than other divine spirit treasure replicas. The square-faced cultivator coldly laughed and glanced in the direction of the gate. Without the treasure protecting me, I fear you would have already killed me. If we continue to fight, the treasure will be taken away by that youngster who just passed us. If Kunwu Hall's restrictions were so easily destroyed, wouldn't you have already entered? Besides, how can I chase him from here? Old Devil Qian's voice chilled. More importantly, didn't you call him Elder Han? Could he be a cultivator from your clan? The square-faced cultivator shifted his eyes and chuckled. Hee, I was mistaken. I actually don't know him. Old Devil Qian grew silent for a moment as if trying to verify his words. Then he coldly said, regardless, he is a foreigner from the heavenly south. With all your schemes to open Kunwu Mountain's seal, could it be you plan on having its treasure fall into the hands of a foreigner? Wouldn't it be better to break the restriction together? Then we can contest the treasures in Kunwu Hall with whatever method we can muster. Fine, I agree. Much to old Devil Qian's surprise, the square-faced man immediately agreed without any hesitation. Rather, it was the old devil who grew hesitant. When Grand Immortal Su heard their conversation, he callously looked at the two through the light barrier and resentfully said, "How about you deal with the monsters right in front of us first? The treasure will be a dream otherwise." Old Devil Qian coldly chuckled, "So you must be Brother Su? I have no interest in risking mutual destruction before I even lay my eyes on the treasure. I reckon even if we were to join together, we would be hard-pressed in the face of those three." What does Brother Qian mean? Although their factions always had good relations, Grand Immortal Su's expression sank. The white silhouette indifferently continued. Since they had remained hidden while fellow Taoist Yi and I were in fierce combat, they should have an objective in mind. If they truly don't mean us harm, it would be an optimal opportunity to take action. The Night Fiend's eyes glinted green and he calmly said, "It's good that you understand. Since we are no longer hidden, we may as well say that we are after a few items in Kunwu Hall. We have no intention of taking action until we gather them." The Horned Woman and the Lion Hawk silently stood at his side. Like old Devil Qian, Grand Immortal Su also had no wish to stake his life for naught. With some thought relaxed and he said, "The Saintess and I have no interest in the treasures ahead. We only care about some items that youngster Han has on him, and we are fully driven to acquire them. Of course, if we find the ghost-sifting banner we will return it to your sect." Gu Tianhao casually said, "In that case we don't need to fight here. Let's first join forces and break the restriction, or there will be more coming. If we allow an outsider to acquire the treasure, it would make us a laughingstock." All those present were greatly experienced and lived for many years. None of them had any intention of letting someone play them for a fool. As such, they quickly came to a temporary agreement. Although the truce was likely to collapse when they arrived inside Kunwu Hall, it was better than massacring each other before the treasure was even in sight. "Since nobody has any objections, let's begin." Old Devil Qian let out a strange laugh and his white silhouette waved its sleeves, turning them into two huge pythons that charged straight towards the barrier. The square-faced cultivator also pointed to the two flying swords revolving around him and had them slice through the air. As for the three beasts and the party of cultivators outside the barrier, they exchanged a wary look before setting off on attacking the barrier. With bright flashes and waves of demonic qi, the sound of explosions filled the air around them. An emerald-green figure concealed as a pillar in the stone forest muttered, "Teek, I didn't expect that the fiery old Devil Qian would join hands with the silver-winged Night Fiend and the other beasts. When I encounter that old devil in the future, I will have to be careful so he doesn't scheme against me." A green silhouette at the side snorted and bluntly said, "With your current cultivation he has no need to scheme against you. If his unbroken sync devils were to charge at you, you'd have no way to avoid them." These two were the elders of the Immortal Forms sect. "Senior Martial Sister, it's not like I don't have a method to deal with him," the young woman spoke with a pout. Lady Mu coldly laughed. "An early nascent soul cultivator like you actually thinks they can deal with a late-stage cultivator? Let alone you, even I wouldn't be able to defend myself against him. Our sect's abilities aren't good for direct confrontations. But if I had a drop of his blood, I reckon I could gravely injure him with a curse." The young woman resentfully said, "Our sect's secret techniques are no less inferior to the Great Ten. If it weren't for the rules established by our previous generations, we could have greatly expanded and possibly developed a late nascent soul cultivator. Then we would had nothing to fear from those like old Devil Qian." Lady Mu sighed and said, "The founder of our sect was a descendant of the three masters of Kunwu. Originally the sect was established near the seal to guard over it. But after tens of thousands of years, this matter had become forgotten. If it weren't for that message we acquired from Elder Xiang, we wouldn't have investigated the founding records of our sect and would remain ignorant on the matters of the seal. Neither would we have any reason to enter such a dangerous place." The young woman then mentioned, "Speaking of old Devil Qian, I suppose we should pay more attention to that youth who uses divine Devilbane lightning. He has a fan of great power and forced even a late nascent soul cultivator to withdraw. If it's used inside the seal, its might should be even greater. It is without a doubt a replica of the illustrious Seven Flame fan." "It definitely is a replica, but I can't say if it is that of the Seven Flame fan. His appearance is unfamiliar, but he possesses great power and the ability to use lightning movement. He is certainly unordinary. However, he doesn't seem to be from the Great Gene, nor is he affiliated with the Yi clan. No matter, we don't need to pay him much heed. More importantly, Elder Xiang should have long entered the mountain, Lady Mu puzzlingly said. Why hasn't he appeared to block them yet? Someone of his abilities should be able to easily restrain them. The young woman hesitantly said, perhaps Senior had other important areas to deal with, like the devil-suppressing pagoda. That place is of utmost importance. Lady Mu gloomily shook her head. Impossible, the devil-suppressing pagoda might be the formation core of the mountain's seal, but to reinforce it he would first need to acquire the Dragon Call crest from Kunwu Hall. Given how powerful Senior Xiang is, why wouldn't he head here first? Does Senior Martial Sister mean to say that something happened to Senior Xiang? With his cultivation, there couldn't be anyone in this world that could harm him. Could someone have trapped him? The young woman's face paled when she finished speaking. Lady Mu's expression shifted, but she forced a smile. That isn't very likely. The first few restrictions were already destroyed. If he was trapped, he should have already been broken free. It must be that there actually is something that has delayed him from entering the mountain. I hope that's the case. Anyways, we'll still have to follow behind these people and see if we can acquire the Dragon Call crest first. Apart from that, only the Heaven Crystal Steel would be able to strengthen the seal, but our ancestors hadn't passed its location on to us. If we had it, we wouldn't need to take the risk of following them. The young woman finished her words with a trace of resentment. You should know that the Heaven Crystal Steel was only planned as a backup. Its whereabouts were only passed down by a line of the Kunwu elders' descendants. In fear that something would happen to those possessing this information, they created another method to control the mountain's seal. It was said that the steel was concealed in an unexpected place, and those who knew would be able to find it. With a hidden and open method prepared, the ancient cultivators had clearly put much effort into this restriction. The young woman frowned. What were the three masters of Kunwu thinking? To leave behind such a great disaster for us. Why hadn't they beheaded this person instead of taking up such great effort to seal a spirit mountain from the moral realm? Lady Mu hesitated for a moment and said, the records also mentioned the reason for this. It seems the identity of this person was very special, involving a matter related to the higher realms. As a result, none of them dared to harm it and could only seal the mountain. So it was like that. It is no wonder why their actions had been constrained. However, just how high is this person's cultivation? The young woman curiously inquired. When Elder Xiang made mention, he appeared nervous. This is the only time we've seen that old eccentric restless in the long time that we've known him. Lady Mu glanced at her and annoyedly answered, there is no point in thinking about it when we could be killed with a twirl of its finger. So it was like that. The young woman drew with a helpless tone. And you've brought the Four Skies ruler, yes? We will have to rely on it to fight for the Dragon Call emblem. The young woman rolled her eyes and smiled. Senior Martial Sister has reminded too many times already. How could I have forgotten our sect's signature treasure? But it is a pity that your cultivation art is unsuitable with it, or it'd be a better fit for you. Senior Martial Sister said that one of the two divine spirit treasures used to suppress this person was the 8 spirit ruler, the treasure that the 4 skies ruler is a replica of. I hope that we will be able to see it. The 8 spirit ruler and the black wind flag. I also. Lady Mu's line of thought was interrupted when she suddenly turned her attention back to the barrier. With a stiff expression she said, Old Devil Qian and the others had broken through. Let's hurry. The young woman's heart trembled and she raised her head. She caught sight of them breaking through the light barrier and heading up the mountain gate. We'll follow, but keep your distance, Lady Mu said. Fortunately, the mountain's restrictions limit spiritual sense, or we couldn't shadow a late nascent soul cultivator. Then the two flashed with white light and stealthily flew out from the stone pillars and followed after them with a secret technique. Not long after, a green light flickered from where the woman was hiding a moment ago to reveal a huge green silhouette. It coldly watched the direction the two women left with a pair of icy crystalline eyes, only to strangely warp from sight a moment later. When old Devil Qian and the others arrived in front of the mountain gate, Han Li was already halfway through the path to the enormous palace. He managed to stand up and was slowly walking along the small road, but each step drew enormous strain on his body, enough to make him pause. At that moment, azure and gold clashed as the lightning and light were coiling around his body along with a layer of beautiful purple flame. He even used the spirit subjugation talisman to partially take the form of a flood dragon. When the others saw him they were astonished. A black-robed old man couldn't help but ask, "What sorcery is that? How could he undergo such a transformation?" With a harsh expression Gu Tianhao said, "Regardless, he seems to be under the effect of a restriction. This is a prime opportunity to dispose of him." Then he quickly waved his hand and released a fire-red halberd. He was very bitter over the loss of his bone saber, utterly destroyed by the attack of the tri-flame fan. Now that an opportunity arose, he wasn't about to easily let it go. But when his halberd flew 30 meters away, it violently smashed into the floor and left a deep hole in the ground. It was still and incapable of being moved in the slightest. What? Shocked, he hastily channeled his magic power and willed the halberd to return, but it remained still. When Lin Yinping saw this, she shouted, "Greater suppressive power?" The silver-winged night fiend glanced at the trees to either side and indifferently said, "Rather, it's gold-weight gravity. The gold-weight spirit trees lining the path have created a natural restriction. Anyone that steps into its range will have an immense force pull down on their body, rendering them immobile." "Then how is that youngster Han moving?" Grand Immortal Su coldly laughed and took a glance at Han Li's rear figure. The silver-winged night fiend glanced at him and scoffed, "Are you ignoring his transformation? In his current form his cultivation is raised by nearly half. With cultivation at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage and the divine devilbane lightning and those purple ice flames, he is displaying great power. If you were to proceed, I suspect you wouldn't handle the weight nearly as long as him." Expressionless, Grand Immortal Su asked, "Is that so? From your tone I see that you're quite familiar with that youth Han. Do you recognize him?" "It doesn't matter, there is no relation between us." The silver-winged night fiend smiled in response to his probing. Grand Immortal Su's bearing remained indifferent, but the response angered him greatly. He frowned and said, "Aren't those gold-weight spirit trees? The ancient tree also known as treasure fall trees? They've long been extinct in the outside world, and it was said that metal attribute treasures are completely restrained by them. It is no wonder your halberd had fallen to the ground. Furthermore, the tree has an innate gravitational power that even spiritual sense cannot detect." The square-faced cultivator solemnly said, "So it was like that. The trees release a harsh gravitational power that can be superimposed to increase the pressure several-fold. From the sheer number of them and the dense groups, I fear we'll be under the effects of 5 simultaneously as we march forward. I don't know about any of you, but I know my body wouldn't be able to support such pressure. I'm not sure myself, so I'll be giving it a try." When Lin Yinping saw Han Li's figure slowly treading forward, her expression dropped and she slapped a spirit beast pouch at her waist, releasing a strange lizard. It was covered in dense scales and had a pair of wings that consisted of thick flesh. "Go!" Lin Yinping shouted and pointed at Han Li in the distance. The serpent promptly covered itself in a layer of yellow light before shooting through the mountain gate. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the winged lizard flew for 40 meters before crashing down right next to the halberd. However, the lizard was extremely tenacious and through sheer force managed to struggle itself off the ground with its legs. At the same time, it flapped its wings with all its might in an attempt to fly. When she saw this, a trace of happiness was betrayed from her face. However, this soon disappeared with a muffled explosion. The serpent had ruptured. Its flesh turned into mincemeat. Lin Yinping's complexion paled with disbelief. How is that possible? Is the pressure truly so fierce? What did he do to withstand a pressure that even my lizard couldn't endure? Don't dwell on it, old Devil Qian calmly said. I am able to sense a faint demonic qi from his body. He used a secret technique of some sort to temporarily possess the strength of a demon beast. That is what caused his body to become unreasonably durable. However, it is clear that his abilities are quite outstanding as well. Without any magic treasures, he is using 3 different kinds of power, a feat that I am not capable of. With his words, Lin Yinping came to a sudden understanding. With such techniques, he must have much understanding of heretical Taoists. Enough gibberish, the horned woman impatiently chided. Keep on speaking and he'll already be inside Kunwu Hall. Her voice sounded as harsh and unpleasant as a broken gong. Don't worry, Grand Immortal Su calmly said. The hall's restrictions aren't limited to the road. There will certainly be more formidable ones waiting for him. Since we know about the tree's origins, it shouldn't be very difficult to break through. So long as we use magic treasures void of metal attribute materials, we should be able to easily break through. Is it so simple? The horned woman doubtfully said. The gold weight pressure is only effective on someone who is caught off guard. It shouldn't matter to us, Grand Immortal Zhou said. He raised his arm and released a small yellow sword, striking at the nearest tree without reservation. A huge boom sounded out and faint gold flashed from the trees around them. The flying sword left behind a gash, but it was nowhere close to cutting down the tree. Grand Immortal Zhou yelped in surprise. It seems that fellow Taoist Zhou has forgotten that the gold-weight spirit trees were as hard as metal to begin with, and with countless years of nourishment from Kunwu Mountain's spiritual qi, they are beyond what should be expected. I fear that destroying these trees won't be an easy task and will take us quite a while. Let's attack them together. After old Devil Qian finished, his huge white silhouette opened its mouth and spat out a white crystal orb. As it spun in the air, it smashed against one of the huge trees. Gu Tianhao and the others exchanged a quick glance before taking out various wood and jade treasures and striking at the trees to either side of them. For a time, various colored light brilliantly flared, bringing down several trees from either side. Unbeknownst to them, when the three beasts saw them cutting down the trees, they inwardly rejoiced. Although they spat out their own treasures and joined in, their attacks had minimal effect. However, the great force used managed to cleverly mask this, and the cultivators were none the wiser. As Han Li strenuously made his way forward, Silvermoon sighed and said, "How foolish. I didn't expect that these cultivators would chop down the gold-weight spirit trees." Han Li indifferently replied, "It is no wonder old Devil Qian is so negligent. After all, they don't have eyes like mine. I was able to see through the core of each of these trees and noticed the Devil Ward talismans inscribed inside. If you hadn't warned me, I wouldn't have noticed anything strange. Who would have thought that the ancients would have carved a talisman inside a tree?" Silvermoon hesitated for a moment and asked, "In that case, the three demons will be able to make it to the hall without resistance. Shouldn't we warn them?" Han Li smiled. "What is there to warn? Apart from the Yi clan cultivator, the others are just passers-by, so it's good that those three have come to impede them. And if it wouldn't have taken so much time, I would have definitely cut down the trees as well." Silvermoon chuckled and said, "Is that so? However, Master had best enter the hall as soon as he can. So long as the treasure is yours, you'll be able to escape without any harm. Afterwards, we can just hide on the mountain for a few days and wait for the opening to clear. It would be good for it to go that smoothly. However, we can only take it one step at a time," Han Li replied with an indifference. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded out from behind. He instantly knew that it was the sound of a felled gold-weight spirit tree, but he wasn't nervous in the slightest as he was only 100 meters away from Kunwu Hall now. At the very top of its giant gate, he could already see a strange board made from neither metal nor wood. In bold calligraphy and ancient golden script, Kunwu Hall proudly stood on it. Han Li sighed and hesitated before taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve and pouring a drop of myriad-year spirit milk into his mouth. Resisting the gold-weight gravity left his body drained. With the spirit milk, his power was replenished in an instant, causing the azure light, golden lightning and purple flames to flourish. Soon after, he quickened his pace towards the palace gate. On the 7th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda, a clear eruption sounded out. The crystal wall blocking the large-headed eccentrics party had finally fell following their relentless attacks. The fragments that had erupted from it slowly faded away. The wall is worthy of being the Buddhist sanctuary sect's signature treasure. It has stalled us for quite some time. Let's move. With that said, the eccentric waved his hand and recalled a sparkling small silver sword back into his garments. The old Yi clan elder put away his white jade ruler and anxiously said, "After so long, could the sacred poison sect have acquired the treasure already?" "Don't worry," the elder devil calmly reassured. "Even if they did, they can't use it immediately. We can seize it away from them." "Exactly. That's exactly what I plan on doing." The large-headed eccentric heartily laughed and then led the way through the 7th floor. The old Yi clan elder nodded and dryly smiled as he followed after them. In the blink of an eye, the three traveled down the stone steps and arrived at a stone room with the two formations. They saw a black and a white short-range teleportation formation. The three were just as surprised as the sacred poison sect elders had been. But when the elder devil focused his gaze on the black one, a trace of pleasant surprise emerged on his face. The old man muttered, "How can there be two teleportation formations? Which one leads to the 8th floor?" As the recent use of the white formation had left remnant spiritual chi fluctuations behind, his gaze was focused on that one. The elder devil stared at the black formation and said with an odd tone, "There is no need to choose. Use this one. That one." But the sacred poison sect elders. Just as the old man thought to interject, the elder devil suddenly waved his sleeve without any hesitation. A jet-black devil arm emerged from it in an instant, grabbing a hold of the old man's head before he even realized what had happened. "Ah!" The old man shouted in fright before his head was obliterated, spilling blood and brains around them like a smashed watermelon. However, that was not the end of his attacks. Next, he spat a stream of pitch-black devil flames, covering the headless body before the sounds of its crackles could even burn, turning it into threads of smoke. With the old man's body turned to ash, a white nascent soul emerged from the flames. It was carrying a white jade ruler and wore terror on its face. "Seventh uncle, save me." The nascent soul channeled the entirety of its spiritual power into the ruler as it cried out to the large-headed eccentric. The black flames engulfing it was preventing instant movement. However, a strange scene occurred. The eccentric just expressionlessly examined the old man's nascent soul bitterly struggle against the flames and didn't move in the slightest. As a result, the nascent soul was only able to endure for a moment more before the flames began to fracture it. Screams wrenched out of the old man's nascent soul, consumed by the devil fire. Unfortunately, he had been in denial of his death until the very last moment and passed with complete resentment. Eventually, the eccentric calmly spoke with a trace of annoyance. "Why now? Didn't you say that you would attack at the very last level?" The elder devil shot a glance at the eccentric and replied, "I originally believed she would be at the final floor, but I already sense her aura. The old man's presence would be an insult. Could it be you feel sorry over him?" After a moment of silence, the eccentric betrayed a complex expression. "What is there to regret over a single junior? Ah, fellow Taoist line of thinking is very good. So long as we are able to rescue the incarnation of the sacred ancestor, the ancestor will use a secret technique to infuse devilish chi into your body. With your aptitude, there is a very high chance of raising to deity transformation stage." The eccentric snorted and his gaze flickered. "If it weren't for the fact that the end of my lifespan is approaching, I wouldn't be betraying my clan for a devil like you." The elder devil curled his lips and contemptuously said, "Devil? If the infusion is successful, you will later become a member of our holy race yourself. In our realm there are many humans that have turned. There is no need for hesitation. Enough nonsense, let's hurry. Best not to allow any chance for mishap." The eccentric then stood inside the teleportation formation. The elder devil scoffed and walked in beside him as well. Then in a flash the two disappeared without a trace. Soon they arrived in an identical formation, but were in an area with flashing black light and dim surroundings. "This is..." When the eccentric recovered from the vertigo, he looked around with bewilderment. "Fellow Taoist should also look up at the sky," the elder devil rang with an excited tone. The eccentric quickly turned his head up when he heard him and was shocked as a result. 300 meters above him, there were various restrictions densely shining with spiritual light. At the very center there was something resembling a small mountain floating there. Thick black chains coiled around it and countless restraints had been placed on top. There were mirrors shining yellow nearby, forming a huge net around the black mass. The eccentric sharply gasped when his eyes landed on a black figure in there. He saw a two-headed wolf over 300 meters long. Although its body was surrounded by restrictions, silver light twinkled from its fur as if it was silver. To a mere mortal the wolf would appear to be a god. But it was quite strange that one of its heads was silver-white in color, but the other was a glossy black with a layer of faint inky chi enveloping it and its purple horn arrogantly placed atop its head. As of now, the two heads were completely dormant as if in eternal slumber. "This is the sacred ancestor incarnation you mentioned." "Yes, this is the incarnation of the sacred ancestor Xianxia, among the top 5 in strength in the Holy Realm. Of course, this isn't the ancestor's true form, but a soul fragment possessing a demon wolf from the spirit realm. Even so, she far exceeds the abilities of common deity transformation cultivators. So long as there is no intervention from the spirit realm, she would be an unrivaled existence in the mortal realm. Of course, it stands to mention that sacred ancestor Xianxia was one of the 3 commanders of our invasion of the mortal realm. Sacred ancestor Xianxia. The eccentric muttered her name. The elder devil turned his head to the eccentric. Protect me for a moment, brother Yi. I will use a technique to communicate with the ancestor's soul. Go ahead. The eccentric discarded his misgivings and readily agreed. The elder devil was assured by his response and promptly held his hands in an incantation gesture as faint black chi surged from his body and engulfed him. Soon after, a low roar sounded out and a 2-headed 4-armed figure made an appearance from within. His body was 10 meters tall and emitted a shocking quantity of baleful chi, enough to make the eccentric take a few steps back. Closely after, the elder devil let out a gloomy incantation and his 4-scaled arms formed a spell gesture, causing the black chi to shift around him like a devil god. The eccentric carefully watched his surroundings before focusing his gaze on the 2-headed wolf. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the elder devil ceased his incantations and spat out a ball of black-red blood essence. At that same moment he raised his arms and released 4 black spell seals into it. The blood essence took the shape of some strange pattern before disappearing. In a short moment, the blood pattern curiously warped in front of the black wolf head and the horn flashed with light. Then the head's eyes began to stir and slowly opened to reveal dazzling purple light. It was as if it had 2 blazing stars for eyes. Unbeknownst to them both at this same moment, a silver box shined inside the palace in a nearby sealed space. It seemed to have been awakened. Above it there was a half-foot-tall emerald-green ruler slowly revolving in the air. It emitted a spiritual light that covered the box down below. The wooden ruler floating above the silver box was covered it in a barrier of green light. Then in a flash the light completely faded away. Strangely enough, there was a man standing motionlessly over 30 meters away. He wore blue robes, a red headscarf and had green lines shining from his face. It was the illustrious Grand Elder of the Sacred Poison Sect, Xianxia. However, his eyes were closed and expression stiff. Blood leaked from his every orifice. Were it not for the faint movements of his chest, he would have been mistaken for dead. As for his other sect members, they were nowhere in sight. However, the sounds of a faint explosion could be heard in the distance as if someone was trapped by a restriction. In the other space, the purple light that shone from the black wolf head's eyes had disappeared, and a woman's sweet voice rang out, the very same one that had spoken on the day Xianxia was trapped, but this time with a hint of iciness and much more crude, blood flame. It was you. I believed you to have already returned. I didn't expect you to remain in this world. The elder devil respectfully replied, I pay my respects, senior. I had taken action too late in the past and had nearly been destroyed. Were it not for my understanding of the passageway between the holy and the mortal realm, and their intent to draw out my soul and interrogate me, I wouldn't have lived until now. The wolf head remained indifferent when it heard this and nodded. Oh, your luck is quite good then. The passage through that spirit ether garden's spatial tear we used had already been destroyed by the time we wished to return and we had no way back. The large-headed eccentric calmly listened from the side, inwardly surprised at the lack of any devilish characteristics from the feminine voice. This is the elder devil that nearly exterminated the ancient cultivators in the past? The head then lowered to the black chains binding it and said, Since you've come here you should have a plan. But I must first warn you that rescuing me will not be so trivial. Your cultivation will not be enough to destroy even the heavenly star chains binding me. It is a treasure passed down from the spirit realm specifically meant to deal with our kind. Be at ease, sacred ancestor. I've made full preparations before coming. Not only will fellow Taoist Yi be assisting us, but I've gathered many devilish artifacts to assist. The black wolf shook its head. You might be able to break through the chains, but even so, I cannot have you immediately take action. Why is that? The elder devil betrayed surprise from his face, eyes brimming with purple and red light. The eccentric was also surprised. The head sighed. It's quite simple, the star chains aren't the most powerful restriction here. Take a look at where you're standing. Where? Are standing? The elder devil and the eccentric bewilderedly turned their attention to their feet and only saw the black teleportation formation and nothing else. The head turned to look at its still asleep silver wolf head with a grave expression. Do you believe I can leave this place as I wish? The divine spirit treasure on the 8th floor will immediately activate should I make an attempt. And if you perform any exceeding actions, the treasure will immediately teleport you away, preventing you from easily coming back. In addition, the main reason I was trapped here in the first place was because of this troublesome silver moon wolf body. They both looked at the slumbering silver wolf head and suddenly came to a faint realization. The elder devil hesitantly asked, in the past, wasn't that wolf's primal soul consumed by the sacred ancestor? Could it be that something happened? The black wolf head annoyedly snorted. When I possessed this body, there were 2 primal souls. I gravely injured one and it escaped, leading me to believe that I would be unbothered. As for the other, it used a secret technique to hide someplace in the body. When I was in the crucial point of the battle against the 3 masters of Kunwu, it suddenly counterattacked and I was defeated, leading me to become sealed. 2 primal souls? A single body with 2 souls? The eccentric couldn't help but cry out in shock. You humans sure know a lot. This body possessed 2 entirely independent souls. Originally there was only one, but when the second made an appearance, the first soul came and fought against me for control over the body. The wolf's cultivation art was also truly strange. I possessed this body for such a long time and never noticed anything amiss, she muttered with a puzzled tone. Could it be that the second wolf's soul still exists? Of course. When the humans captured me, I came to realize that this silver moon wolf was actually the concubine of one of the spirit realm's demon monarchs, the divine wolf Celestial Kuei. She was also one of the few demons to descend into the mortal realm in their true body. I was only able to easily take control because it was still weak from its descent into the moral realm. Had the wolf been at the peak of its cultivation, a soul fragment like me wouldn't have been close to successful, and the existence of its 2 souls had left me completely off guard. But at the time I had already possessed the body for a few years and corrupted most of it. The humans were no longer able to expel me and didn't dare to rashly exterminate me along with the body. As a result, they could only seal me inside the devil-suppressing pagoda. The elder devil managed to retain most of his calm, but the eccentric was left flabbergasted. From that, you mean to say that the second wolf soul still exists in that body? The elder devil bitterly laughed and stared at the silver wolf head. The head sweetly chuckled. It is no longer there, but in a moment she should be coming back. You were quite lucky that I was in control when you woke me up. Sacred ancestor, what do you mean? The elder devil felt his heart tremble. It is quite simple. At the time, the ancient cultivators used the black wind flag to seal me in this spiritless land and intentionally extracted the second wolf's soul. Then, sparing no effort, they constructed a palace hall brimming with spiritual chi for her. As a result, the soul would attempt to fight me over control of this body every so often. When she exhausts herself, she would return and recover her strength. Because I am sealed here and can only rely on the devilish chi within my body to resist her, I found myself at a great disadvantage. In order to retain control, I had no choice but to use the greater spirit fuse arts. What, the spirit fuse arts? You're all ready. The elder devil's 4 eyes twisted in shock, momentarily forgetting to speak with a respectful tone. That's right, I fused souls with her to form an entirely new one. Her soul served as the base and I was second. But at the start, the newly fused soul was unstable, and when they saw this new soul, they were unable to recognize what had happened. Because they couldn't verify her identity, they also couldn't release the seal. Those cultivators didn't dare to take action due to her status and rashly sealed the entire mountain. As a result, our souls ended up strangely sealed together. Now that over 10,000 years have passed, the fusion of our souls stabilized into a fine result. But over the past few days, the other half stealthily submerged a deity transformation stage cultivator into phantasmic air, causing our soul to weaken and divide once more. However, I reckon that this will be the last time the split will occur. After it is replenished with spiritual chi from the palace on the other side, our souls will become one. As the black wolf head spoke, she maintained a calm tone. The other 2, however, were at a loss for words. The elder devil was mute for a long while before letting out a bitter laugh. Great sacred ancestor, are you the new soul of a demon, or are you still a member of our holy race? The wolf head indifferently replied, "What do you mean?" The elder devil could only remain silent. After a moment of thought, the eccentric said, "Since you've given us such a detailed explanation, you should have a method to stop your counterpart. Please don't hesitate to speak." Purple light flashed from the wolf's eyes and said, "Oh, I still haven't asked why a human like you is assisting Blood Flame? I see that you've used up most of your lifespan and death is soon approaching. Could it be you wish for me to infuse you with devilish qi?" At that moment, a sinister expression appeared on the eccentric's face. "Since you've seen through me, I won't conceal this any longer. I would rather tread the devil Tao for an eternity than perish from age and have my 1,000 years of bitter cultivation and bloody battles be for naught. Could it be you would have me subject myself to the cycle of life?" The black wolf head glanced at the eccentric. "Your words are quite forthcoming and bold. Since you have already resolved yourself, if you assist in my escape, I will infuse devilish qi into your body. I'll get the ugly talk out of the way. You will only have a 50% chance of success with your aptitude. But even then, the infusion of devilish qi should extend your lifespan greatly, as our race's longevity is far superior to a mere human's. This will grant you another opportunity to ascend to deity transformation stage." The large-headed eccentric let out a wild roar of laughter. "Only 50%? I'd still take the risk if it was only a tenth. Go ahead and tell me what it will take to free you." "I will get straight to the point. At my current stage of the spirit fuse, I will be unable to resist the rejoining of our souls once the other soul re-enters my body. The only way to stop this is to exterminate it. It is located in a grand execution formation that the 3 Kunwu masters had personally placed down, consisting of 81 devil executing sabers. If devilish qi approaches, the blades will create a formation of overwhelming power. Blood Flame will not be able to break through. Although your cultivation art isn't righteous or Buddhist, it isn't devilish either. We must leave the extermination of the wolf soul over to you. So long as you fulfill this task, the matter of your devil infusion will be taken care of." The head's voice completely changed and was now filled with an enticing tone, causing the eccentric's expression to waver. A moment later, he grit his teeth, giving up any intention of negotiation, and asked, "Where is it located?" "Fellow Taoist, ye is quite smart. There should have been 2 formations from where you came. The other one will lead you to the wolf soul. The sacred poison sect elders should have already been there. This will be troublesome. However, if I were to catch them unaware, it should be easy to deal with them. I will hurry and return." He clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and disappeared with a flash from the formation. Only the elder devil Blood Flame had remained. After the eccentric disappeared, Wolf's eyes grew dim and an eerie aura emitted from its body. The chains around it began to hum as countless beams of black began to shine through them. With an entirely indifferent manner, the head said, "In the presence of the cultivator, I found it inappropriate to ask about the artifacts you managed to recover." The elder devil bowed and respectfully said, "Sacred ancestor, I've already found 5 that our race left behind in the mortal realm." The wolf head sinisterly said, "That will have to make do. Immediately take them out. Although I can only control half of the magic power in this body, I will be able to break free of the Black Wind Flag's restrictions if I struggle. Even with a divine spirit treasure, it cannot restrain me without a master." "Yes." The elder devil hastily waved his arms, summoning a black devilish artifact into each of his hands. A black mirror, a blood-red authority token, a jade lotus, and a gray and jade band. For the 5th, he widely opened his mouth and spat a small bottle. The 5 artifacts immediately spun around his head ceaselessly. The elder devil let out a long whistle and black light wildly shone from his body. The artifacts trembled and rapidly shot into the air. The restrictions immediately sensed this, and bright light brilliantly filled the air with life. Han Li stood at the gates of Kunwu Hall and was looking past it with a curious face. "Great North Essence lights. Who could have thought that they'd appear here?" Han Li muttered. The dense mass of winding silver strings was certainly the same as what he saw in Devilfall Valley. However, these lights weren't connected to any rocks and instead emerged from the dense pillars of the hall. It appeared to hide the interior from sight. Han Li could hear wild and furious laughter from behind. "Brother Han, do you plan on taking the initiative to plunge into the Great North Essence Light, or will you wait and have us greet you with our weapons?" It was the voice of old Devil Qian. Han frowned and turned around. He saw that only a dozen trees remained from the columns of gold-weight spirit trees leading up to the gate. Old Devil Qian and the others had nearly caught up. As they were using their treasures to chop down the last of the trees, they watched Han with various expressions. The demons had known about the Great North Essence lights from the very start, and the others had immediately recognized what they were from a distance. The atmosphere was a mix of worry and joy. On one hand, Han wouldn't be able to progress further. But on the other, it would be an equally impossible task for them as well. Nevertheless, old Devil Qian's intermittent voice was howling with erratically. The Great North Essence light would prove a dead end to cultivators caught unprepared. It was no wonder the old devil was basking in schadenfreude. Han scoffed and turned around, slapping his storage pouch to produce a jet-black ring. It revolved once around him before expanding to 3 meters wide. Talisman characters roamed across the surface. It was none other than one of the Heaven-Earth rings. 1. Previously known as the Yin-Yang rings. Han used one to move through Devilfall Valley with Marquis Nanlong. Han pointed at the huge ring and willed it forward. At the same time he quickly struck it with a spell seal and had it cover him in a black barrier. When this happened, old Devil Qian's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop and all the others wore an expression of disbelief. How could he possibly have a method to travel through the Great North Essence light? As the thought flashed through their minds, they continued to strike at the gold-weight spirit trees with renewed vigor. Then they witnessed his figure blur as he rushed through the dense bundle of silver light, which twisted around him. Those present all looked at each other with dismay. Faster, we can't have him take the treasure. The silver-winged night fiend was roused with shock and yelled with an ugly grimace. Even if we act faster, what is the point? The light is blocking our way. Gu Tianhao spoke with an ashen complexion. Old Devil Qian scoffed. Great North Essence lights won't block me. The 5 Sync Devils converged into one huge white figure and suddenly leapt forward without any mind of the remaining trees. Grand Elder Yu. Gu Tianhao and the others gasped. Just as the white silhouette entered the range of the trees, a huge pressure suddenly pressed down on it and slowed it in its tracks. Ha! The thundering roar sounded out from the white silhouette, and all of its light faded away before a crimson copy suddenly shot out. It had only fallen to the ground after flying over 30 meters. The crimson silhouette trembled as it walked towards the hall at a leisurely pace. The scene left the others bewildered. The silver-winged night fiend sent a voice transmission to the horned woman. Now that we've arrived, it is time for fellow Taoist Gui to make use of her abilities. Let's take action now. We cannot allow those medallions to fall into their hands. The horned woman nodded and her entire body flashed with white light as she leaped into the air. Then in alternating pulses of black and white, she took the form of a 10-meter-tall tortoise and charged forward. The lion hawk and the silver-winged night fiend simultaneously flew on top of her shell. Then the tortoise entered the range of the trees. As a result, the two on top were fully suppressed and found themselves incapable of moving. However, light continued to shine from the tortoise and she tenaciously crawled forward as if completely unaffected. Meanwhile, the gold-weight spirit trees began to strangely shine with golden talisman characters. They floated into the air and quickly sank into the bodies of the 3. They attempted to protect themselves with blinding light, but the talisman characters continued to enter their bodies without resistance. It didn't appear to have much of an effect on the tortoise, but the other 2 immediately grew despondent as if put under a restriction. Fortunately, the range of the remaining trees wasn't far and the tortoise was able to escape after a short while. The demons immediately let out a long sigh of relief as their minds were restored to their original state. Having escaped the range of the gold-weight spirit trees, the 2 demons climbed off the tortoise's back and she immediately returned to her human form. It appeared that passing through the trees had taken a toll on her as her complexion was now bloodlessly pale. Then their bodies blurred and they quickly made their way towards the hall. Old Devil Qian's crimson incarnation was one step ahead of them. The 3 saw the mass of silver threads tear the silhouette to shreds as it passed by, but at the same time, blinding crimson light erupted from its body and continuously mended it. As this happened, the silhouette vanished behind the Great North Essence lights. The 3 didn't dare to delay at the sight of this. In a practiced fashion, the lion hawk blurred and appeared in front to widely open its mouth to silently release a golden sound wave. As a result, a small gap from the silver threads began to split. Immediately after, the silver-winged night fiend unfolded his wings and produced an azure wind as well, blowing away the fractured silver threads. With continuous alternation between the two abilities, a gap had finally opened and the three quickly rushed in before slowly exploring the hall. Still outside, Lin Yinping's expression turned unsightly. So rapidly their party had been reduced to 5. She gritted her teeth and tensely frowned. She turned her head to Grand Immortal Su and said, "Brother Su, we." As the Grand Immortal continued to chop at a huge tree with a jade sword, he calmly interrupted, "The Saintess need not worry. Our main goal is that Han fellow, not the treasures. With so many people entering, they won't be easy to contest either. Let us rid ourselves of the remaining trees and guard the gate." Gu Tianhao grinned and said, "Aha, Brother Su's words are reasonable. Even if the others acquire the treasure, they must also leave through here. Although we aren't able to pass through the Great North Essence Lights, they won't be able to get past us once they leave." Lin Yinping glanced at the deceptively lethal silver strings and nodded after a moment of thought. The 2 black-robed old men also found this plan to be reasonable. Although they worried about the lost opportunity for profit, they continued to chop away at the huge trees. In the blink of an eye, an explosion sounded out and a 30-meter-tall tree fell down. Han Li stood in front of Kunwu Hall and breathed out a long sigh. He glanced behind him and saw a dense mass of silver threads. Those ancient cultivators are quite cunning to intentionally place an illusion formation inside the Great North Essence Lights. If it weren't for my bright sight spirit eyes, it would have proved quite troublesome, Han Li muttered. He turned around and found himself in the rear section of Kunwu Hall. It couldn't be considered large, but there were 2 rows of a dozen variously styled wooden chairs that formed an official affairs hall. At the end of these rows, there was a faintly golden chair between them with a 3-meter-tall table standing to its side. The chair was made from common gold-string spirit wood, but the table was made from a single piece of glistening marble. Its entire body was unordinary and filled with spiritual qi. At the moment, a green barrier covered it, but he could faintly see a few items laying on it. These should be the treasures of Kunwu Hall. Han Li raised his brow and looked around to see that the hall was completely empty and void of anything else eye-catching. He then turned around and looked above him. Behind the faint golden chair, an unremarkable painting hung on the wall of 3 men looking at the moon. A Buddhist, a Taoist, and a Confucian stood inside a bamboo forest and were speaking vigorously about something as they gazed at full moon. Because the image was only a foot tall and faded from the test of time, Han Li hadn't taken note of it at first. But now it caught his eye and he looked at the painting with scrutiny. A long while later, Han Li lowered his head and mulled over his thoughts. He wasn't able to see anything strange from the painting, spiritually or physically. His intuition, however, gave him a distinctly odd feeling. How could such an ordinary item exist in a place like this? As his expression wavered, Han Li suddenly swayed his hand with resolution. A 3-meter-long streak of golden light shot out and rend the painting. In a flicker, the painting was torn to shreds and the pieces fell to the ground. Could it just be my imagination? Han Li puzzlingly thought. But since he had already started, he wasn't about to leave matters unfinished. With a casual wave of his sleeve, several fist-sized fireballs appeared in front of him and he prepared to incinerate the remains of the portrait. "Master, be careful," Silvermoon cried out. In his alarm, his figure blurred into 8 exact copies of himself before he even realized what was happening. Just then, a stone burst from the ground 3 meters behind him. A spiritual light shined behind the rubble and several blinding streaks of gold and silver struck at Han Li's copies from behind. A crisp clang sounded out as one of them were blocked, revealing a gold-silver shuttle. Han Li tumbled from the strike and blurred 20 meters away. He then turned his head around and was face full of furious alarm. Were it not for the silver tail star shield he had prepared ahead of time, he would have likely been gravely injured. His normally stoic face now held shock and fear with rage burning in his heart. He suddenly flipped his hand and recovered the shining small silver shield into his hand. He flicked his other arm to summon over 30 small golden swords, cleaving at the mound of rubble in front of him. Then a woman's laugh rang out in a flash of light to reveal a huge gold-silver object. Although so many sword lights moved to attack the object, they all strangely fell to the ground. When he saw this, his heart trembled and a majority of his fury vanished. He immediately looked over. The gold-silver object was actually a 10-meter-tall textile shuttle. Its surface shined like a golden mirror. It was the same shape as what had attacked him earlier, but those shuttles were many times smaller. Fellow Taoist must be quite vigilant for that strike to fail. Could you tell me what techniques you cultivate? The small shuttles that attacked him earlier appeared at the huge one's side. They revolved once around before entering inside. The young woman's voice came from within. Han Li gloomily recalled the flying swords and thoughts quickly flew in his mind. Spiritual light flashed from his entire body and he shot towards the nearby table in an azure streak. Since there were others here, he planned to first grab the treasures and handle the rest later. The longer he was tied down, the more people who would be able to make it past the Great North Essence lights, decreasing his chances of acquiring treasures as well. But just as he took off, he felt that there was something odd and found the woman's voice to be unfamiliar. She definitely wasn't one of the demons or humans he saw up to now. Could it be there were more that entered Kunwu Mountain at an even greater speed than them? The young woman suddenly shouted out in alarm. Han Li was over 60 meters away and had arrived above the table. But then the air above him suddenly warped and an azure scarf appeared above his head before falling onto him. It was nearly 20 meters wide and appeared right next to him when he least expected it. Even with his vast abilities, he was helpless to act as it covered him. He had become completely trapped. Azure light shined everywhere he looked and he hastily produced the silver tail star shield as he cursed in his mind. A layer of white mist then surrounded him. A woman strangely appeared on the surface of the azure scarf, the immortal form sex Lady Mu. Having witnessed the power of Han Li's Tri-Flame fan, she naturally knew that the scarf wouldn't be able to hold him down for long. But with the success of her attack, she didn't dare to delay and shot towards the table. She raised her hand and produced a silver command medallion. Then in a flash, it struck the green light barrier covering the table with mist. Under the shine of the silver light, the seemingly formidable barrier melted away and revealed the true appearance of the treasures that lay there. 4 crimson wooden tiles, a small purple sword, a palm-sized monk's staff, and a scroll brimming with red light, and a dark green block seal with the imprint of a lifelike 5-clawed dragon. Lady Mu rejoiced when she saw these items and her gaze dropped onto the seal. After a moment's pause, she took all the into her grasp with a wave of her sleeve. Just as Lady Mu was about to seize the treasures, the ground below her flashed bright green and several verdant serpents shot out and wrapped around her at lightning speed. With their prey fully restricted, the snakes immediately struck at her with their fangs. Bang! The woman's sentient treasures formed her a barrier of white light, repelling the attack and revealing their true form as green vines, but they still restrained her nevertheless. Lady Mu expressed the same alarmed fury as Han Li had. She hadn't expected that there was someone following her as well. Having trapped Han Li and cleared the barrier for the treasures on the table, wasn't she being taken advantage of? Who could have closely followed behind her sun-moon shuttle and remain completely undetected? The reason why she was able to stealthily burrow underground was because she possessed a silver medallion that the 3 elders of Kunwu had left behind. It allows her to temporarily control a portion of the restrictions in the hall, giving her access to burrow underground. At that moment, a strange tinkling laugh rang clear and a tall green silhouette silently emerged from the nearby ground. A pair of icy green eyes stared at her, causing her heart to shudder. After clearly seeing the form of the new encounter, she cried out in shock, "A Treant Lord! How can such a monster exist in this world?" Although the green silhouette had a human-like appearance with all the appropriate limbs and head, its body was made of bark skin and more akin to a walking tree. When the Treant Lord heard her cry, it sneered and paid little heed as it blurred towards the table, clearly intending on claiming the treasures for itself. Lady Mu's heart sank. Even if she could escape, it was too late to block the monster. But an unimaginable scene soon followed. Before the Treant drew close to the table, the fragments of the painting Han Li tore up suddenly shined with specks of yellow, white, and red. They formed a tricolor gust that flung the ball of green light over 30 meters back. The ball was dispelled back into its original position and was thrown into an uncontrollable tumble. After several rolls, the tall monster managed to regain control and stood up. It looked at the mists of light with unspeakable terror. The three mists circled around the table and transformed into three indistinct foot-tall silhouettes: the Taoist, the Confucian, and the Buddhist figures from the painting. Their eyes emotionlessly gazed at the tree spirit in the distance as if it was already dead. The three Kunwu elders. The Treant Lord shouted in terror. Without another thought, its body glowed green and it flew headfirst into the great north essence lights, not daring to turn back. Then the three miniature men silently pointed at the small sword, monk staff, and the scroll on the table. The three treasures hummed and trembled, jumping into the air and forming three streaks of light, immediately disappearing as soon as they appeared. In that next moment, just as the Treant Lord was about to enter the great north essence lights, the streaks reappeared and converged together in a single attack. It was too late for the Treant to dodge. A flare of tricolored light ruptured, followed by a deafening explosion. An instant later, the green light drowned it all out as it flared like a sun. When it eventually faded away, all that was left behind was the three treasures. The combined strike had entirely vaporized the fearsome Treant Lord. At that same moment, one of the four crimson wood tiles had combusted into ash. The three treasures used to exterminate the demons circled once in the air before floating down to their original position on the table. As for the three men, they vanished as if they had never existed. These three were threads of spiritual sense that the Kunwu masters had left behind in order to prevent the treasures from falling into the hands of any demons or other evil beings. They were the last restriction that existed in Kunwu Hall. The Treant Lord possessed the greatest cultivation of the four demons, but it had been destroyed by the treasures in a single strike. It was completely out of luck to have lost its life in such an abrupt manner. Lady Mu rejoiced at this sudden turn of events. With the death of the Treant, the vines clasped around her immediately lost their spiritual nature and burned to nothing in contact with the white ethereal flames. She took a deep breath and recovered her bearings, only to be interrupted by a muffled bang from behind her, followed by a roar of thunder. "Senior Marshal Sister, be careful!" the beautiful female cultivator shouted out. Lady Mu felt her heart tremble and she waved her hand without another thought, commanding all the treasures to rise as they shakily floated towards her. In that mere moment, a clap of thunder called out from above and a silhouette appeared with it. He reached out for the treasures, causing them to cease flying in Lady Mu's direction and towards him instead. Having seen his escape from the scarf's imprisonment and his use of lightning movement, Lady Mu released several glacial needles from her mouth in furious alarm, tearing through the air towards Han Li. At the same time she flung her sleeve, sweeping up the treasures in a red mist. Han Li's expression sank and he spat out the snow crystal pearl to face the incoming needles. With one hand he created a large azure hand and grasped at the treasures. With the other he summoned the triflame fan. An ominous glint shining from his eye, he waved the fan at Lady Mu without any hesitation. Although he planned on first dealing with the woman who originally ambushed him from within the shuttle, he was resentful at Lady Mu for having trapped him in the scarf and found himself in a crucial moment in the struggle for the treasures. As a result, the silver needles were blocked by the snow crystal pearl, and the hand of light grabbed a hold of her mist. Then the fan trembled and a tricolored inferno burst forth in the face of Lady Mu. Having previously witnessed the fan's fearsome might, she knew it wasn't something she could withstand. Helpless, she could only quickly fly backward. When the triflame fan's strike missed, the attack ruptured and filled the air with a halo of tricolored light and immense spiritual pressure. Even Han Li couldn't help but take several steps back. The large azure hand and Lady Mu's red mist had been on the edge of the attack scope and completely disappeared. With all of the treasures falling out from the red mist's grip, he felt elated. However, it was then that three opposing lights emerged from the great north essence lights at the front of the hall. A crimson silhouette, a silver streak, and a ball of purple mist. All of these figures immediately fade from sight as soon as they disappeared, in a display of clear skill. Han Li inwardly cursed, but he was quick to react. Rolls of thunder sounded out as he arrived above the treasures. He was only the first one there, and the other three each appeared nearby in quick succession and simultaneously attacked him as they attempted to seize the treasure for themselves. Unable to deal with any of the others, he quickly swept up the two treasures closest to him with azure mist, a wooden tile and a sparkling red scroll. When he attempted to take the next closest item, the monk's staff, over 10 beams of crimson light attacked him from above along with a series of golden sound waves. With no better option, Han Li could only retreat and evade the attacks for the time being. As a result, the crimson silhouette had seized the monk's staff itself. The purple mist and silver streak cared little for anything other than the 2 wooden tiles that dropped nearby for fear that they would be seized by someone else. When he saw this, he paused in surprise. Then the crimson silhouette reached out to grab the green seal. "Stop, the dragon call crest isn't yours," a woman's voice hastily shouted. A white jade ruler suddenly floated above the crimson silhouette and smashed without mercy. Before the ruler even landed, it released what sounded like a Buddhist chant and summoned countless white lodi into the surrounding air, each of them the size of a bowl. They all radiated with 7-colored Buddhist light, covering not only the silhouette, but the silver streak and purple mist as well. Just as it so happened, Han Li's previous retreat had put him out of range of the ruler's attack. Dumbstruck, Han Li heard the woman shout and the lotus simultaneously rupture, converging together, each to form the petal of a giant lotus. Countless Buddhist scripts flowed out from every petal and the chanting began to resound throughout the hall like an army. Trapped inside the flower, the 3 figures weren't able to pick up any of the treasures and all began to sway as if they had become drunk. Just as an overwhelming sight bloomed in front of Han Li, the Vajra barrier within his body suddenly began to pulse in size. In his alarm, he hastily concentrated his magic power to the barrier and suppressed it. He then took a deep glance at the lotuses in the distance before beating his wings and disappearing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared at the edge of the Great North Essence Light and flew in as an azure streak. In his eyes, stealthily running away was the wiser action with the sudden appearance of this immensely powerful jade ruler, whose might was no lesser than the Tri-Flame fan, even if its abilities were inclined to illusions and restriction. It was most likely a divine spirit treasure replica of some kind, and since he already managed to acquire 2 treasures, why should he put himself at greater risk? Although he felt vengeful towards the ruler's master for her initial ambush, now was not the time to settle debts. After all, old Devil Qian and the Night Fiend wouldn't prove easy opponents. No matter his confidence in his powers, his life would be at risk if he were attacked by them all at once. The beautiful woman stowed inside the huge gold-silver shuttle clasped her hands in an incantation gesture and controlled the white jade ruler with a strained expression. Although she saw that Han Li had withdrawn, she was too busy to pay him any heed. After all, he hadn't taken away the vital dragon call crest. Lady Mu saw her junior martial sister trap old Devil Qian and the others in the huge rainbow lotus. After hatefully glancing in the direction Han Li had escaped, she entered the illusion. Due to her junior's control, she was free from any influence of its power, and easily grabbed a hold of the dragon call crest. But when she reached out for the small purple sword next to it, the Buddhist light flashed and a portion of the lotus above her began to collapse. Old Devil Qian and the 2 demons were able to escape the restriction and reappeared to glare at Lady Mu with an ominous gaze. The magic power of her junior martial sister had been exhausted and the 4 skies ruler lost effect. The woman paled. Not long after Han Li charged back through the Great North Essence Light, he ran into the horned woman, the human form of the vast cliff tortoise. She was clad in a strange green armor that seemed to completely repel the silver strings. But strangely enough, the horned woman walked slowly as if she were incapable of any movement techniques. It was no wonder the other 2 had left her behind and arrived in the hall first. When Han Li appeared before the demon, the horned woman glanced at him and paused in surprise. Then with a wary expression, she held a pitch-black rod in front of her and began to prudently observe him. Maintaining a calm expression, Han Li promptly flew to the side and walked around her. There was no grudge between them to the best of his knowledge. And while they were restricted in such a dangerous area, there was no reason for them to take action. But he had been mistaken. As soon as he swept past her, her expression stirred and she rigidly turned to watch Han Li with terror. This had greatly alarmed him and he unconsciously came to a stop, bafflingly staring back in turn. "Hand over the items you took from the hall," the woman shrieked. Then she pointed the black rod at Han Li and had it extend 10 meters long. It blurred, producing countless copies itself to form a small mountain above him. The mountain's sudden appearance caused Han Li's heart to tremble, and the woman's crazed expression and words had left him baffled, but he didn't reveal any fear in the slightest. He simply raised his hand and released a black ring to the rods above him. When the woman saw this, she rejoiced. The rod in her hand was something she had refined from the materials around her while she was trapped. Along with continuous tempering for tens of thousands of years, she created a grand treasure. Although the mound of rods appeared unremarkable, each one weighed nearly a ton. She was completely confident this would be enough to crush Han Li. With that thought, killing intent flashed through her mind, and she roused all the might in her body to pour copious amounts of spiritual power into the rods, causing them to swell. It wasn't difficult for him to immediately guess what she was doing. Although he didn't know why she was trying to kill him, this inspired him to do the same. He then expressionlessly pointed to the black rods above him. As soon as the ring touched the mass of rods, it released a hum, causing all the nearby silver strings to hum in chorus. They immediately trembled and densely weaved together around the rods with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had completely disappeared from sight. You can control the Great North Essence lights. The horned woman shrieked with complete disbelief. The heaven-earth rings were a set of two. One yin to protect against the essence lights and one yang to control them. Han Li snorted in contempt. If they were outside the lights, he would be greatly fearful of a late-nascent soul stage demon, as he would hardly be capable of killing her. Their current circumstances, however, was a different story. Since she took the initiative to court death, he decided to spare no effort in fulfilling her wish. Although he couldn't make out what creature she was, her body and soul should prove to be incredibly rare top-grade materials. With that in mind, Han Li tossed aside any intentions of a peaceful resolution and struck the ring above him with a spell seal. It circled in the air and lit up with a hum. It radiated a mysterious dark light and took control of the silver strings 100 meters around it. Then, with a mere mental command, they immediately lined up together to form a huge silver wave and rippled in the horned woman's direction. The woman screamed out in alarm and didn't dare to further tangle with Han Li. She hastily spat out a ball of black-red blood essence and held her hands in an incantation gesture, commanding it to form a mist around her armor and turning to blood red. At that moment, the silver wave collapsed on top of her and completely engulfed her like driftwood before the tide. Green and red light flared from her armor, followed by the deafening clangs of metal. Although she had used a secret technique, the armor could barely resist the Great North Essence light to begin with. Now that there was a great quantity that attacked in full force, her armor was littered with holes in the blink of an eye. The woman screamed with twisted pain on her face, and she pressed her hands on the armor, producing multiple layers of gray light to condense into a stone-like material as an additional layer of defense, and slowing the erosion of her armor from the assault of silver strings. The stone just as quickly turned to rubble underneath the assault, forcing the woman to use her true essence to continuously replenish it. At a glance, it was only a matter of time before it was completely destroyed. However, Han Li was fully intent on killing the demon and promptly struck the yang ring in his hand with several spell seals. The ring revolved once in the air and pulled in the Great North Essence light from a distance to form another wave with overwhelming momentum. Her face turned as pale as the gray light shining around her armor upon seeing the incoming attack. There was no time for her to react. It struck in her armor was completely shattered. It would only take a moment before it collapsed in its entirety. With complete fright, her eyes frantically darted around her and she shouted, "Stop, fellow Taoist. Please spare my life. I am willing to recognize you as my master and become your spirit beast." The light had penetrated a portion of her armor and mashed her arm to a pulp. Given the many years she's lived, how could she be willing to die in a place like this? Become my spirit beast? Han Li's expression stirred and he temporarily paused his attack. Staring at the woman trapped underneath the silver tide, he calmly said, "Do you believe me to be a child? Soul restraint techniques have no effect on demons of your caliber. How could you possibly become my spirit beast?" If the woman didn't quickly reply, he would immediately kill her without any hesitation. He wasn't about to let her buy time for anything to save her. Seeing that his killing intent had yet to fade away, she fearfully said, "There is no need for me to explain in detail. You acquired a wooden tile from Kunwu Hull, my soul-binding tile. Until I finish cultivating the great Tao, I will be restricted by it. When Han Li heard the horned woman mention the tile, his face betrayed surprise. It hadn't looked particularly special when he acquired it and was skeptical of her words. He slapped his waist and produced the tile in a crimson streak, circling once in the air before falling into his hand. It was the size of a palm, shone intermittently with crimson light, and had a small circle of gray qi on its surface. Han Li quickly looked at it with his spiritual sense and his bright-sight spirit eyes. With a trace of happiness on his face, he raised his arm and struck it with azure light. Suddenly, the crimson light from the tile brightly glowed, and the circle of gray qi disappeared to be replaced with an image of a black-white spirit tortoise. After staring at the wood tile for a long while, the blue light in his eyes faded away and he raised his head calmly saying, "So you were a vast cliff tortoise? It is no wonder you were able to endure the great north essence lights for so long." In fear that a misunderstanding could occur, the horned woman hastily explained, "Fellow Taoist should know my words are true. My life soul tile was something that the 3 Kunwu masters had personally refined. There should no longer be anyone in the world that is capable of creating such a high-grade life tile. So long as it's in your possession, my life is in your control." That's true, but it also depends on who is the owner of this tile. If anyone under nascent soul stage wished to refine this and have you become their servant, their cultivation would be lacking and a backlash. What? Does fellow Taoist still feel ill at ease even with the tile in your possession? The horned woman's expression grimaced unsightly. Of course I am. Even if I refine the tile, I will only be able to temporarily control you. If you were to risk everything, it's possible for you to momentarily break free of control and betray me. I have no interest always being on edge. What use would I have in sparing you? His expression fell deeper with every word and the yang ring above his head began to hum, causing the silver strings surrounding the woman to stir. With a heart full of fright, she flusteredly shouted, "Fellow Taoist, if you still feel uneasy, I am willing to add a portion of my soul to the tile. If I truly harbor any malice, you would be able to immediately sense it." "Oh, that method will certainly do. Since you've said as much, go ahead," he spoke indifferently. She hesitated for a moment, but when she saw his stern expression, her heart tightened and she slapped the back of her head without any further reservation. Black-white light flashed from the crown of her head and a crimson nascent soul appeared on top. It proceeded to open its mouth and spit out a fist-sized ball of green light. While the woman grimaced in pain, the green light trembled before being split into uneven halves. The larger half flew in a circle and returned to the nascent soul's mouth, and the other lingered in the air before slowly making its way towards Han Li. When he saw this, he raised the life soul tile towards it. In a flare of crimson, the green ball was absorbed and the tile let out a clear ring. When he looked down and saw that the black-white image of the tortoise was more vivid, and it looked up at him in a lifelike display, he now felt truly relieved and swallowed it to take it into his body. When she saw this, her heart coldly shuddered. Apart from entering deity transformation stage, she would have no hope of breaking free from his control. Han Li pointed to the ring above him, having the great north essence light surrounding the woman disperse. He then blurred and instantly arrived in front of her, frowning upon seeing the ruined state of her arm. He flickered his finger and had black light shine around them, commanding the Yin ring to form a barrier around them, warding off any of the remaining silver light. He then withdrew the yang ring and casually said, "Be at ease, I don't intend on binding you for eternity. When I perish or ascend to the spirit realm, I will release you. I have no intention of passing you down through a clan or sect." "Fellow Taoist, are your words true?" When she heard this, her expression lit up. Caring not for her casual address of him, he simply smiled, "You'll find out in the future. To spirit beasts like you, the lifespan of a human isn't anything noteworthy. So long as you act faithfully and diligently, I won't treat you unfairly. I'm sure you will come to know that becoming my spirit beast isn't such a bad thing. In any case, so long as you hold true to your words, I won't mind following your orders." She wryly chuckled. "All right, enough of that. First, take this pill and recover your magic power and injuries." With a blank face, he raised a small bottle. "Recover my magic power? Could it be?" The woman looked at the small bottle doubtfully and opened the lid to face extremely pure spiritual qi. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely elaborated, "It is a drop of myriad-year spirit milk. It should be enough for you to recover your power. I am in need of your service. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. She muttered a few words of thanks before taking the drop down her throat. After circulating the liquid through her body, she felt an abundant spiritual power spread through her. The woman was elated and formed an incantation gesture. With black-white light glowing around her, she looked at her ruined arm and began to chant. Much to his surprise, he saw the light concentrate on the wound and cause new flesh to wildly grow from it. In the blink of an eye, it had completely mended. An undying body. Hanli exclaimed. This was a rare ability possessed by a handful demon beasts, something he had seen only once before by the flame toad in Devilfall Valley. It was unknown to him how many times stronger her ability is in comparison to that beast. In a single breath of time, the wound had been completely restored. It seems that he only managed to subdue the demon by a fluke. Had they not been in the Great North Essence Light and if her magic power hadn't been greatly exhausted from threading through it, it wouldn't have nearly been as easy to deal with her. In truth, he hadn't known that the woman had also been drained from passing through the restrictions of the Goldweight spirit trees, or she would have been able to hold out for much longer. After all, a Grade 10 demon beast possessed cultivation deep beyond his imagination. With that done, the horned woman waved her newly grown arm with a pleasant expression. The spirit milk is well deserving of its reputation. It would have taken me 3 days to restore it otherwise. Tao, what should I call you? Since you were together with the night fiend, you should have heard about me. My name is Gui Ling, the demon beast hesitantly answered. Indeed, I have somewhat heard about you, but only with regards to your ability. Hanli faintly smiled. I will speak more of that during a more suitable time, fellow Taoist Gui. Your abilities in cultivation, on the other hand, are quite astounding. Although I control your life soul tile, I can't control you like a low-grade beast. I will have to befriend you when matters settle down. Then I must thank you. You mentioned having me do something? When she recalled what he earlier said, her face turned serious. She was somewhat worried that he would have her attack the other 2 demon guardians. Although their relationship wasn't deep, they were still friends. A cold glint flashed from his eyes. In a moment, old Zhou Xian will enter this area. When that time comes, you will join hands with me and kill him. Relieved, the woman confirmed. You mean the late nascent soul cultivator who uses devil techniques? That's him, Hanli coldly smiled. Originally, I hadn't planned on taking action against him now, as his movement techniques are entirely bizarre. Even if I could control the lights here, I will need to take him in alive. This should be possible now that I have your help. In that case, I will assist the best I can, Gui Ling responded with delight. Then I will have to trouble you. When you attack him, make sure to spare his nascent soul. I have questions that demand answers. She glanced at him and hesitated for a moment. Forgive me for being too forthright, but even if we have the advantage, killing him is an entirely different matter. With his techniques, he can pass through here without fear. It may prove easy to gravely injure him, but if he was focused on escaping, the 2 of us could hardly block him. That is true, he said with an odd expression. It would be a difficult task for the 2 of us, but what if we had a late nascent soul cultivator? There is another late nascent soul cultivator? The woman unconsciously looked around her and found no signs of life. She then looked at him with an entirely baffled expression. Near the rear section of Kunwu Hall, a huge textile shuttle was flashing forward like a dragon made of lightning. A silver ball, a purple mist, and a crimson silhouette were closely chasing after it. Various colored light wildly flared as attacks pelted the shuttle, but its surface brightly shined and repelled them all. The Sun Moon Shuttle was well deserving of its title as one of the 3 great shuttles of the cultivation world. For the time being, no attack had any effect. Lady Mu was in the shuttle's interior and driving it at full speed, attempting to avoid the incoming attacks with all her might. To the side, her beautiful junior martial sister was tightly grasping the 4 skies ruler, but her face was completely pale and her eyes half shut. It appeared that forcefully using the divine spirit treasure replica had taken a toll on her. Fellow Taoist Qian, you truly wish to join hands with those demons? The treasure we acquired is for the purpose of resealing the mountain for the safety of our world. As Lady Mu's cultivation was far inferior to the 3, her magic power was quickly depleted trying to evade them. Old Devil Qian's cold voice chuckled from the crimson silhouette. Cease your rambling. Do you believe me to be a child? Besides, I'm not allied with these demons. I'm merely angered by your attack. A meager sect like yours dares contend against me? If you want to be sensible, obediently hand over the treasures you took, and that divine spirit treasure replica as well." When she heard this, she sighed and spoke little else. After all, their sect's standing was irrelevant in the eyes of the Great 10 sections. Under their combined assault, the Sun-Moon shuttle eventually began to dim as it was slowly pushed to a corner of the hall. Old Devil Qian wore a malicious expression and prepared to deal a fatal blow when he suddenly heard a Buddhist chant sound out from the shuttle. Soon after, white lotuses began to blossom and a ruler shot out. Not good. Be it the demons or the old devil, they all backed away as quickly as they could. Having already suffered an illusion once before, they wouldn't dare tangle with its attacks again. With that single moment of delay, the shuttle immediately disappeared as soon as the white ruler returned inside. Then it reappeared behind the three and directly shot towards the exit. The white lotuses silently dispersed, only having been empty illusions. Old Devil Qian and the demons were enraged, having realized they were duped, and immediately set off in pursuit. However, they were too late as the shuttle had already charged into the Great North Essence Light. Several of the light's silver strings had shot towards the treasure, but had been repelled by the light on the shuttle's surface. As the shuttle continued forward, Lady Mu held her hands in an incantation gesture with a solemn expression. She was controlling a shining silver medallion in her grasp. It released streams of light that covered the shuttle in a silver barrier. Her junior martial sister was now on the verge of collapse. Her use of the Four Skies ruler had left her in a ruined state, unable to even raise her hands. Completely occupied, she could only steal glances at her with deep worry written on her face. The young woman lightly smiled. "Senior martial sister doesn't need to worry. With a few years of rest I will be fine." "I hope that's the case. It's too difficult for you to use it so much at your current cultivation." Lady Mu spoke with a helpless tone. "It was the only way to take the Dragon Call crest from those great enemies. But if it weren't for that cunning Taoist Han, we would have been able to simply take the treasures and leave." The young woman resentfully said. Lady Mu could only offer a bitter smile in response, but she inwardly shuddered at the thought of the tri-flame fan. Then light streaked behind the shuttle as the other three closely pursued them into the light. Given their poor condition, they would have already fallen were it not for the profound Sun-Moon shuttle. Old Devil Qian and the other two knew this as well and relentlessly pursued them as a result. However, they immediately felt something was amiss after they entered the Great North Essence Light. With the assistance of the silver medallion, the two women were able to activate the illusion restriction within the Great North Essence Light. Although the formation didn't pose much of a threat to them, it delayed them enough for the women to escape. Old Devil Qian was thrown into a fury as a result. As for the demons, they began to take measure of him with unkind eyes. When Old Devil Qian sensed this, he immediately grew wary and returned their leers. "What, do you plan on attacking me?" The Night Fiend hesitated. In a brief moment he came to the conclusion that the two wouldn't be able to easily take him down, and instead replied with a chuckle, "Of course not. We wouldn't dare to do something so foolish against someone of your abilities." Afterwards he called for the Lion Hawk and the two immediately departed. Since they had their life soul tiles on hand, their objective was complete and decided not to needlessly tangle themselves with other matters. When he saw the two disappear from sight, he coldly laughed and had his crimson silhouette fly off in a different direction. The red mass passed through the countless silver strings without the slightest obstruction, weaving left and right until he managed to leave the illusion. Relieved, the old devil was about to make his way out of the area, when he came to a sudden stop and his eyes glistened with deep crimson light. "Whoever's there, get lost." As expected of the Grand Elder of the Sifting sect, Brother Qian's cultivation is truly profound. A calm man's voice echoed from a stone pillar in front of him, and he revealed himself in a blur with a barrier of black light surrounded him. "Han Li." Old Devil Qian narrowed his eyes. The man's cheek twitched at having seen how easily Han Li blocked the Great North Essence Light. He gloomily said, "You must have been here for quite a while. Were you waiting for me?" "You've guessed it. My business is simple. Could Brother Qian give me a copy of the incantation to dissolve the Soul Seal curse?" "The Soul Seal curse?" Old Devil Qian repeated with a trace of surprise. Then after a moment's thought he howled with laughter. Although I don't know why you'd want the method to dispel the curse, did you think I'd actually tell you? Han Li sighed and muttered, I knew that was a waste of breath, but I figured I'd give it a try regardless. After all, it would be difficult to remain in the Great Gene for much longer if I were to refine the soul of a Grand Elder from the 10 great sections. When old Devil Qian heard this, he glared daggers at Han Li. You want to refine my soul? Old Devil Qian calmly asked. Let's see if you have the skill. Call out for whoever is helping you. A lone mid-nascent soul cultivator like you wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly. In that case, please come out, fellow Taoist Gui. With that said, a pillar at old Devil Qian's side flashed, revealing the horned woman in crimson armor holding a black rod. You. The devil quickly shifted his eyes. What did that fellow offer you to join hands together? I can raise it. Gui Ling snorted and pounded the ground with the rod. It'll be enough if you hand over your life to me. Sullen at having no choice but to serve, she wasn't about to humor him. Old Devil Qian was enraged by her words, but his face hadn't displayed the slightest change. He quickly swept his spiritual sense around him and found nobody else nearby, much to his relief. If it was just these two, he wouldn't have a problem escaping. With that in mind, he said little else as his body flared crimson and he flew off in a streak, showing no intention of retaliation. Han Li, having already expected this to happen, produced a black ring with a wave of his hands. Suddenly, the winds began to stir, and the great north essence light 100 meters around him let out a clear ring and began to amass, forming a dense wall. The red devil incarnation was admittedly powerful and near invulnerable, but when he saw the great north essence light densely gather together, he suddenly stopped in alarm. In that moment of delay, Gui Ling waved the black rod and summoned unending copies of it above old Devil Qian's head. But before the rods fell upon him, he suddenly felt his entire body tighten as if there was an invisible force holding him in place. The old eccentric felt his heart tremble. At that same moment, Han Li pointed at his yang ring and had countless silver strings form a net around the old devil. Greatly alarmed, old Devil Qian let out a fierce shout. The crimson silhouette glowed with spiritual light and its abdomen suddenly swelled. With a muffled bang, his body erupted, scattering crimson threads in every direction. The massive rods and the net of great north essence light had both failed to strike. The crimson soon gathered in the air 30 meters away and began to weave back its shape. In the blink of an eye, old Devil Qian's crimson incarnation returned to its original form without the slightest damage. Although Han Li didn't believe they would be able to kill old Devil Qian so easily, he hadn't expected how elusive his devilish arts would be. His very body had turned nearly incorporeal, and it wasn't the effect of any ghostly properties but a devil Dao technique that turned his body into that of an undying devil. He had read of such techniques before. In the ancient past, there were many elder devils that took on this form, much to the great suffering of the cultivators at the time. It was truly a marvel to witness it with his own eyes. Han Li was amazed, but he had no intention of ceasing his assault. He opened his mouth to spit out a purple fireball. It surged to the size of a chariot before closely chasing after the crimson silhouette. With one hand controlling the huge net of great north essence light pursuing the old devil, he waved his other, releasing a dense bolt of golden lightning with thunderous booms. The horned woman assisting Han Li Gui Ling swiped the black rod in her hand several times at crimson mass and countless copies of the rod swept all around it in a raging storm. As they were in the great north essence light, tangible treasures weren't easily used by either side. One mistake and the light could easily destroy it. Old Devil Qian now found himself trapped and saw that several attacks would soon strike him. The tide of the battle was quickly turning against him. Violent fury stirred in his heart, inspiring him to grit his teeth and bite the tip of his tongue. He spit out a ball of gray light wrapped in crimson threads to block the bolt of lightning. The two struck and a muffled bang sounded out, resulting in green trails of smoke lingering in the air. The attacks completely vanished. In that delay, old Devil Qian had already begun to spin in the air and summoned 5 clouds of white qi around him. They quickly grew to 6 meters, followed by a slender human skeleton emerging from each of them. They all had flawless bones and threads of icy qi pervading them. The old devil had called upon the true bodies of the unbreakable Sync devils. As soon as the 5 skeletons appeared, they breathed out a stream of green flame. The blaze appeared unremarkable as if it were only a common ghostly flame, but 2 of the streams had aimed at the purple apex flame's fireball and were able to hold it in a deadlock. The flame streams from the other 3 skeletons formed a green wall, blocking the huge net of Great North Essence light. Like before, the massive rods closing in on him had tied his body down with an immense and invisible pressure. But this time he didn't combust his body. After all, the method would consume a great amount of his magic power. He could only use it as a last resort. And since he had called upon the true bodies of the Sync Devil incarnations, he had a plan. With a mental command, the 5 bodies appeared around him in a blur and raised their hands, creating a gray barrier that enveloped both him and themselves. An instant later, when the rods struck, violent explosions shook the air around them as black and gray light shined in the air. Each thunderous strike was heart-shaking. When Han Li witnessed the might of the rods, he was amazed. This vast cliff tortoise was truly capable. It appeared that in their earlier battle she hadn't been able to employ even half of her abilities due to fatigue, or she would have been able to put up a far greater fight. However, the barrier was far more durable than he had anticipated. Once the explosions stopped and the rod copies all disappeared, the barrier was revealed to have stood firm, even against the astonishing assault. Gui Ling's expression sank. She gloomily looked at the barrier and snorted before opening her mouth and spitting out a black-white cloud of essence onto the rod in her hand. With a clear ring, light brightly glowed from it and its shape shifted into the form of a hatchet. With a tremble of his wrist, Gui Ling raised the axe into the air and muttered an incantation as she stared at it. A layer of dazzling silver light radiated from its surface and abruptly took over its color as the hatchet underwent another transformation. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a huge silver axe over 30 meters long. The edge was just as bright as light shining in the darkness, and its handle was as thick as an ordinary person. With the grand transformation, it released an astonishing amount of baleful qi as if it had been released from a seal. Even from far away, Han Li could sense the unruly bloodthirst of the axe's edge. Hostility lingered on Gui Ling's face and her body violently expanded in size. In only a moment she grew over 20 meters tall. Han Li gasped with an odd expression, muttering, "The giant augmentation technique. To think that you were capable of such great power. It seems that your cultivation has already reached the peak of late nascent soul stage." Meanwhile, he unconsciously glanced at an area of the Great North Essence light and his expression blanked once more. With an icy glint from his eye, his sleeve trembled and he summoned the tri-flame fan into his hand. Gui Ling reached out to the silver axe and grabbed it before looking down at old Devil Qian in the distance. Then with both hands she chopped down. A 10-meter-long silver streak shined from the axe and was released from its edge to whistle through the air. It left a white mark in its wake as if it was tearing through space itself. Old Devil Qian was shocked to see this. He was confident in his Sync Devils, but he didn't dare to boldly resist the strike. Without another thought, he suddenly raised his hand, holding onto a short snow-white blade. In a cold flash, the blade fell, chopping down towards his hand. But before it was severed, he spat out a mist of crimson blood onto it. In an instant, the blood essence fused together and caused it to extend into an oddly shaped meter-long crimson saber that was both narrow and sharp. With the blade in the hand and the huge silver crescent approaching him, he waved it with a grave expression and the strange sword disappeared from sight. A moment later, the Sync Devils warped in front of him as if to receive the attack. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, crimson and silver radiance soon filled the air as their attacks clashed without producing even the slightest sound. He saw the slim crimson saber strangely bend at several angles, trembling and on the verge of collapse. But then the Sync Devils suddenly leapt forward and merged together, forming a giant skeleton on par with Gui Ling. A brittle snap rang out as the long crimson saber snapped into pieces. It was clear to see that the silver crescent had smoothly cut through. The huge skeleton then let out a wild cackle and lifted its skull to spew out a gray mist. The mist wasn't large by any means and seemed to be condensed from essence. When the crescent chopped at it, however, it hadn't cut through but rather slowed down as if swimming through a dense liquid. Soon after, the silver streak let out a bright hum as it was instantly stained gray and thoroughly absorbed. The mist then circled in the air before returning to the skull's mouth. Guiling's voice roared, corrupting devil qi. Since your devils are capable of this, it seems they were once the bodies of nascent soul cultivators. Ordinary corpses wouldn't be able to produce such an ability. Old Devil Qian coldly laughed. What I used to refine these united devils aren't something of your concern, demon. But since you know how fearsome it is, let's have you learn of their combined might as well. Then he raised his hand and struck the giant skeleton with several spell seals. The huge skeleton let out a piercing drone and its emotionless eyes shined with crimson light. It began to walk towards Guiling, each step causing the ground to tremble. Han Li's gaze flickered and fixed on the huge skeleton. With the tri-flame fan unfolded, his heart tensed but soon relaxed. He quickly flung his other hand and released the yang ring above his head. Hums resonated in the air, and the great north essence light above him formed huge silver waves. Specks of light continuously lit up and endless strings of light shot out towards the huge skeleton in a dense barrage. A sharp whistle sounded out from the skull as a layer of gray light shone from within. Many of strings struck its surface, but were scattered and had little effect. Han Li's expression stiffened as he began to pour more magic power into the ring. A massive change occurred. Now the light strings gathered together before striking, condensing into tens of ropes before blurring out of sight. Repeated pops sounded out. A dozen thumb-sized holes peppered the skeleton's body, some even piercing through its skull. The corrupting devil qi wasn't able to block the attack. Willing the yang ring to condense the great north essence light together had greatly increased their power. But soon Han Li's faint trace of happiness had instantly turned sullen. After the giant skeleton was damaged from the condensed great north essence light, white radiance lightly circulated throughout its body and mended the holes almost as fast. Han Li frowned. It appeared he would have to deal with old Devil Qian first. While the huge skeleton appeared to be moving slowly, each step traveled a huge distance forward and it quickly arrived in front of Guiling. With crimson light brimming in its hollow eyes, it held its hands towards its body and summoned two of its rib bones into them, creating 3-meter-long sabers. Then with a flip of the hands, an inky devil flame lit on each of them. When Guiling saw this, she coldly snorted and stepped forward to strike the devil down with her axe. Silver light flashed and filled the air with thunderous booms. The bone sabers immediately surged several times in size as they moved to block the axe in a cross, stopping it from cleaving down on its skull. Guiling wasn't very surprised by this, rather, a vicious intent soon lit up in her eyes. Tiger, devour. Light flared from her weapon once more, and a giant beast's head suddenly emerged from it, appearing to be that of a single-horned white tiger. The beast gaped its mouth open and quickly lunged forward, biting down on the skeleton's skull. It clearly devoured the head and the tiger immediately withdrew. The silver axe not only had a fearsome blade, but an artifact spirit as well. Guiling pressed the attack and spun the axe like a wheel of death as she slowly ground down the skeleton with cold light. Torn apart from the immense force, bone fragments rained freely around them. Soon into her assault she stilled her axe and breathed out yellow flames onto the ground, intending on dealing the finishing blow to the sink devils. Contrary to the situation, however, old Devil Qian's alarm had disappeared when he saw that the horned woman planned on using demon flame to destroy his devils. He simply muttered an incantation and activated a devilish technique. An icy wind immediately brushed past the raging yellow flames and restrained them. Then 5 crystalline black strings emerged from the yellow demon flames and shot out from them, leaving an explosion over 30 meters wide in its wake. Several clouds of gray qi burst forth from the ashes, soon fading away to reveal 5 flawless skeletons standing in place. Guiling shouted out in alarm, "Intangible devil form! Who would have thought that your incarnations have cultivated such an ability? Do you not have any fear of future backlash? How could I worry over such a trivial thing? As if I'd give them the opportunity," the old devil indifferently replied. Then with merely a thought, a devilish art was quickly activated. The skeletons leapt forward and fused into their massive form once more. Following that, it immediately summoned the 2 bone sabers as it fiercely charged towards Guiling. This time she didn't command the axe's artifact spirit to attack, instead choosing to meet the blades head-on. An axe glowing with icy light and 2 slender bone sabers wrapped in white mist began to fiercely clash without end, each strike creating a deafening boom around them. The trembles seemed to be affecting the hall itself as if it would soon collapse around them. Han Li looked at the scene with narrowed eyes. Although Gui Ling managed to restore her magic power and turn into a giant, the remnant Great North Essence light nearby was unintentionally damaging her. No matter how durable her crimson armor may be, she wouldn't be able to hold out against the skeleton much longer within the light. As such, he intended on finishing the battle as soon as he could. With that in mind, he looked at the crimson silhouette in the distance. Wearing a stern expression, he stealthily commanded the yang ring above his head. Several silver ropes condensed from the surrounding light appeared behind the crimson figure, like vipers silently stalking their prey. When the silver ropes grew near, old Devil Qian's body immediately blurred as soon as he sensed something. However, the 8 chains of silver rope had completely caught him off guard and penetrated his body. He was momentarily startled, but when he looked down at the ropes piercing through his body, he wickedly smiled. Such injuries were of little consequence to him. It would only cost him a thought to repair the damage. Soon, however, he discovered that there was something amiss and his expression slowly shifted downwards. The silver ropes hadn't disappeared. Rather, silver light radiated from them as their presence continued. "Restrain!" Han Li shouted. Like pythons, the chains tightly coiled around him and exerted great power, splitting the crimson body into 8 separate pieces. In his furious alarm, the old devil had his body disperse into blood mist and flew a distance away before condensing back together. Despite his desperation, the ropes relentlessly pursued him as soon as he dissolved, and a similar scene occurred, causing his body to resemble that of torn paper. This happened 6 more times in succession, but each time he used the blood mist to escape, it was clearly becoming more sparse. "You're courting death," the devil furiously shouted from the blood mist. It was clear that his current situation was far from good. To make matters even worse, Han Li was able to quickly condense the silver ropes around the blood mist before it reformed as it sped through the Great North Essence light, preventing any chance of escape. But soon enough, the blood mist stopped appearing altogether and condensed into a flare of light, producing a fist-sized pearl. The orb was as scarlet as blood, shined with a strange demonic light, and filled the air with a gory scent. The Blood Devil Pearl. Han Li's mouth twitched from the shock of seeing it. "Do you think I'd be scared of you? Hand over your life." Old Devil Qian's voice sounded out from the pearl and directly shot towards Han Li in a streak of crimson light as he roiled with furious rage. He took a deep breath and quickly acted, casting several spell seals at the yang ring above his head. Several silver ropes flew out, striking at it in bright flashes. Despite its speed, many of the attacks had landed, but the pearl lit up a barrier with a hum, easily repelling these attacks with flashes of green. Betraying not a trace of emotion from his face, Han Li flipped his hand and summoned a ball of golden lightning in his palm and tightened his grasp of the tri-flame fan in the other. The old devil had stored his nascent soul into this blood devil pearl long ago. To kill him, one would have to destroy the pearl itself. The treasure was immensely famous amongst the devil Dao. It was akin to a second body when attached with a nascent soul. It was said that refining the treasure not only required the blood essence of over 100 different spirit beasts, but also required the combined cultivation of several peculiar devilish arts. Furthermore, the refinement method was long lost. It appeared to have fallen in the sifting sect's hands some time ago and had finally been refined by this monstrous cultivator. However, this was also an opportunity. Once the pearl approached him, he would blast it with divine devilbane lightning and trap it within, then striking it with the tri-flame fan. Regardless of the treasure's abilities, it wasn't something that could withstand the fan's fury. With a plan in mind, he prepared to meet the old devil head-on, but the pearl came to a sudden stop along the way. A foot-tall crimson flame suddenly burst forth, causing the pearl to disappear without a trace. Han Li felt his heart tremble and he quickly released his spiritual sense, fearing that the old devil would attempt to ambush him. But a moment later he was stunned. The flaming blood devil pearl reappeared once more, but it wasn't by his side. It was at the edge of the area a distance away. Then old Devil Qian let out a roaring laugh. "Youngster, do you believe me to be senile? Fighting here against 2 high-grade opponents is beyond foolish. I'll be sure to entertain you properly on the outside with some reinforcements." With that said, the blood devil pearl disappeared into the waves of silver light. By the time Han Li realized what had happened, it was too late to pursue. But in spite of his surprise, he hadn't displayed any panic. Instead, he turned his attention on Gui Ling's battle with the Sink Devils. His expression stirred and thunder rang out from his back as a pair of wings revealed themselves. Then in a flash he appeared at the edge of the Great North Essence Light. Han Li coldly leered in the direction that the old devil has escaped from and raised the tri-flame fan, but a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. He then spat out a fist-sized object wrapped in azure light, the Heaven Void Cauldron. Having done that, he suddenly heard a huge bang followed by old Devil Qian's cursing. Then the light around them began to stir as a crimson streak and a silver light came into appearance. The crimson streak was the Blood Devil Pearl, but the flames surrounding it had decreased by nearly half. As for the ball of blinding silver light across from it, it vaguely appeared to belong to a slim silhouette. When old Devil Qian saw Han Li arrive before him, his heart trembled and the Blood Devil Pearl came to an immediate stop. Then the silver silhouette behind the pearl began to take action. It raised a small bow in its hand and drew back a non-existent bowstring to release a dense barrage of red arrows. Right after, Han Li flashed a grin at the old devil and the tri-flame fan he held lit up. With the roar of a phoenix, the fan released a bird of flame towards the pearl. Soon old Devil Qian found himself between the hammer and the anvil. He was greatly troubled, having seen the might of the tri-flame fan once before. But despite knowing he couldn't afford to block the attack, the barrage from behind him was already incredibly powerful. After all, he was wounded by him at. Helpless, his Blood Devil Pearl let out a piercing shriek and shot backwards. Crimson light surged from the pearl, followed by a manifestation of a gray face, and with it, a cloud of deep black qi suddenly shot out. In the violent gust of wind, a meter-tall banner sparkling with green light stood tall amongst the inky black qi, the ghost-sifting banner. Han Li instantly recognized the item. Apart from the density of devilish qi, the banner was almost identical to the one he had obtained. The banner then unfolded itself in front of the pearl. Winds began to erupt nearby, filling the air with a black fog. Malformed ghosts' heads emerged from them and spat wisps of flame at the approaching arrows. As they pierced into the qi, an eruption sounded out from within. With the given opportunity, old Devil Qian concealed the Blood Devil Pearl with the banner's power and the two treasures flew off. But when he glanced back around, he saw that the phoenix was closely following after him. The old devil's heart trembled at the sight, but he soon steeled his resolve. The banner released a bright green light and created a black hole on top of it. Pitch-black qi began to rush out and an inch-large ghost shot out from inside. It surged in size as soon as it appeared, capping out at 3 meters tall and holding a fearsome bearing. This ghost fiend was fully covered in glossy black armor and wielded a double-sided trident, making for an impressive display. The ghost seemed to have been under the restriction of the banner for some time. As soon as it manifested, it excitedly shrieked before it even registered its surroundings. But as soon as it did, it immediately became mute. In its alarm, the ghost fiend quickly spat out a fog of pitch-black qi in front of it and flusteredly waved its trident in front of the phoenix to block it. Although it couldn't compare to the likes of old Devil Qian or Han Li, it was no less powerful than an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. But after being confined in the banner for several hundred years, it was met with an attack of such fearsome power during a moment of carelessness, only to be treated as fodder. Then a muffled explosion sounded out when the two attacks struck one another. A halo of mysterious light appeared, pulsing before suddenly expanding over 30 meters wide. In this display of might, talisman characters began to flow through the air, and the ghost fiend along with its surrounding qi had completely disappeared. While the nova spread throughout the air, the Blood Devil Pearl was bought enough time to wrap itself in the ghost-sifting banner, protecting it against potential calamity. Old Devil Qian felt lucky to have survived the successive attacks, but when he glanced at the ghost-sifting banner he felt great sorrow. The banner now barely shined with a faint light as its spiritual nature was greatly damaged. This was due to the main apparition within the banner perishing and a majority of its ghost mist being wiped away by the tricolored attack. The ghost-sifting banner might have been known as the sifting sect's signature treasure, but this wasn't because of its individual power. Its true strength lay when all 18 of the banners were gathered together. Under those circumstances he was confident he could defend himself against a deity transformation cultivator, let alone Han Li and the Horned Woman. It was a pity that the Yin-sifting sect ancestor ruled that unless the sect was facing calamity, all 18 banners were forbidden to be gathered under a single person. Ordinarily, the 18 were distributed amongst the highest-ranking cultivators of the sect. Even the Grand Elder himself wasn't able to break away from this provision. Not to mention that one of these treasures had fallen into the hands of his enemy. With that resentfully thought, a ghost face made another appearance from the surface of the Blood Devil Pearl with the intention of absorbing the damaged magic tool. With the strike from the Tri-Flame fan finished, his fear of Han Li had greatly diminished. Using such a powerful treasure was certain to consume much magic power. Han Li had already used it once before as well. Having launched a second strike so soon after, he shouldn't be able to use the treasure again anytime soon. In any case, if Han Li was able to use the fan in rapid succession, he would have long perished from its might. But at that moment something strange happened. Thunder exploded from a distance away, and an emerald streak launched out from the cloaked argent silhouette. Not good. Fear was inspired in the old devil upon seeing this familiar scene. When he first escaped Han Li with the Blood Devil Pearl, he was caught off guard and ambushed by this emerald streak. Since it contained divine Devilbane lightning, it damaged much of the crimson blaze protecting him. Having suffered once before, he wasn't about to let this happen again. After the ghost face absorbed the banner, the pearl blurred and became vaguely shaped. 3 meters away, the green streak reappeared, its true form revealed to be an emerald arrow that was several inches long and arced with golden lightning. With a clap of thunder, the arrow eviscerated the image of the Blood Devil Pearl that had been left behind. To avoid another crisis, old Devil Qian had used a secret technique to move the pearl a distance away, leaving only an illusion behind. 40 meters away, a cloud of blood flame burst and the pearl made a reappearance. But at that same moment, a flicker of black light appeared behind it, an inch-long saber shining like a jet-black crystal. In a flash, it flicked past the pearl in a black line, passing through its defenses as if they had never existed. A sharp crack and old Devil Qian's wretched scream pierced the air. The exterior of the pearl had shattered to pieces. In a furious rage he stuttered with disbelief. "I am possible. The Blood Devil Pearl can't be so easily. Even the High Zenith Sect's divine heaven-bound blade couldn't. That flying saber is..." And with another muffled crack the pearl completely shattered, revealing a single nascent soul. The soul, however, appeared truly odd. Not only was there a faint blood mist pervading it, but it was holding a small flag in its hand and had 5 skulls rigidly biting down on its body. The skulls were entirely pitch black and gnawing at the nascent soul as if to feed on its blood essence, making for a soul-chilling sight. Immediately after the pearl had disappeared, old Devil Qian's nascent soul let out a piercing screech and wrapped itself in the ghost-sifting banner before flying off in a streak of black mist. As for the huge skeleton that was occupying Guiling's attention, it echoed the piercing shriek and its body dissolved after leaping into the air, forming 5 gray clouds that launched towards the old devil. Although the pearl was destroyed and old Devil Qian was no longer able to form the crimson silhouette, he was able to still fuse with the Sync Devils and possess their body. Of course, Guiling wasn't about to allow them to easily escape. Her body instantly shrunk back to her original size as she chased after them. If his nascent soul was allowed to escape the Great North Essence Lights, he would then be capable of instantaneous movement, allowing him to quickly arrive next to the Sync Devils and fuse together with them. But now that his movements were restricted to an ordinary speed, he had no way to outpace Han Li's thunderstorm wings. As expected, Han Li waved his wings and appeared in front of old Devil Qian with a raised hand, releasing a net of golden lightning. The old devil instantly recognized this to be divine Devilbane lightning and spit out a blood mist in his panic to temporarily block the attack, then quickly changed his direction. But then another flash appeared in front of him, a silhouette in silver light. The light surrounding him soon faded away to reveal a middle-aged cultivator with a pale complexion. He wore yellow robes, had a blank expression and held a small red bow in his hand. He was the human-like puppet that possessed the cultivation of a late nascent soul cultivator. But when the puppet appeared, it didn't attack. Rather, its eyes suddenly shined with a blinding purple light that released ripples into the air. When old Devil Qian saw this purple light, he instantly became captivated as if his soul was being drawn into it. His body became warm and his mind grew blank. No. A bewitchment technique. Although he was now reduced to his nascent soul, his well-nurtured spiritual sense was able to quickly awaken. He rapidly turned his head, completely overwhelmed with shock, not daring to look into his eyes. Black qi surged from his body and he quickly took off in a different direction. However, he suddenly felt spiritual qi fluctuations above him and he couldn't help but to look up. It was a small cauldron that shined with a faint azure light revolving in the air. Although this was the first time he had seen this treasure in his 1,000 years of experience, he instantly sensed that it was beyond strange and hurriedly flew off in a black streak. The cauldron then let out a clear ring and released a dense azure mist, quickly spreading out in the direction he left in. The light appeared ordinary at first, but in a brief flash it had appeared behind old Devil Qian's cloud of black qi. Under the radiance of 1,000 rays of light, old Devil Qian roared in anguish. The devilish qi dissolved to reveal the crimson nascent soul and the ghost-sifting banner beneath. A short moment later, countless threads of azure mist tightly bound his soul. No matter how much resistance he raised with violent flashes of green light and roaring crimson flames, he wasn't able to escape them. Rapidly, Han Li arrived next to old Devil Qian's nascent soul in a flash of silver. He smiled and raised his hand. Spatial fluctuations appeared above the both of them, followed by the appearance of the heaven void cauldron. After it dropped into his grasp, he looked at the captured nascent soul. Old Devil Qian's nascent soul writhed with terror and his heart dropped when he saw Han Li look at him with hostile intentions. But soon, a vicious resolve was born in his heart and he bit to the tip of his tongue with a grimace. Han Li's gaze turned cold. With 2 pops, talismans were stuck onto the soul's body, 1 gold and 1 silver, freezing his magic power and dissolving the suicidal attack he was about to launch. Right after, the yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator appeared behind old Devil Qian in a flash of light. It was the late nascent soul puppet. It had silently arrived there at an unknown time. Han Li wore a mysterious smile following its appearance. At the start of the ambush, Han Li had the puppet conceal itself in the direction of the palace gates. If the old devil was truly as cunning as he believed, he would flee without a thought. And since the puppet wasn't alive, its aura was concealed with extreme ease. Apart from seeing it with one's own eyes, one would be incapable of detecting it. As a result, old Devil Qian ended up ambushed by the arrow of golden lightning bamboo while he made his escape, and was forcibly pushed back deeper in the hull. But because Han Li needed to capture his nascent soul alive, he used divine Devilbane lightning to scare him away after he destroyed the blood devil pearl using the dagger refined from the devil essence diamond. Then as he fled in a panic, his puppet sneaked behind him and used its witch eyes refined from the brilliant glow gem to entrap him in a bewitchment technique. Having experienced the fearsome might of its witch eyes for himself, Han Li was confident it would be able to disable the old devil momentarily, no matter how powerful his spiritual sense may be. And when the eccentric lost consciousness as he expected, he used the opportunity to deploy the heaven void cauldron to easily restrain him. Following those thoughts, Han Li turned his attention to the small cauldron in his hand. Because he had only refined the first layer of its artifact imprint technique, he was only capable of commanding it to release a bit of its light. If he truly wished to open the cauldron, it seemed he would have to first reach late nascent soul stage. Fellow Taoist Han, what should I do with these devils? As Han Li was basking with joy, heavy footsteps sounded out from behind him. Gui Ling released a cloud of black-white qi from her hand, containing 5 pure white skeletons that were reduced to a foot tall. Having lost the connection to old Devil Qian's nascent soul, the Sync Devil incarnations had dropped dead onto the ground, allowing Gui Ling to restrain them. Those 5. Han Li was about to continue when the 5 black skulls biting onto the old devil's nascent soul suddenly released their bite and screamed, turning around and returning to the 5 skeletons nearby. Not only were their screams incredibly loud, but it also inspired a blood-chilling fear that pierced the mind. Then the trapped skeletons suddenly sensed something and their eyes violently flickered with crimson light, filling the air with the stench of blood. The skeletons all opened their mouths and simultaneously struck a single point in the black-white mist using a deep green devil flame. An explosion sounded out. Caught off guard, Gui Ling's restriction had been destroyed. The five shot out in streaks of white qi towards their jet-black skulls. But when Han Li saw this, he coldly snorted and waved his hand at the small cauldron. The azure mist poured out from it and instantly formed a wall to block the five streaks. He then commanded a portion of the azure mist to wrap around them, preventing the foot-tall skeletons from reaching the skulls. The skeletons were then thrown into a crazed frenzy. Although the threads held them firm, their limbs struggled with all their might. They relentlessly spat emerald flame wisps at the azure strings that bound them. When old Devil Qian's nascent soul saw this, a trace of fear plagued his face and he suddenly yelled, "No! You! Quickly release them!" When Han Li swept his gaze over across them, he felt somewhat baffled, but he wasn't about to listen to him. The result that followed astonished him. The skulls suddenly let out a sharp hiss and returned back towards old Devil Qian's nascent soul. Right after, the skulls didn't simply gnaw on the nascent soul, but their mouths began to bear down with strength, clearly intending on devouring him. Devil backlash. Han Li's heart jumped when he realized what was happening. Because old Devil Qian's magic power had greatly decreased, he had momentarily lost control and the obedient Sink Devils suddenly turned savage towards their master. However, Han Li had no intention of allowing him to perish. He waved his hand at the small cauldron without another thought. A series of clear rings rang out from within and countless azure threads shot out from the light covering its surface, firmly binding the skulls and forcibly dragged them away from the nascent soul. Even so, the skulls still bit at the air with wild strength born from insanity. He didn't pay the skulls any further heed and instead focused on the old devil's nascent soul. Although it had only taken a moment, the soul's body was reduced to less than half its original size and was on the verge of death. But in his gaze it made no difference so long as it was still present. Then with a deep breath, Han Li grabbed the ghost-sifting banner at the old devil's side and quickly examined it before placing it in his storage pouch. Soon after, he swept his gaze to a place in the distance. The human puppet stirred and flickered from sight before returning to Han Li with a black storage pouch in hand. It had dropped to the ground when old Devil Qian's blood devil pearl was destroyed. He paid no further attention to the items in the storage pouch and turned his head to Gui Ling. "Fellow Taoist Gui, deal with the Sink Devils for the time being. I will be handling this nascent soul." He didn't wish for any others to watch while he was in the process of soul extraction. "Please go ahead." "I'll deal with the Sink Devils," Gui Ling calmly replied. Then she opened her mouth and enveloped the skeletons and skulls in black and white mist, taking over Han Li's restrictions of them. He nodded and reached out to the azure mist, creating a large azure hand that grabbed the nascent soul. A streak of azure light then flew away and disappeared into the great north essence light nearby. As for the human puppet, it remained motionless. When Gui Ling saw him disappear, she began to examine the puppet for a long time. Then a trace of shock appeared on her face. If she hadn't personally seen Han Li summon it out from a storage pouch, she would have hardly believed that the cultivator before her was actually a puppet. Time slowly moved by and a quarter hour passed. The great north essence light stirred and parted way for Han Li to emerge. He revealed no emotion and old Devil Qian's nascent soul was nowhere to be seen. When he approached Gui Ling, she pointed to the 5 Sink Devils and asked, "How should we deal with them?" "To the best of my knowledge, there is no other way to vanish them from this world apart from slow refinement from great yang flames." "Refine?" Han Li paused for a moment. "There is no need for that. I have another use for them. I'll just seal them away for the time being." "Then so be it." Despite her surprise, she readily agreed. Han Li waved his sleeve, summoning a dense swarm of talismans from within and instantly covered the skeletons and skulls with various colored balls of light. He then clapped his hands together and flicked a finger, arcing lightning from his hand and weaving it together with golden strings layer upon layer around them. As light flashed, over 10 balls of golden light appeared before them. With an incantation gesture, Han Li released spell seals at the balls, quickly shrinking them to the size of a fist. When Han Li looked at them, he frowned when something came to mind. He opened his mouth and spat out a bubble that glowed with Buddhist light. It was the Vajra barrier that he had been nurturing his body with. He pointed to the item in his hand and a 7-colored radiance swept them all up, absorbing them into the golden orb. With divine devilbane lightning and the Buddhist treasure suppressing it, No matter how vicious what lay ahead, they shouldn't have any way of escaping. He finally felt at ease and placed the Vajra barrier into a jade box before carefully putting it away. Let's go. Fellow Taoist Gui should have some hidden locations on this mountain. We'll hide there for a few days and wait for the opening in the seal to recover once more. A hidden location? With roused spirits, Guiling instantly answered, I did unintentionally discover a place like that, and there shouldn't be anyone else that knows of it. When Han Li heard about a hidden location that only Guiling was aware of, he nodded and said, Good, let's go. If we encounter our enemies along the way, there is no need to fight them. We'll just shake them off. After he put away the human-like puppet, he hurriedly flew out from the palace hall. The two flew through the great north essence light in the blink of an eye, but when the flight restrictions took effect once more, they could only drop to the floor and use body lightning techniques to conserve their magic power. He swept his spiritual sense into the distance and didn't see anyone on the exterior of the great north essence light, much to his delight and surprise. He called out to Guiling and calmly emerged from the light with the Tailstar essence shield and tri-flame fan in hand. After taking another careful look around, he slowly walked out from Kunwu Hall. It was deathly quiet on the outside, and when he had a clear view of the area, he felt a hint of surprise. In the large plaza past the felled gold-weight spirit trees, the ground was littered with holes and piles of rubble as if a grand battle occurred. When Guiling walked up behind him, she looked at the scene and paused. How curious could it be they fought amongst themselves? She puzzlingly mused. Han Li regained his composure and sullenly said, I'm unsure. It is possible they encountered that first group of cultivators. Although I don't know their origins, since they were able to rend open the seal to Kunwu Mountain, their abilities should be great. Guiling sighed. That could be the case. When the seal was broken, I followed them from a distance and noticed that two of them had a similar cultivation to mine. Oh, do you remember their appearance? From the first wave here, he only knew about the square-faced middle-aged man. He had seen him use a powerful treasure to defend himself against old Devil Qian. Guiling shook her head. Since their strength was sure to be powerful, I didn't dare to approach. I only viewed them at a distance with my spiritual sense. Han Li was a little disappointed to hear this. He had wanted to know if the Elder Devil was among those here and if he should plan for an opportunity to seize back his two flying swords. But now with Guiling and the human-like puppet, he was confident that he would have more than a fighting chance against the Elder Devil and wouldn't need to flee. His gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment, then concluding, in any case, they shouldn't have been able to easily exterminate those here. They most likely chased them elsewhere. Although he had spoken as such, Han Li knew that something else was afoot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily departed from their original goals, much like how Grand Immortal Su and the Endless Sky Saintess had come to pursue him. Could it be that the first one here were so powerful that they could force the lot of them to rout? But even that was highly unlikely. If they had such an advantage, why wouldn't they remain and wait for an opportunity to fight for the treasures? With all things considered, he contemplated a moment more and rubbed his chin before dropping the matter. No matter what happened, his objective had been achieved. He only needed to stay safely hidden until he could depart from the brewing storm. He would have to think of a method to reclaim the two flying swords the Elder Devil stole after he left Kunwu Mountain. Having pondered over the matter, Han Li promptly came to a decision. Fellow Taoist Gui, let's first go to the secret place you spoke of. There is no need to follow them. In a few days there will be even more cultivators who will enter. Han Li then led the way down the stairs to the main plaza. Guiling wryly laughed and followed suit. Along the way they saw sword scars, scorch marks and other signs of battle. These cultivators had been pursued when they made their escape. This is When a huge gorge suddenly appeared before them, Han Li approached and took a look before tensely frowning. The huge split was certain to have been created from the strike of a blade-type treasure. It had rent the stairs in two and created a gap over 300 meters wide and 100 meters deep. He even mused that if he made use of the full might of his giant sword technique, he wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Silver Moon's voice echoed from his mind. It seems those cultivators definitely encountered trouble, given the power of the abilities that had been displayed. The battle was much more intense than we imagined. Perhaps, but what does that have to do with us? Han Li casually replied. Soon after, he launched himself from the ground and floated across the ravine. Guiling moved closely behind. After he landed, his expression stirred and he glanced at one of the huge rocks in front of him with a cold gaze. Then Han Li's expression sank and he harshly yelled, "You come out from there." A cloud of black chi then shot out from the nearby. A nascent soul could be faintly seen within it. Since the cultivators on the mountain were more likely to be enemies than not, there was no need to be polite and let him slip away. Thunder rang out from his back and he suddenly disappeared from sight. A short moment later, he appeared in front of the black mass in a flash of silver light. He raised his hand and with a crackle, a massive blue hand appeared and closed its grip. With great alarm, black chi surged around the nascent soul in an attempt to flee. But since it had been greatly wounded in the fight before, it wasn't able to use instantaneous movement from the very start. And with Han Li's rich experience in dispersing nascent souls, he was also quite proficient in trapping them. He simply sneered in contempt when he saw the soul's attempt to escape. Golden lightning began to spark from the large azure hand and 5 bolts of thunder erupted from it, creating a large golden net to trap it. Then the nascent soul's body blurred, only to run headfirst in the net of lightning. A large explosion sounded out. The golden lightning had dispersed a majority of the black chi, protecting the nascent soul's body. As for the soul itself, its body began to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. The large azure hand then swiftly grabbed a hold of the soul and brought it back to Han Li. He glanced at the terrified being and smiled. "It's him." When Guiling saw the nascent soul, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Although it had no body, its face clearly belonged to one of the 2 old Yin-sifting sect elders. He had lost his body at some point and his nascent soul had remained hidden behind the huge boulder ever since. With a terror-struck face, the soul pleaded, "We have no grudge between us, fellow Taoist Han. I had no hand in pursuing you." Han Li chuckled with a calm expression. "Why are you so scared? When did I say I was going to attack you? I only want to ask you what happened outside the hall. And you should have also seen 2 women leaving the hall along with 2 other demons." The nascent soul felt relief at his calm attitude and he quickly answered, "Not long after you entered the hall, the Yi clan cultivators had suddenly arrived with the Yi clan Grand Elder amongst them. When they saw us, they immediately attacked, and we had no choice but to fight under fellow Taoist Su's command. We were able to defend ourselves well enough. But then, the devil-suppressing pagoda suddenly began to quake and a majority of the mountain on that side sank as if it was entering the heart of the mountain. Furthermore..." The nascent soul paused for a moment, but when Han Li's cold gaze pierced it, its heart trembled and it hastily continued. Furthermore, a light suddenly flew out from the pagoda, followed by loud Buddhist chants that we could all clearly hear. Someone had yelled that it was a sign that a divine spirit treasure had arrived and soon after, they all gave up on the battle and flew in its direction. The Immortal Form sect elders and the 2 demons had emerged just as this occurred and traveled in the same direction. As for me, I had remained behind to inform the Grand Elder of this matter. "A divine spirit treasure truly appeared?" Han Li exclaimed. "I don't know if it truly is a divine spirit treasure, but changes in the sky to the likes of this couldn't be produced from an ordinary treasure. But since fellow Taoist Su and the Yi clan Grand Elder chased after it without another thought, it should be true." "And how did you die?" The nascent soul gritted its teeth. "That wretch Scatterwind had snuck up on me and used a crimson saber to strike down my body. The saber had completely absorbed my blood essence with the attack. If I hadn't resolved myself to abandon my body early, I fear my nascent soul wouldn't have been able to escape." Han Li raised his brow and doubtfully asked, "What blade could be so powerful?" The nascent soul paused for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure. It was the first time I had seen such a treasure. However, its appearance strongly resembled that of the Devil Dragon blade of legend, although its color was quite amiss. But if it was a true Devil Dragon blade, how could I have the opportunity to flee?" The Devil Dragon blade. Han Li's expression changed at the mention of it. Devil blades forged from devil essence diamonds possessed a fearsome reputation. It was said that such blades possessed the vicious ability to kill by absorbing flesh and soul, and in turn refine them into power. The devil blade's might would then increase with the body count. Many believed that after a certain amount of time and honed with a continuous stream of kills, it would eventually rival a divine spirit treasure and be possible for the wielder to kill a deity transformation stage cultivator. Of course, divine spirit treasures and said blades in particular have long been extinct in the mortal world, so there was no such thing as a true comparison. But when the Yin-sifting sect elder suddenly mentioned this treasure, Han Li's expression turned unsightly. Guiling blinked and mused. The blade can't have been a devil-dragon blade, since his nascent soul was given the opportunity to escape. It should be a rare devil Dao treasure of another kind, since the saber only bore a strong resemblance to the weapon. That should be the case, Han Li nodded. Soon after, he looked in the direction of the devil-suppressing pagoda and saw that one of the peaks in the distance was gone. When he thought of the heaven-void cauldron in his hand, his heart stirred and he muttered, Kunwu Mountain was known to be the center of human cultivation. It shouldn't be rare for a divine spirit treasure to be there. With Guiling's help and the human-like puppet, he now had a chance at acquiring the treasure. And with the 8 high-grade spirit stones he acquired from old Devil Qian's storage pouch, he could use his puppet quite freely. Silvermoon's voice suddenly spoke in his mind with hesitation. Master, how about we take a look? For some reason, ever since I left the hall, something has been beckoning me towards there. It seems quite familiar. Perhaps there is something that is related to my lost memories. There is something calling for you? Han Li asked, startled. That's right, I can faintly sense it. If we miss this opportunity, my memories may never be whole. Silvermoon spoke with an earnest tone. Han Li silently mused for a long while. Then he chuckled. In that case, let's take a look. I am also quite interested in this divine spirit treasure. When Silvermoon heard him, she happily replied, Many thanks, master. Han Li then turned to the side and slowly said, Fellow Taoist Gai, since a divine spirit treasure has emerged, it seems hiding away isn't an option anymore. Guiling gave a slight bow and answered, You are my master. I will do what you bid. With the appearance of such a rare treasure, no cultivator could turn a blind eye. Guiling had already anticipated this and wasn't surprised by his change of mind. Then the nascent soul trapped by the large azure hand shouted, Could you agree to not harm me? I swear that everything I told you is true. I never mentioned sparing you, and you clearly understood that not speaking would only mean having your soul refined. You can only blame yourself for falling into my hands. With that said, Han Li opened his mouth and released a bolt of golden lightning. With a miserable scream, the large hand and the nascent soul disappeared in a flare of gold, only for a faint green banner to fall to the ground. Han Li's eyes lit up and he swept it up with a wave of his sleeve. He quickly glanced over it and found it to be another ghost-sifting banner. After using a soul-scouring technique on old Devil Qian, he came to understand that the banners were no trivial items. If all 18 were combined, they would have unimaginable power. Since he was already the nemesis of the Yin-sifting sect, he planned on taking all of them into his possession. Even if they were of little value to him, he couldn't allow them to restore their number. In the past, when one had been destroyed or lost, if the sect wasn't able to recover it, they refined a new one. However, this was only done a few times in the entire history of their sect. No matter how wealthy they may be, these banners weren't easily created. After refinement, it would take quite some time before they were powerful enough to be used. Han Li looked in the direction of the pagoda and muttered, Let's hurry. We don't know if there are cultivators already fighting over the treasure. He then flew down the steps with Guiling closely behind. There were restrictions to either side of the stairway, preventing them from cutting through. Along the way, he spotted no further signs of combat, and soon, they returned to the main White Jade Plaza, then making their way up to the devil-suppressing pagoda. Farther down the path, there was an area reduced to a mess littered with rubble and holes. Han Li turned a blind eye to this and continued on his way. Guiling let out a gasp and looked at one of the piles of rubble. Surprised, he followed her gaze and found something strange. Below an unremarkable pile of debris, there was a small white object. It was clearly the bones belonging to an arm. He swept his sleeve and blew away the rubble in an azure wind, revealing a skeleton underneath. Shock appeared on Han Li's face. The hair and clothes draped on the skeleton belonged to Old Man Fu. The dark violet pearl was tightly held in his other hand, but it was mostly shattered. Han Li remained silent and began to look around. After a long while, he sighed, To think you put all that effort into refining the nascent cultivating pill only for you to die here. The path of cultivation is truly perilous. Although he didn't consider them to be friends, his sudden death left a rather peculiar feeling in his heart. Does fellow Taoist Han recognize this person? Guiling asked. His death is quite odd. The flesh had been stripped clean and there are no signs that his nascent soul had manifested. And there is only the mark of a single cut from his back. It appears like... Han Li let out a long sigh. This person died from the blade that the Yin-sifting sect elder described, right? Guiling solemnly said. Indeed, although there are other devilish techniques capable of stripping away flesh, they don't leave a mark like this. Additionally, the Yin-sifting sect elder's nascent soul was able to flee, but this person's simply perished. Could it truly be a devil-dragon blade? How could we explain this difference in strength? After some thought, Han Li shook his head and said, I very much doubt that. The devil-dragon blade might have the power to increase its strength from consuming the souls and flesh of cultivators, but the process should take quite a bit of time. How could its power grow so rapidly? Yes, that does make sense, Guiling chimed with a sense of understanding. More importantly, this Master Scatterwind has no fear of consequences. He dared to attack elders of both the Yin-sifting sect and the Nine Serenities sect. Furthermore, he hadn't destroyed their bodies after killing them. Doesn't he have any fear of the two sects joining together to take revenge? Han Li took another glance at the skeleton and puzzlement appeared on his face. Given that his storage pouch had disappeared, the nascent cultivating pill should have fallen into the hands of that character. As Guiling had just emerged from imprisonment, she had little understanding of the current cultivation world and thus little to add. Han Li pondered for a moment more and couldn't come up with an answer. Then he raised his hand and released a fireball, burning the skeleton to ash. Let's be careful. That blade will be stronger after consuming a nascent soul cultivator. We'd best not suffer in the same way. With those indifferent words, he led the way ahead but wore a much gloomier expression. Guiling's heart trembled upon hearing this, and she grimaced with her unsightly face before following after him with a wry smile. As they headed up, the two hadn't encountered anything else of note and eventually arrived at the end of the stairway, or what remained of it. They found themselves at a cliff that had been cut half in size and the mountain behind it had vanished without a trace. Han Li peered into the distance and then looked down at the unfathomable depth. He then stroked his chin with a pensive expression. Although Guiling had already been expecting this from what the Yin-sifting sect elder had said, she was astonished to see this with her own eyes. It appears that others have already descended and that the devil-suppressing pagoda had truly sunk into the mountain. Who knows what's going on below? Fellow Taoist Gray, do you know what monsters are being detained in the pagoda? After some hesitation, Guiling earnestly replied, I'm not too sure. In the past I was one of the demon beasts used to guard the mountain. Those cultivators hadn't mentioned the matter to me. But before I was moved outside the mountain, I sensed a huge devilish chi that appeared here. Soon after it disappeared. It should have been sealed in the pagoda. It is a pity that my cultivation at the time had been rather shallow. From how powerful the aura was, I could have determined the true cultivation of the master of the chi. Han Li took a deep look down the cliff and said, It's no matter. Regardless of how powerful that being may be, it should have been immensely weakened after being suppressed for so many years. Furthermore, there should have been many late nascent soul cultivators to deal with it. Soon after, he beckoned to Guiling and the two slowly floated down. The darkness was unfathomably deep. After floating down for a quarter hour, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Han Li felt both sullen and bewildered. At this depth, his surroundings had already become shadowed and dark and his vision was limited. He raised his head and could only faintly see a white dot shining far away. Under the present restrictions limiting one's spiritual sense, a common cultivator would only be able to sense movement within 100 meters. But Han Li had the bright sight spirit eyes, allowing him to clearly see a kilometer around him. As they continued to drop, Guiling suddenly shouted, Fellow Taoist Han below us. Stirred by her words, he looked down. Specks of light glowed not far below them and they could see the faint outline of a huge building. His expression stirred and he moved to get a closer look when saw something flash from the corner of his eye. A crimson light was silently sweeping towards him from the darkness. He was suddenly barraged by a bloody scent assailing his nose which filled him with absolute disgust. Master Scatterwind. Han Li's heart trembled. The crimson light was as fast as lightning, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for his continued vigilance, he feared that he would have been too slow to act. He quickly raised his hand and summoned a sparkling small silver disc, the Tailstar Essence Shield. It violently surged in size and a sheen of white light emerged from it to cover Han Li. Before an eye could even blink, crimson light cascaded around him, leaving him completely surrounded. Hiss! A 3-meter-long saber suddenly emerged from the light and struck the silver barrier. The saber appeared peculiar as it was as narrow as 2 fingers and as thin as paper, not to mention the demonic crimson glow on its surface. The barrier swayed from the strike before shattering into tiny fragments. The saber moved on to directly strike at the Tailstar Essence Shield. The shield brilliantly flashed and its surface turned sleek as a mirror. Crimson and silver intertwined, finding them at a deadlock for the time being. Just as the tension in his heart eased, the blood saber suddenly warped and twisted around the shield with an unbelievable flexibility. Seeing that the saber had snaked around to strike him, he shot backward and flicked his fingers, releasing azure sword streaks to repel it. Clangs of metal sounded out as the saber incisively slid through all of them in a single blow and continued towards Han Li without the slightest obstruction. Han Li's face paled and he opened his mouth to spit out an object wrapped in azure light. A crisp clang rang as the crimson saber was blocked by not the object, but the light that surrounded it. It was the Heaven Void Cauldron. A surprised yelp came from the distance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li summoned his thunderstorm wings and blinked over 30 meters away. He then raised his hand and had the Tailstar Essence Shield and the Heaven Void Cauldron shoot back towards him. Then the crimson light surrounding him surged and rushed at him in every direction, filling the air with a disgusting bloody scent. Han Li coldly snorted and held his hands in an incantation gesture. Thunder sounded out and a barrier of golden lightning emerged from his body, dispersing the crimson that attempted to approach him and held them at bay. Divine Devilbane Lightning. When the hidden figure saw this, he was surprised and knew that they had encountered a fearsome opponent. Han Li looked at the figure in the distance and coldly said, "Master Scatterwind? Is that you?" The person didn't reply. Instead, the saber let out a hum and absorbed all of the crimson light nearby. Then in a blur, the figure disappeared into the darkness along with the weapon. "Fellow Taoist, are you all right?" The ambush had taken place in only a moment, and Guiling was caught off guard. She anxiously asked about his well-being, fearing that he would rebuke her afterwards. "Yes. As I expected, it does resemble a devil dragon blade. A common treasure would have been split in 2 by the initial attack, but my shield managed to block it well enough," Han Li calmly stated. Then with a wave of his arm, the Tailstar shield returned to his hand. When he glanced it over, he saw a deep slender cut on the surface. Han Li's eyes widened in surprise and he frowned. As he poured great amounts of spiritual power into it, silver light began to wander across its surface and the cut was slowly mended. With a now restored shield, he put it away and absorbed the cauldron back into his body. Did Brother Han clearly see the person's appearance? No, spiritual light masked his body. I wasn't able to see if he was truly Master Scatterwind. However, his cultivation didn't seem very high. With that said, he turned to look at the silhouette of the large building and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Although Guiling wished to proceed, she didn't know what he was thinking and simply remained at his side. Without raising his head, he indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist Gui, I will treat your hesitation to act as a single mistake and ignore it. I hope you will not have any further thoughts of this in the future." Then he flew down in an azure streak before she could reply. Guiling felt her heart thump, but was relieved after hearing that he didn't plan on harming her. But for a time her expression was conflicted. She did have a few erring thoughts a moment ago, and it seemed that the Han Li had sensed this from the portion of her soul possessing her life soul tile. A long while later, Guiling let out a wry laugh and helplessly followed suit. Han Li arrived above a huge square platform and began to calmly examine his surroundings. Apart from veiled steps heading downward, there was no other course. "So this is the devil-suppressing pagoda," he muttered. Guiling landed behind him. Having heard his words, she quickly explained, "You may not know this, but the pagoda is structured quite oddly. They constructed it so that its peak is on the lowest floor. The deeper one heads in, the more fearsome the monsters it imprisons. So it was like that." Han Li nodded and looked around him once more. He acted as if nothing from moments ago had happened at all, causing her to hold him in even more fear. He tossed a moonlight stone into the air and had it float above him. After calling out to Guiling, they began the descent into the pagoda. The first few floors were exceptionally wide and peaceful as there were no ghosts inside. It seemed the cultivators who arrived first had cleanly wiped them out. However, there were many signs of battle. There was fighting to prevent others from heading further inside. When he arrived on the third floor, a scorched corpse lay sprawling at the side of a stone pillar. Han Li examined it for a while before concluding that it didn't belong to someone he could recognize, likely a Yi clan cultivator. However, this one had released his nascent soul before his body perished, but it was unknown if it managed to successfully escape. Oddly, there was nothing of note on the fourth floor, but once he entered the fifth, he found two more corpses. One was a shade of dark green, having perished from some kind of fierce poison. As for the other, it belonged to the large man from the band of vagrant cultivators. His head was lobbed to the side and his body was shredded to pieces. His severed head donned a face of disbelief. Although Han Li felt his heart tremble at the sight of this, he didn't slow his stride. After turning the corpses to ash, he solemnly entered the sixth floor. To his unexpected surprise, he found a living person, a palace-robed woman sealed in a huge chunk of ice by Yaoi. Her eyes were shut and she had her hands clasped in a gesture around a crystalline flying sword. If it weren't for the faint spiritual fluctuations he sensed from her, he would have believed her to be dead from her deathly white complexion. However, he didn't immediately free her and instead swept his entire spiritual sense past the floor. When he made sure the area was clear, he softly placed his hand against the block of ice. Then with a crackle, a layer of purple flames ignited from his palm and quickly ate away at the cold chi. In the blink of an eye, the huge chunk shrunk and soon Bai Yaoi was released. As the last of the ice evaporated from her body, her eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes. When she saw that Han Li had appeared in front of her, her tense expression instantly relaxed. So it was Brother Han. I had begun to worry. Bai Yaoi weakly smiled. It was clear her vitality was greatly weakened. Han Li frowned and examined the woman's expression before slowly asking, "If I remember correctly, fellow Taoist, Bai cultivated an ice attribute technique. Could it be that you sealed yourself in the ice?" With a face still lingering with fear, Bai Yaoi slowly said, "I was heavily injured. In order to repel my enemies, I was forced to release the profound glacial chi I diligently cultivated within my flying sword for many years. At the time, the others were only thinking of entering the lower floors as soon as they could, and I managed to escape death through only luck." "Oh. From your words, you don't seem very familiar with the attackers." "It was someone from the group of cultivators that arrived before us. At the time I was in a deadlock with someone when I was ambushed, forcing me to seal myself. The ice would have taken a long time to break unless a late nascent soul cultivator was personally bent on destroying it. But since I am heavily injured, I had no way to break free and had to trouble fellow Taoist Han to save me. Had I remained sealed for a long, I don't even want to think of the consequences. Speaking of it, Brother Han is truly powerful to be able to wipe away the glacial chi in only a short time. It didn't take much effort. Could fellow Taoist Bai tell me what happened here?" "After fellow Taoist Fu and I departed, we searched a secret pavilion and acquired quite a few gains. We planned to withdraw, but then an abrupt change occurred in the sky above the devil-suppressing pagoda, signifying the appearance of a grand treasure. We were overcome with greed and had joined the fray. Along the way we encountered many cultivators that were heading in that direction as well. We saw the Sifting sect elders, the cultivators that had opened the seal, the vagrant cultivators, and even the silver-winged night fiend from before. To tell the truth, when we saw so many powerful figures, we immediately felt regret and thought to withdraw. However, they had attacked as soon as they spotted us and we were forced to fight. I had been pursued from the very beginning and fled here. Fellow Taoist Fu had disappeared along the way. It seemed he had an opportunity to escape. As Bai Yaoi explained what happened, she examined the horned woman at his side with an uneasy expression. She clearly sensed the fearsome demonic qi emitting from her body. Seeing that she was startled, Han Li smiled and said, "There is no need to fear, fellow Taoist Bai. Fellow Taoist Gui Ling has agreed to join hands with me. I wouldn't have dared to come otherwise." Gui Ling then squeezed out a faint smile. Although Bai Yaoi didn't believe the two circumstances were as simple as he stated, she felt relieved. So it was like that. I did say Brother Han's abilities and wisdom is far beyond the likes of us. Then with a stern expression he continued, "But I have to mention I saw the remains of fellow Taoist Fu. He had passed near the entrance." "Truly?" Bai Yaoi wore a trace of astonishment. "I personally dealt with his corpse and there are no signs that his nascent soul manifested." Han Li was then reminded of the crimson saber and a cold glint flashed from his eyes. "Speaking of which, did you sense anyone pass by you when you were trapped in the ice?" "No." Bai Yaoi paused in surprise. "Could it that others have entered?" "Nothing of the sort." Han Li pondered to himself and looked down at the entrance to the bottom floor. "Since your vitality is weakened, what do you plan on doing now?" "What is there to do? No matter how valuable the treasure is within, it would only be a vain attempt on my part. I plan on immediately departing as soon as the seal's opening stabilizes." "That will be good. Let's part here then, fellow Taoist Bai. I still hold quite a bit of interest in the treasure," Han Li said, revealing no surprise at her intent to retreat. When she heard him, she chuckled. "Since Brother Han is confident, I will not try to change your mind. Be careful. Take care of yourself too, fellow Taoist Bai." Han Li saluted her and then blurred in the direction of the entrance to the next floor. Gui Ling silently followed after him. When Bai Yaoi saw the two depart, she sighed and swallowed a fire-red pill she summoned from her storage pouch. Just after he was 60 meters away, Han Li suddenly thought of something and turned around. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I've long heard of the fame of North Night Palace. Would it be possible for me to visit it in the future?" Bai Yaoi paused in surprise and replied with a sweet smile, "Fellow Taoist must be joking. Our palace would be happy to receive you." "Your words put me at ease." Han Li smiled and departed without any further delay. Bai Yaoi waited for Han Li to disappear before her smile changed to a pensive expression. Although she happily agreed, she felt rather bewildered as to why he would suddenly mention the North Night Palace. On the 7th floor, where the Elder Devil and company had previously fought against the ghost fiends, it was completely empty without a soul in sight. The two easily made their way down to a small room that contained a white and a black teleportation formation. When Han Li glanced at the formations, he stroked his chin and carefully mused. Within his mind he asked, "Silvermoon, do you sense anything? These two are both short-ranged and should lead to the next floor. Is there anything about them that beckons you?" "How strange," Silvermoon slowly answered. "I sense something awfully familiar from them both, but the feeling from the white one is far stronger." After a moment of silent thought, Han Li calmly said, "Then let's go through that one. I faintly sense a devil chi from the black teleportation formation. It makes me feel uncomfortable." Soon after, he wordlessly stepped into the white formation and Gui Ling followed suit. Then with a spell seal striking the edge of the formation, white light flashed from around them and they disappeared. Just as they appeared on the 8th floor, Han Li summoned the Tailstar Essence shield in front of him and Gui Ling's crimson armor shimmered on her body. After all, they didn't know where the formation would take them, nor if there was anyone guarding it. Given how experienced they were, they didn't dare to be careless. But contrary to their expectations, there weren't immediate attacks. Instead, they heard raging explosions in the distance. When the teleportation sickness faded away, Han Li glanced around, only for his heart to stir. The terrain in front of him was in complete disarray. Up above them, flying swords and other treasures were dancing in the air. Han Li hastily swept his eyes up above and spotted a dozen silhouettes. The silver-winged night fiend, the lion hawk, the grand immortal Su, the endless sky saintess Lin Yinping, and the two immortal form sect elders were among them. There were also several unfamiliar cultivators that Han Li guessed to be the ones from the Yi clan. However, Gu Tianhao and the remaining Yin sifting sect elder was nowhere to be seen. All of the figures in the sky weren't actually attacking each other at the moment. Rather, they were scattered across the palace at the center of the area. There was a huge spell formation surrounding the palace and tens of altars surrounding it, each enshrined with a white jade statue that was 10 meters tall. The statues were clad in glittering armor and held huge golden blades in their hands. They had come to life and were working in conjunction with the restrictions of the giant spell formation. They faced off against the many high-grade opponents, releasing 10-meter-long sword lights in response to the cultivators' attacks. However, the cultivators weren't entirely focused on the statues. Quite a few would occasionally steal a glance at the palace in between their attacks. Over 30 meters in the air above the palace floated an emerald-green wooden ruler emitting a faint verdant glow. It was half a foot long and styled unoriginally. It only appeared to be a common treasure, however, because every time it flipped in the air, countless lotus flowers blossomed around it and slowly danced in the air. The images of 8 various spirit beasts would appear amongst them and roar at the ruler as if in a show of respect. A horned lion dragon, golden-scaled flood dragon, 8-corned deer. Han Li lost his breath as he named them all off. These spirit beasts were resoundingly famous during ancient times. In her shock, Guiling muttered, "The 8th spirit ruler. I didn't think that the 3 Kunwu elders would leave this treasure behind." The 8th spirit ruler? Han Li's expression stirred. Silvermoon slowly said, "The ruler is a divine spirit treasure. However, it was only used a handful during ancient times and was lesser known as a result. Nevertheless, its power should be as expected." Han Li's frowned, having heard Silvermoon's voice turn strange. "Are you all right?" "I'm not sure. I originally didn't recognize the treasure, but some detailed information on it had just appeared in my mind. Seems like this was what had summoned me. No, it's not the ruler. Someone close to me was beckoning. Wait, that's not right either. My other half is here." Han Li frowned, but just as he thought to inquire any further, the group of cultivators discovered Han Li and stared at him with bemused and hostile gazes. In his shock, Han Li dropped the matter with Silvermoon. He then walked out from the teleportation formation with a glint in his eye and floated to the sky. Grand Immortal Su coldly laughed and released a silver streak with a wave of his hand, shattering one of the statues. "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Han would dare to follow us. I am truly impressed." Soon after the statue's destruction, the altar flashed with white light, restoring it to its original form. Then it continued to wave its golden blade, releasing cuts of light into the air. Han Li calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? A divine spirit treasure has appeared in front of us, and you still intend on starting trouble?" When Lin Yinping heard this, hostility flared on her face, but just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by the silver-winged night fiend. "Don't forget that we have things to settle as well. Although there is a treasure in front of us, I wouldn't mind settling our debts first." The lion hawk next to him snarled in a clearly threatening gesture. "Oh, is that so?" Han Li replied with a smile. Guiling sighed, stepping forward to stand at his side. The night fiend's expression shifted upon seeing her. "Fellow Taoist Gui, what are you doing? Why are you together with that human?" An ominous glint flashed from her eye and she yelled, "Do you truly not know, or are you playing the fool? After you made use of me, you only cared for your own life soul tiles and tossed me aside, leaving mine in his hands. If I want to preserve my life, I can only obey him." The cultivators were amazed to hear this. The night fiend wore slight embarrassment, and the roaring lion hawk immediately closed its mouth. The 3 had a friendship that spanned back many years. If it were possible, the 2 would have liked to help retrieve her life soul tile. However, the circumstances at the time were peculiar. They only managed to grab their own tiles due to luck. They truly had no method to grab Guiling's. Furthermore, Han Li had been particularly cunning and immediately departed as soon as he grabbed the tile along with a few other treasures, making a clean escape while the rest had been trapped by the might of the 4 skies ruler. The night fiend's expression returned to normal and he sullenly stared at Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Gui, don't worry. I'll help you take it back." Guiling glared. "Now that we reached this far, there is no point. I have no choice but to obey. If you get in our way, don't blame me for being ruthless." The demon wryly chuckled and said nothing else, but he continued to leer at Han Li. Han Li indifferently ignored him as he began to form a plan of action. If the night fiend truly intended on finding trouble, he would have Guiling contest him. Lady Mu then sweetly smiled. "Fellow Taoist Han, how did you battle against old devil Qian Fair? Since he's yet to appear, could it be that he's met his end at your hands? The words came as a shock to everyone present. Han Li raised his brow at her provocation, and turned to look at her and the beautiful young woman at her side. So you were the one who spied on our battle. I've yet to have the pleasure of knowing your name. Since you don't know who we are, you must be fellow Taoist Han. We are from the Nanjiang's immortal form sect. We can be considered half of the masters of this place. Brother Han's face is quite unfamiliar. Could it be you aren't from the Great Jin? Lady Mu had a well-bestowed body and a face of ordinary beauty. As she spoke flirtatiously, an icy coldness seeped out from deep in her eyes. My origins have nothing to do with our current affairs. As for my battle with old devil Qian, we merely sparred for a bit before eventually parting ways. Has that old devil still not appeared? Seems I have arrived first. Han Li spoke without a change in expression. At his side, Gui Ling rolled her eyes but remained silent. Lady Mu was doubtful of his words, but she also couldn't believe that he was capable of killing such a famed figure. As such, she silently smiled when she heard his unfriendly reply. The Yi clan cultivators now looked at Han Li with newfound importance considering this new information and exchanged a glance with one another. They then withdrew and stopped attacking the stone puppets in the spell formation for the time being. The white-robed late-nascent soul stage scholar blinked and sent Han Li a voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, it seems there are grudges between you and them. I am the Yi clan Grand Elder, the commanding power of the Great Jin's imperial family. Would you be interested in joining hands? We only need the 8 spirit ruler. All the other treasures in the hall will be yours. What do you say? Han Li was stunned to hear this, but maintained a face of indifference and didn't reply. Seeing that Han Li possessed great power and controlled the high-grade spirit beast Gui Ling, he continued, Fellow Taoist, don't think that we're being greedy. If you manage to somehow acquire that treasure, you won't be able to last long by yourself. Han Li frowned and eventually replied through voice transmission, Your Yi clan is the greatest noble house in the Great Jin. Why do you need the help of an outsider like me? Didn't you have 2 great cultivators when entering this place? Where is the other one? His expression stirred and began to look around at the faces of these unfamiliar cultivators. He felt a bit of relief now seeing that the elder devil wasn't counted among their numbers, but trepidation still lingered in his heart. The scholar's heart trembled and chuckled a bit. I didn't expect that Brother Han would know of that person. To tell you the truth, he should be within this pagoda. Although I have no contact with him, I'm sure he'll come to aid us during our time of need. Perhaps he's already entered the palace. Han Li paused for a moment and replied, Is that so? But if there is nothing else in the palace, I would only be fanning resentment with these people for nothing. Seeing that Han Li was somewhat tempted, the Yi clan Grand Elder hurriedly pushed. That's a simple matter to resolve. We've already searched through other areas of the mountain and acquired many powerful treasures in passing. If you gain nothing from the palace, I am willing to hand them all over to you. If you fear that they would take revenge in the future, we can have you become a guest elder of the clan, or even pay you a sum of 1 million spirit stones. Because the large-headed eccentric and some others had disappeared, the scholar felt great apprehension moving forward now that their current situation had fallen out of control. As such, he spared no effort to rope in Han Li swiftly. After a moment's thought, Han Li chuckled and agreed. I will take the offer of 1 million spirit stones. If worst to worst, I will just depart from the Great Jin. Most excellent. Then the matter is settled. Fellow Taoist can act according to his discretion, the scholar said with an exceedingly happy tone. As the artifact spirit linked to his soul-joined magic treasure, Silver Moon was able to clearly listen in on the deal. She couldn't help but ask, What? You truly wish to hand over the 8 spirit ruler to them? Of course not, Han Li leisurely replied. The Yi clan is conscious of their own weakness and I also need their help. With only an oral agreement, neither side is obliged to hold to their terms. Silvermoon sighed, I also think this is the case. When the great formation is broken through, you will have to prepare to acquire the ruler and make use of all your abilities to escape. Han Li smiled and said little else. At that moment, the scholar channeled magic power into his voice and loudly yelled, Everyone, since fellow Taoist Han has arrived, we have a greater chance at destroying this ancient formation. How about we include the fellow Taoist in our previous arrangement? Grand Immortal Su coldly snorted. We're already enough to destroy the formation. We don't need another. We will be capturing him. The scholar's expression sank and he sullenly said, Brother Su must be joking. I have no objection should you choose to do so, but do you think you'll have the time to play around? That is true. Lady Mu swept her hair to the side and said, the High Zenith Sect's Master Sable and the Heavenly Devil Sect's Taoist Seven Wonders are soon to arrive from the outside. We maybe have a day at most to acquire the treasure. When the greatest sects of the Devil and Righteous Tao come here, do you believe that the treasure will belong to any of us? Apart from the 3 demons present, all of the cultivators felt great shock upon hearing the names of these 2 sections. The Yi clan Grand Elder in particular instantly paled. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping glanced at each other and their previous emotions were nowhere to be seen. Although the Endless Skies Temple and the Heavenly Devil Sect had friendly relations, they definitely wouldn't remotely give them an even share of Kunwu Mountain's treasures. Fine, Grand Immortal Su begrudgingly spoke. Let's have him join in breaking the restriction. Once it's destroyed, the Divine Spirit treasure will belong to whoever can take it. The others raised no objections, harboring their own intentions. Han Li's lip curled up when he saw this. He then released a dozen golden swords with a shake of his sleeve and began to attack the statues below. The others were also unwilling to delay any further. As for the statues down below, they immediately began to move again and wave their sabers towards the air, filling the sky with slices of light and thunderous booms. As the others continued to attack the formation surrounding the palace, the 2 Immortal Form Sect elders were having a secret discussion. The junior woman sent a voice transmission to Lady Mu with a worried tone. Senior Martial Sister, must we truly aid them in breaking the formation? Elder Xiang mentioned that the palace was connected with the Elder Devil Ancestor's seal. And how was the 8th Spirit Ruler discovered here? Don't worry, Junior Martial Sister, Lady Mu quickly calmed. This isn't the place where the devil is sealed or the Dragon Call crest would have reacted by now. As for the reason why we must break this formation, it isn't solely for the ruler. We must reach the 9th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda to re-strengthen the seal as it has the core of the formation. However, there is no opening to the next floor, leaving the palace as the only place it could be. I should have explained sooner. So it was like that. I was wondering why Senior Martial Sister had dragged me here. But the ruler. Lady Mu interrupted. The 8th Spirit Ruler is a treasure that the ancestors of our sect had left behind. It is only proper for us to acquire it. That is true, but I fear it would be difficult for us to fight for it. The beautiful woman glanced at the cultivators and the demons around them and wore a hesitant expression. Perhaps, but don't forget that you have the 4 Skies Ruler, a replica of that very divine spirit treasure. When the fight for the ruler occurs, activate it and see if it has any impact. Even if it isn't effective, Elder Xiang could come at any moment, and they will be forced to hand it over to him. He has a deep relationship with our sect. If we plead with him, he will be certain to give us some benefits even if he doesn't directly hand the 8th Spirit Ruler over to us. A cunning glint shone from Lady Mu's eyes. That's also true. The beautiful woman then paused in thought and worriedly asked, but what about that black formation from the room that we came from? Could it be that is where the Elder Devil is sealed? It is unfortunate that it had lost its effect, or we could have taken a look at it first. It's possible. Our sect records don't mention any specific information on the Elder Devil's seal. As the two were continuing their secret conversation, the Elder Devil's sacred ancestor was attempting to break free of its constraints in a hidden space nearby. The black mirror, the jade lotus, the ring, the authority token and the small black bottle was floating above the huge 2-headed wolf, each releasing a black beam of light down below into its body. This produced a layer of eerie devilish light, pushing the talismans and chains a foot off the wolf's hide. The restraints twinkled with light, activating their restrictions in response to this. But the most notable of these was the yellow mirrors that surrounded it. They all simultaneously let out a drone, and the bright beams of light had been strengthened, turning them several times thicker. The 2-headed and 4-armed Elder Devil was currently floating in the air and striking the 5 devilish artifacts with spell seals. His 2 faces wore grave expressions as they stared at the silver wolf in the air. The black teleportation formation below them was covered in a shroud of gray light, causing temporary disruption and prevent any others from barging in. At the moment, the black wolf had assumed a completely devilish appearance. Not only was its horn several times larger, but black lightning also flashed from its surface, occasionally releasing pangs of thunder. The wolf's eyes were lit with a purple devil flame and began to incinerate the nearby talismans through merely glancing at them. After the infusion of devilish qi from the 5 artifacts, the sacred ancestor's soul fragment had accumulated enough qi and finally began to break free of its constraints. As time slowly ticked by, the wolf had eventually destroyed all of the nearby talismans and let out a series of howls. Black light began to sway across its body and it grew even larger, as if turning into a world-rending god. The net of yellow light beams managed to barely suppress for a short while, but the wolf's tyrannical expansion had soon broken through, causing all of the mirrors to simultaneously burst into specks of starlight. The originally unremarkable heavenly star chains, however, brightly glowed and expanded, remaining tightly wrapped around the huge wolf without even a second's pause. Furthermore, the chains had white flame ignite across its length. The smell of scorched flesh instantly filled the air as the holy inferno burned through the wolf's pelt, disregarding the devilish light that surrounded it. The wolf head grimaced in agony as it felt the white flames burn it, and a trace of fear even appeared on its face. She quickly muttered, "Pure yang bone fire. I didn't think that those cultivators were actually capable of fusing this demonic flame with the chains. This will be troublesome." Then the black wolf head suddenly raised its head and deafeningly howled. Black lightning surged from its horn, releasing a ball of lightning to the sky, only for it to burst into countless arcs of black to rain down on the chains. In the blink of an eye, white flames and black lightning raged against one another as if they were 2 pythons coiled on chains and let out strange muffled sounds. The head hadn't stopped there. With purple flames surging from its eyes, it let out a soft incantation and opened its mouth again, this time spitting out a mist of inky light all around it, engulfing the world in a wave of black. Deafening crashes could be heard as it wiped away the dense number of restrictions in the distance. When the felt joy elder devil when he saw this. Although the devil ancestor's soul fragment was trapped for countless years, its abilities hadn't suffered in the least. Outside Kunwu Mountains, as the opening to the seal, there were a few hundred cultivators gathered around, less than half the number that had gathered there earlier. However, Master Sable still remained sitting at the opening and wore a solemn expression. This was due to the dozen nascent soul cultivators that were heads of the crowd. If it weren't for the fame of the High Zenith sect and his high cultivation, he suspected they would have impatiently head inside already. But even so, he couldn't afford to block them for much longer. Many of the nascent soul cultivators present actually belonged to a few great sections. Even the High Zenith sect wasn't willing to provoke them. Eventually, a mid-nascent soul old man with a face glowing red emerged from the crowd. "Master Sable, what are you planning? I didn't come here to waste my time." Master Sable sighed and opened his eyes from meditation. With an even tone he replied, "Fellow Taoist Luo, didn't I already tell you? The opening is in no shape for people to pass through. I am only blocking you because I don't wish for your lives to be spent in vain." The old man Luo annoyedly retorted, "Then why did I hear that the Sifting sect and Immortal Form sect cultivators have already entered?" Master Sable calmly replied, "That was because Lady Mu had the Sun Moon Shuttle and Brother Su had the Keen Spirit Peacock to brave the danger. If Brother Luo also has one of the 3 Great Spirit Shuttles, I won't block you any further. But you can wait a few more days. The passage will stabilize." "A few more days. Then all the treasures will be long taken." Another unhappy voice sounded out, coming from a silhouette shrouded in green light. He floated from the crowd and walked forward. "So it was the Jade Wisp Horizon's fellow Taoist You've also come." When Master Sable saw this person, he unconsciously frowned. Although he wasn't someone from the great sects, his poison techniques were well known in the Great Gene. Even he didn't want to provoke such a difficult enemy. In truth, he didn't actually care about them. He wouldn't bat an eye if they all lost their lives to the unstable opening. But he had previously acquired a secret report that the breach in the seal was the doing of the Yi clan. Just as he was pondering about the nature of the Yi clan's plans, he immediately received an order from his sect, requiring him to only enter with the assistance of the heavenly devil sect's Taoist 7 wonders and to prevent anyone else from entering. The one who had given him the order was a peculiar existence in their sect, one who even he didn't dare to disobey. Why else would he exert himself for such a troublesome affair? But since the order called for 2 late nascent soul cultivators, the matter can't be simple. As he had expected, he soon acquired a jade slip not long after he was guarding the opening, detailing the information of what lay inside. When the old man read through it, he felt greatly startled and couldn't help but regret ever allowing old Devil Qian and the others to enter first. But now that matters have reached this stage, he didn't dare to have any more enter the seal as well. If this number of people all entered, who knew what problems they could stir? If the sealed entity was released, nobody in the mortal world could hope to stand against it. Furthermore, there were divine spirit treasures that couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Confronted against the 2 impatient cultivators, Master Sable dryly coughed. As he considered what to say to pacify them, a cold voice chimed from the distance. What? Do you plan on charging through even with both the Heavenly Devil sect and High Zenith sect blocking you? Suddenly, Old Man Luo's expression vastly changed. A black light shot before them from the distant horizon. It faded to reveal a hook-nosed middle-aged man in black scholar robes. As soon as he appeared, the old man's bearing turned completely gloomy. Taoist 7 wonders. He coldly gasped. It wasn't to say that 7 wonders was superior to Master Sable, but that he was notorious for his extremely cruel acts as the Heavenly Devil sect's enforcement elder. As Old Man Luo was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he was entirely unwilling to upset him. Fellow Taoist 7 wonders must be joking. Since your esteemed sects view this matter with such severity, it seems the passage must truly be dangerous. Waiting a few more days is perfectly acceptable. The old eccentric chuckled and drew back into the crowd. The cultivator in green mist silently withdrew as well. With the appearance of the top sects of both the righteous and devilish Tao joining hands, dissidents stirred in the crowd. As of current, even an idiot would know that whatever being sealed was of grave importance. Why else would the 2 greatest sects be willing to spare such a strong force? But under the pressure of 2 vastly powerful factions, the vagrants and those from smaller sects didn't dare complain. Even those from the larger sects were unwilling to stir up trouble. 8 Heavenly Devil sect cultivators flew in their direction, all at nascent soul stage. As soon as they arrived, they silently took out formation plates and spell flags, quickly erecting a huge restriction in the blink of an eye and creating a dense white mist over the seal's opening. The High Zenith and the Heavenly Devil sect cultivators then disappeared into the formation without a trace. Right after, many of the cultivators that wished to observe them looked at each other in dismay. Inside the restriction, Master Sable sighed and smiled to Taoist 7 wonders. Fortunately, you made haste. I fear I wouldn't have been able to ward them off much longer. Your reputation should strike them with fear. The middle-aged scholar put on an insincere smile and said, Do you wish to yell my name to those outside? Master Sable dryly laughed. Perish the thought. All right, let's get back to the matter at hand. 7 wonders frowned and said, These orders are not something we can simply disobey. On the way, I heard that the sifting sect already managed to enter. Did you let them in because old Devil Qian be among them? Before I came, old Devil Qian and a few vagrant cultivators had already entered. Later on, some sifting sect and a few endless sky temple cultivators entered as well with one of their grand immortals in tow. At the time, I hadn't known the grave importance of the seal and wasn't resolved to block them. 7 wonders snorted and gloomily said, I didn't expect the Yi clan to use their divine spirit treasure replica as a diversion, and use the opportunity to come here and seize genuine divine spirit treasures. If it weren't for the spies we placed in their ranks long ago, we would have been entirely in the dark. Master Sable sighed. It is a pity. The Yi clan had kept a close watch over their plans. Although our informants had known of this some time ago, they didn't have an opportunity to report it. They were only able to destroy a few of their spell formations before escaping. Had we discovered this information earlier, we would have never given them the opportunity in the first place. What's the worth of a divine spirit treasure if the incarnation of the ancient devil ancestor is released? There will be nothing that can be done if we allow it. Given how long it's been since old Devil Qian had entered, he should have already found the site where the devil was sealed. He isn't a fool. He won't do something that won't benefit himself. However, those endless sky cultivators are another story. They aren't from the Great Gene. Oh. I heard that your sect had a relationship with the Endless Sky Temple. I didn't expect you'd be wary of them. What relationship? We merely conduct deals in our own interest, Seven Wonders indifferently replied. How can a seal placed by the ancients be so easily broken? So long as they hadn't yet dissolved the Elder Devil's restrictions, we should be able to stop their rampant actions. And even if the Elder Devil incarnation escapes, it will have been greatly weakened after spending so many years imprisoned. With the 5 devil restriction bands I've brought along, we should be able to subdue it. The devil restricting bands? Those ancient artifact passed down from the spirit realm? Master Sable's eyes lit up at the mention of it. Seven Wonders coldly smiled. That's right. When the Elder Devils invaded our world, the cultivators from the spirit realm brought along a treasure specifically meant to deal with the high-grade Elder Devils. With the 5 devil suppression bands, even the incarnation of the Elder Devil Sacred Ancestor will be helpless. Master Sable's expression calmed and he said, That will be good. I was originally worried that the trip would prove dangerous. I didn't expect you would be able to find these treasures. Who said that I found them? These bands were given to me from the same person who gave me my orders. The one from the High Zenith sect didn't send you a treasure to deal with them? The scholar shot a doubtful glance at the old man. When I left, I was particularly busy and hadn't the time to prepare anything. However, I did bring the heaven-bound blade. I should be able to offer some assistance, Master Sable said with a wry smile. Seven Wonders nodded. That treasure will be suitable enough. However, there is something I still don't understand. Why are we prevented from taking the devil's life unless it's absolutely necessary? Why would they want us to seal it again so it can break out again in the future? Seven Wonders pondered for a moment and seriously replied, Who knows, the ancient cultivators hadn't killed the devil either. There should be some extraordinary circumstances behind this. Let's just follow our orders. Master Sable pensively nodded and then glanced in the direction of the seal's opening. It is as you say. Let's save ourselves the trouble and not be so meddlesome. Did Brother Seven Wonders come here on the flying tortoise chariot? Let's hurry inside. Seven Wonders chuckled and shook his sleeve, summoning a ball of light. It circled around them before massively expanding in size, turning into a 10-meter-long chariot. It appeared similar to a huge tortoise shell. Soon after, Master Sable and Seven Wonders gave orders to the cultivators accompanying them, and the two entered the carriage in the blur before shooting into the seal's opening in a streak of black. The Great Pillar Mountain Range was one of the 4 grand spirit veins in the Great Gene. It belonged to the Righteous Tao's number 1 sect, the High Zenith sect. Apart from the Heavenly Devil sect and the Myriad Demon Valley, no other faction on the continent could compete in terms of power. This resulted in over 100 various spirit mountains falling under the control of the High Zenith sect. Ice Soul Valley was an unremarkably small place among these mountains. It was entirely lacking in spiritual chi, and bone-chilling winds haunted the location, coating the valley walls in an icy sheet year-long. This place of seemingly little value was actually one of the forbidden areas of the High Zenith sect that few knew of. What was particularly mysterious was the illusion formation concealing the valley entrance. Outside from these few restrictions, there were no cultivators standing guard. In truth, no one had dared to step foot near the place for several hundred years. Even the high-ranking elders of the sect didn't dare to step inside. They merely stood outside and spoke towards the valley with a respectful tone. Right around when Taoist Seven Wonders and Master Sable both entered Kunwu Mountain, a gray-robed old man with a sickly appearance appeared outside the valley. He glanced at the illusion formation at the entrance with ridicule and let out a cough, then flying inside in a streak of green light. A short moment later, he appeared at the end of the valley and coldly looked at the huge ice wall in front of him with his face sank. He spoke with a soft cold voice, Old Ghost Bai, I know you're here. There is no need to hide from visitors in your coffin. Soon his words were repeated with deafening echoes throughout the valley. The ice walls quaked without end as if they were on the verge of collapse. The gray-robed old man didn't seem perturbed by this and narrowed his eyes as he stood in front of the ice wall. A long sigh was carried by the wind, echoing throughout the deep ice walls. Fellow Taoist who I don't remember inviting you here. Weren't you cultivating at Devil Cliff Mountain? Just what are you doing at Ice Soul Valley? The old gray-robed old man snorted and unhappily said, You think I want to be here? It's about Kunwu Mountain. A neutral voice echoed back, Oh, Kunwu Mountain. Didn't we already leave this matter to our disciples? What's left to talk about it? The gray-robed old man sullenly said, If only it were so simple. You might not know this, but that old ghost Xian had met mishap on the mountain. Old ghost Xian? Are you sure? Of all the old coots left, he was the strongest among us. The voice shouted with disbelief. The gray-robed old man coldly answered, I'm not too sure myself, but old eccentric Feng personally reported it to me with his flying sword. You should understand that he had always been good friends with that old ghost and that they exchanged primal soul pearls. Recently, Kunwu Mountain made an appearance into the world and old ghost Xiang happened to be nearby, but not long after he entered, his primal soul pearl fell dim. If he isn't grievously injured, then he must be trapped in a restriction of some kind. In any case, he isn't in a good spot. After a short pause, he continued, and just as it so happens, a great problem has come to find old eccentric Feng and he isn't able to personally go and assist. As such, he's requested that we go take a look. He said he's willing to give us 2 blood chi pills as compensation. 2? How generous. That pill will lengthen our lifespan for tens of years. But how did eccentric Feng know that ghost Xiang entered the mountain? The voice asked with a cautious tone. That old ghost has always been cunning. Whenever he sets out to do something, he leaves behind a contingency plan in case anything happens. Before he entered Kunwu Mountain, he sent a message to eccentric Feng with a flying sword. It seems his actions had proved fruitful and now we're here to save him. How about it? Would fellow Taoist Bai be interested in taking a look? It would take us quite some time to refine those on our own. The old man spoke enticingly. The voice then paused in thought. Not long after, he then said, I'll leave it alone. You can go, but I won't follow. What? Does the blood chi pill really not tempt you? The old man asked with surprise. The voice coldly replied, I am indeed tempted, but I fear what I encounter isn't worth the risk. What do you mean? Even if that devil truly escaped confinement, if we join hands, we have nothing to fear. What is there to fear? No matter how fierce it has been in the past after being suppressed for so many years, its abilities shouldn't be much higher than our own. It can't have been as domineering as it had in ancient times, daring to use spatial tempering stage abilities in the mortal world. Then why not go? The old man frowned. If I hadn't taken the fire essence jujube, perhaps. But now that I am using the fruit to break through my bottleneck, I can't miss this opportunity no matter how minor the changes may be. The old man's expression revealed alarm. The spiritual item you acquired was, did you take it directly? Of course, that's the only way to receive sufficient fire spiritual power. A glint flashed from the old man's eye and he sullenly said, You actually did. Don't you know that fruit's spiritual power is overbearing if you don't refine it into a pill? It is enough to ignite the magic power in your body. Hadn't we become all too familiar with the dangers the last time we met? I am well aware. But if I don't take the risk, I could perish within these walls of ice. Or perhaps I will take Ghost Xiang and eccentric Feng's example, and let go of my grand abilities to play the fool. Mingle with low-grade cultivators in fear that using too much magic power would take my life, the voice said with a mocking tone. Brother Bai's words are a bit harsh. They are only doing that in order to find the reverse spirit streams that the spirit world cultivators used in the past to descend into this world. Without reaching late deity transformation stage, we will need to use these passages to ascend. After all, the cultivators of the higher realms were capable of suppressing their magic power and forcefully descend onto our world. If we find these passages, we can temporarily raise our magic power and use them to enter the spirit realm. Ever since the world changed in the past, countless of our fellow deity transformation brethren went searching throughout most of the mortal world for any reverse spirit streams. If any existed, they should have been found by now, or they could be located in the far reaches of the ocean, meaning they could hardly be found at all. Perhaps. But in any case, pursuing our only hope of ascending to the spirit realm is better than sitting around dying. The gray-robed old man wore a helpless expression. Rather than looking for reverse spirit streams, Wouldn't it be better to cultivate to late deity transformation stage? But if it weren't for the ancient devil realm's wickedness in having our world's strength turning sparse, we wouldn't be stuck at this stage to begin with, the man chimed resentfully. There is no use in cursing them, brother Bai, the old man gloomily said. With the last of the ancients that had ascended, it will be some time until the next cultivator manages to reach late deity transformation stage and ascend, and even then their numbers will be incredibly few in comparison to ancient times. Recently, the situation has turned even worse. In nearly 10,000 years, not a single cultivator managed to ascend. Not one. It is no wonder eccentric Feng and the others wanted to put their trust into finding a reverse spirit stream. They can do whatever they please. As for me, I'll be cultivating in seclusion. Let's end our talk here. You already know what I intend to do. Either refuse eccentric Feng's request or head out on your own. Forgive me for not personally sending you off. In the future I will be asking my disciples to seal off this valley. I won't be seeing anybody else until I fully refine the jujube. Make sure to inform the others. After that, the voice ceased speaking and silence filled the air. The old man wore a sullen expression and lingered near the ice for a moment more before stamping down his foot. For 2 blood chi pills, I only need to risk danger once. The extra 100 years of life should be more than enough to compensate for my loss of origin essence. With that muttered, his body glowed in green light and he shot out from the ice valley. In front of the palace on the 8th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda, Han Li expressionlessly held his hands in an incantation gesture and combined a dozen of his flying swords as they let out a resounding hum, instantly turning them into a 10-meter-long cleaver that flashed down at the palace in golden light. With a huge boom, the sword cleaved through a white jade statue and shattered it to dust. Its remains faintly shook before ultimately lying still. Han Li faintly nodded, then commanding his sword to return. This was the 4th statue that he had thoroughly destroyed. The great formation around the palace seemed to make the statues undying, but in truth, they stopped regenerating after being shattered several times. However, this was only possible with a great number of nascent soul cultivators attacking the formation simultaneously. If it were only a couple, it would take far too much magic power to entirely eliminate the formation. As for the golden sabers the stone statues wielded, they were made from a material unknown to him. Not only were they incredibly incisive, they all also had devilbane properties. But what particularly caught his attention was the blades of light that the sabers released. The cultivators of devil techniques wouldn't dare to approach them as they would be able to penetrate through devilish chi as if it were thin air. As for those that wished to enter, the statues would ignore those on the outside and simultaneously release a combined attack in the direction of the trespasser, forcing them to flee back as the attack seemed to cover every angle. And as it turned out, the spell formation was an overlap of several kinds of restrictions. Even after destroying the main body, they wouldn't be able to rush in. Of course, no one was about to take this risk and simply bore through attacking the statues nearby. After they were finished being destroyed, they would be able to tear down the rest of the formation with less effort. After Han Li struck the statue in front of him, he suddenly frowned and looked around. He only saw a few more puppets that still moved. When he thought that, Silvermoon suddenly yelped from his mind and began to sob in pain. In his alarm, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Is there something wrong?" His voice carried a tone of concern. "It isn't important. There is something in the palace that has awakened. It gives me an important strange feeling as if it is familiar." On my head. After forcing out those few words, all Silvermoon could do was groan. When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled and he hastily looked at the palace's spell formation center. The building appeared exactly the same as it had before. Confused, he thought to ask Silvermoon another question when an enormous pressure surged from the palace hall, followed by a heart-rattling explosion. Yellow light shot out from the top of the hall, a large hand moving to grab the 8-spirit ruler. All of the cultivators present were shocked by this and several of them even yelped in surprise. At that moment, a sweet playful laugh echoed from the palace. Then the space around the 8-spirit ruler began to fluctuate before a silhouette with disheveled hair appeared. He opened his mouth as soon after, releasing a ray of light that flashed like lightning, striking the hand and easily penetrating it. A miserable screech sounded out and the large hand quickly disappeared. Soon after, a silhouette wrapped in yellow light flew up and quickly shot away. The disheveled figure chuckled and flickered in an inhuman blur. It somehow stretched itself over 30 meters away in instant pursuit. The person in yellow light was greatly alarmed and he released a crimson arrow from his mouth. This was an attack formed from blood essence and was incredibly fast, but the other person simply blurred from sight and the arrow passed through its body as if it were an illusion. A miserable scream immediately called from the yellow silhouette and soon, he employed an unknown secret technique, scattering himself into mist before condensing back together a distance away. At that moment his complexion was deathly pale and body blood-stained. There were several long claw marks raking his body and one of his arms was a bloody stump. Seventh uncle. The Yi clan elders shouted out with disbelief at his appearance. This sorry figure was the large-headed eccentric. The Yi clan's grand elder was particularly shocked by his sudden appearance. Although Han Li and the others didn't know the identity of this person, a sweep of their spiritual sense revealed that he was a late nascent soul cultivator. As a result, their shock was no lesser than the others. As for the disheveled figure that chased after him, his hair covered his face, but from his appearance, it vaguely matched that of the grand elder of the sacred poison sect, Xianxia. However, the words that left his mouth spoke with the charming voice of a young woman. If it weren't for the vast abilities of those gathered and the presence of the 8th spirit ruler, Han Li would have fled. When the other cultivators saw that something was amiss, they all looked at the disheveled man with baffled gazes. He was able to reduce a late nascent soul cultivator to such a miserable state. Could he be a deity transformation cultivator? As the thought flashed through their minds, they felt their hearts drop. But when this mysterious figure noticed that the large-headed eccentric escaped, he let out a cold chuckle and pursued him no further and instead turned his attention to the others outside of the spell formation. His gaze was as cold as a sharp blade, inspiring a fearsome awe in their souls as it swept past them. The weakest amongst them swayed and was staggered a few steps back before managing to regain their balance. Han Li inwardly cursed as blue light shined from his eyes, hastily channeling the bright-side spirit eyes to block the effect. But when the man's gaze swept past him, Han Li felt as if was immersed in ice and his complexion paled. You are. A woman's voice yelped from the mysterious figure and his gaze focused on Han Li. He seemed to be looking at him in disbelief. At that moment his storage pouch stirred and a white light shot out, circling once in the air before landing in front of him. In a silver flash, the summoned fox took the form of a beautiful young woman in white robes. It really is you. When the mysterious person saw Silvermoon, his body shook and he raised his head, revealing his true face. Xianxia. The surrounding cultivators were thrown back into an uproar. Apart from his now jade eyes, the rest of his appearance hadn't changed at all. He was also now staring at Silvermoon with an odd expression. When the other cultivators saw this odd scene, they were at a complete loss. With their vast experience, they knew Xianxia had been possessed. As for the identity of the possessor, it was a complete mystery. The large-headed eccentric took this opportunity to stealthily retreat, at the same time quickly swallowing a medicine pill and placing several talismans on his stumped arm. It was instantly restored in a sudden flash of white. Afterwards, he raised his head and took another look at the possessed man. Under the current circumstances, Han Li narrowed his eyes as thoughts rushed through his head. Whatever was possessing him had most likely summoned Silvermoon there. However, he didn't know what relationship it had to Silvermoon. Could it be a friend or foe? The shock on Xianxia's face faded away and he indifferently said, "Xueling. You should have found this place many years ago. I didn't expect you to arrive now. Why has your aura become so much weaker? And why are you possessing the body of a four-pupiled fox? Don't you believe this to be an insult to our status as heavenly Silvermoon wolves?" Silvermoon brushed away the hair from her face and remained silent for a long while before doubtfully saying, "Are you Ling Long?" When the person heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He stared at Silvermoon for a moment more before letting out a soft and sweet laugh. "I didn't expect that the greatest beauty of our race, the beloved concubine of the divine wolf Tian Kuei, had lost her memory. I should have guessed as much. Sacred ancestor Yuan Cha's incarnation had forced your soul from our body at the time. It is no surprise it hadn't come out entirely intact. My fine little sister, I'm not Ling Long, I'm Long Meng." When this sweet and charming voice spoke from what appeared to be a man, it gave an odd dissonance. Han Li frowned and had a faint feeling that things would develop poorly. Although he didn't know what relation Silvermoon had with this woman, he faintly heard a trace of schadenfreude directed at her. Silvermoon tensely frowned and stared at Long Meng for a long while, her expression wavering as if something had come to mind. Your words had stirred up a few memories, though they are still very vague. If I am correct, then we are the same. Long Meng's voice turned icy. Humph. So you do remember. In truth, we were originally one person named Ling Long, but when our past self dealt with her 5,000-year tribulation, she cultivated the supreme secret technique of our Silver Moon Wolf clan. But she had made a mistake halfway through and her soul split in two, resulting in the creation of us. However, your primal soul was stronger and you had acted as the master, suppressing me into eternal sleep. But now matters have turned around. With your primal soul being so pathetic, I can finally eradicate you. Silvermoon's face tensed, but her expression soon grew calm. Although I don't remember much, I do recall the Bloodbite soul imprint. You cannot kill me. If I truly die, you will have nowhere to go. Long Meng's expression grew sullen and green light brightly burst from her eyes. Silvermoon immediately let out a yelp, her body trembling as a huge invisible force struck her. Han Li pursed his lips and reached out to the air without another thought. Suddenly, a large azure hand appeared behind her and dragged Silvermoon out from the attack. Long Meng was startled by this and soon furiously glared at Han Li. Not good. Han Li hastily raised his hand and produced the enlarged form of the Tailstar Essence shield in front of him. A huge explosion shook the air. The surface of the shield violently flashed and several inch-large indents caved into it. Han Li felt his breath turn cold. When the others nearby heard their conversation, they felt as if they had been drenched under a waterfall. The scene had caused them to become restless. Ever since Hua Tianqi appeared, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk were completely perplexed, but after hearing their names, they instantly wore an expression of terror. After briefly exchanging a few words, they stealthily withdrew back in the direction of the exit. When Long Meng saw that her strike wasn't effective, she felt a bit of surprise. However, something came to mind when she thought to attack again. She glanced at him and then at Silvermoon before letting out a smile. Xueling. Your scent is heavily present on him and you previously emerged from his spirit beast pouch. Could it be you've become his spirit beast? And so what if I did? Silvermoon coldly replied. A dark expression momentarily appeared on her face. Long Meng let out a fit of sweet laughter and sinisterly said, If that's the case, I must congratulate this person. Even the 3 emperors of the spirit realm wouldn't dare to think of having the beloved concubine of Demon King Tiankui become their spirit beast. Silvermoon's figure stood rigid and her complexion turned pale, but after taking another glance at Long Meng, her lips curled in a sneer. You are me and I am you. If you let the others know, you won't be any better off. And that person may have married Ling Long, but he favored me most of all. Did you already forget who had helped me suppress you and forced you to eternally sleep in the body? When Long Meng heard this, the smile on her face faded with every word to be replaced with a malevolent gaze. She coldly chuckled and pressed her hand onto the spell formation. A huge explosion shook the air. The white teleportation formation that brought the cultivators there had collapsed into the ground, leaving behind a 3-meter-deep hole. Having just made their way to the teleportation formation, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk were appalled and stopped in their tracks. Long Meng coldly glanced at them. Where do you think you're going? You look exactly like that pill scholar Zhou Xian, but your body is consumed by corpse qi. And your form has changed, but you should be the lion hawk that Zhou Xian raised. If I remember correctly, Zhou Xian should have died long before I was sealed. It seems the body he left behind gained consciousness and cultivated until it became a silver-winged night fiend. The night fiend's expression wavered before letting out a wry chuckle. I didn't expect that Fairy Ling Long would so easily see through our identities. In the past I had seen you several times. Don't say, it was not you but your previous incarnation. I must congratulate the lion hawk, however. It was originally only a grade 7 demon beast. Now it was able to ascend to grade 10. If it managed to return to the spirit realm, it would gain quite some influence. The Night Fiend then regained his calm and said, "No matter how it is spoken, I do remember your breathtaking beauty at the time. Why did you destroy the teleportation formation? Isn't rude to leave so quickly after coming here. Perhaps I'll need to draw on your strength." The Night Fiend's expression turned gloomy. Although he didn't wish to remain, he wouldn't be able to find another way out with the formation in ruins. He simply turned his gaze away and remained silent for the time being. Long Meng paid no further attention to the two demons when she saw this and instead turned her gaze on Grand Immortal Su and the rest of the Yi clan elders. She sneered and said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect there would be so many cultivators present, and their cultivation isn't weak either." The Yi clan Grand Elder then took the initiative to step forward and respectfully said, "Regardless, Senior must be a character of exceptional standing in the spirit realm, and you possessed fellow Taoist Hua's body. Our Yi clan has opened Kunwu Mountain's seal for the purpose of the divine spirit treasure. So long as Senior agrees to hand over the 8th spirit ruler to us, our Yi clan will be certain to assist you in your escape." "How curious. I was going to make the offer first." Grand Immortal Su chuckled with a false grin. The two were both cunning. Seeing that Long Meng was an opponent they wouldn't be able to fight, they intended on winning her over. Long Meng blinked and indifferently said, "The 8th spirit ruler? If you have the ability, then go ahead and take it. I won't stop you." The words shocked the two out of their planning and they couldn't help but exchange a bewildered look. "What, you seem a bit scared?" Long Meng wore a mocking smile. The two remained silent and still, not daring to take any rash action. Lady Mu, who was sitting on the sidelines, wore a vigilant expression as soon as Long Meng had appeared. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a storage pouch into her hand. Her actions were careful, fearing that the entity would discover her. In the distance, the large-headed eccentric suddenly cried out, "Since Senior doesn't want the treasure, why did you block me when I tried to take it?" Long Meng stole a glance at the beaten man and casually said, "The others can have the treasure, but only you can't." "Why?" The eccentric glanced at his stump of an arm with a resentful expression. "Isn't it obvious? Because you recently met with the incarnation of the devil ancestor Xianxia." "I don't know any of this." The eccentric flatly denied, but his heart was entirely shaken. "Although you were only together for a short time, it's polluted your body with rare devilish qi. I was able to see through it at a glance. Regardless if you concede this, when you saw that my soul box was vulnerable, you held malicious intentions. If it weren't for how quickly I awakened this possessed body, I fear I would have fallen to your hands. Aren't you quite bold to try using a soul-extinguishing talisman on me?" When the clan's Grand Elder heard this, he was stunned, but soon after hastily sent a few voice transmissions to the eccentric. However, the recipient remained silent as if he hadn't heard a thing. The Grand Elder's expression turned frigid. Hanli then asked, "Who is this devil ancestor Xianxia? Are they an elder devil?" Long Meng's expression faintly moved in response, but she soon raised her head and coldly giggled. Hanli frowned. In truth, he felt that if the elder devil from the heavenly south appeared in Kunwu Mountain, it was more than likely that he had some relation to this Xianxia. As he pondered this to himself, the entire area was filled with silence. A short moment later, a soft voice eventually spoke up. "Everyone, please don't be deceived. This woman isn't some demon from a higher realm. She is clearly the incarnation of the elder devil sacred ancestor. If you step forward and take the 8th spirit ruler, the devil will be unleashed, bringing calamity upon the mortal world." The one who spoke was the immortal form sex Lady Mu. She was holding a several-inch large jade seal in her hand. Its surface twinkled with rays of light, creating the illusion of a real dragon. The image caused Long Meng to grimace with rage as if she were seeing something she loathed completely. The dragon call crest. Her expression held vast rage and she immediately held out her hand to Lady Mu. With a crackle, a huge force tore through the air and attempted to crush her from above. In her alarm, Lady Mu hastily raised the seal. Suddenly, a dragon's roar called out and 10 dragon phantoms suddenly soared from the crest to meet the invisible force head-on. A huge boom shook the air, white light radiating from the impact. Lady Mu and her junior martial sister made use of this opportunity, releasing a silver and golden streak of light to form the sun-moon shuttle, entering it in a blur. Long Meng tensely frowned at this development and spat out a silver beam of light towards them. A shocking scene occurred. The phantom of a strangely scaled huge deer suddenly appeared from the grand formation surrounding them and absorbed the beam of light into its stomach. Afterwards, it disappeared without a trace. The 8-corned deer. In her alarm, she quickly looked at the 8-spirit ruler. While it remained floating in the air, it had begun to shake at an unknown time. Each of its trembles released a ball of 7-colored light, and the 8-spirit beast phantoms began to form around the ruler with distinct detail as if it were on the verge of activating. Long Meng's expression turned sour when she saw this, and her entire body flashed with silver light before shooting into the palace without another word. The 8-spirit ruler suddenly released an ear-piercing drone, followed by bright light flashing from the spell formation. The ground quaked and 9 cracks split open, making way for 9 more altars to emerge. These altars were several times larger than what was originally surrounding the palace, and each had a shimmering golden blade enshrined on them. However, these blades were far larger, spanning over 30 meters in scope as if they were pillars themselves. When the Yi clan Grand Elder saw this, he immediately shouted out, "The 9 Truths Devil Suppression Formation." Han Li had already predicted that things were turning for the worse and grabbed Silvermoon's arm to pull her back. But when he heard what the Yi clan Grand Elder said, something lit up in his mind. He felt as if he heard the name before, but he didn't have the time to consider it. Black light flickered from the air and countless strands of black devilish chi began to emerge from the earth like evil pythons. With a series of howling cackles, a 4-armed and 2-headed devil emerged from the black chi and floated in the air. Then 9 of the huge golden blades flared and their edges released a dense barrage of light, leaving behind a golden mist that seemed to fill the air itself and fiercely suppress the figure. The devil's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop and he immediately retreated with a face full of terror. But suddenly, the blades of light flashed and strangely warped above the devil's head and fiercely chopped down to follow him. Golden light and devilish chi met one another, resulting in a huge impact. A fair and seductive figure had appeared just in time in front of the devil and blocked the blades of light with a single finger. A deafening clang sounded out as the blades of golden light was repelled by the flick of a single finger belonging to a black-robed woman of incredible allure. When Silvermoon saw her face, her body trembled and complexion paled. Han Li's attention was first caught by the 2-headed 4-armed devil. The bamboo cloud's warm swords within his body let out a series of cries, sensing the 2 flying swords that had been taken away. He should be the elder devil from the Devil Fall Valley. Then he looked at the gorgeous woman standing in front of it, and couldn't sense even the faintest trace of magic power from her body, clearly indicating that her cultivation was on another realm entirely. Han Li felt his blood run cold. His body blurred several times away, bringing Silvermoon to the edge of the 9 Truths Devil Suppression Formation before releasing her. Guiling had been silently following after him as well and couldn't help but take several odd glances at his spirit beast. Silvermoon glanced at Han Li with a conflicted expression on her face and softly muttered, "Many thanks, Master. Be careful." Han Li frowned, now knowing that her identity was by no means simple. Silvermoon nodded and turned to look at the beautiful woman with a sad expression. Grand Immortal Su and the Yi clan elders had also fled to the edge of the formation. Although they were wary of each other, they were mostly bewildered by what was happening to the ground. What is going on? Devilish chi is flaring from their bodies. A voice of disbelief sounded out from the Sun-Moon shuttle. Soon after, Lady Mu's body blurred and she appeared above the treasure, holding the Dragon Call Seal's Dragon Phantom in her hand. However, the Dragon Phantom was now giving a far more violent reaction to this newly appeared group, compared to when it faced Long Meng. Even if Lady Mu hadn't activated the treasure, the Phantom would have summoned itself regardless. At a loss of the current situation, Grand Immortal Su coldly glanced at Lady Mu. In any case, the conflict had turned chaotic and devils were appearing, each new more vicious than the last. He already made up his mind to flee. With that thought, his lips began to move as he sent voice transmissions towards the endless sky saintess, Lin Yinping. She tightly frowned and nodded, and Grand Immortal Su began to float erratically in the air as he began to look around him. In addition, the Yi clan elders were also alarmed by the appearance of the new devils and let go of any intention of acquiring the treasure. The Grand Elder gave the other two Yi clan members a meaningful glance and they formed an incantation gesture. Their bodies then blurred before stealthily slipping away. When the silver-winged night fiend saw the woman's face, he was stunned. If it weren't for the profuse devilish qi emitting from her body, she appeared exactly like the original fairy Ling Long. However, Silver Moon herself was at Han Li's side and her counterpart was possessing Hua Tianqi. Just who was the person before them? The night fiend grew apprehensive and his eyes darted around, trying desperately to come up with some plans. As for Lady Mu, when she glanced at the dragon call crest in her hand, her expression wavered. Then with a stamp of her foot, the shuttle blurred and fell to the ground before disappearing into it. Fool. The air and ground have restrictions placed down by the old occupants. There is no point in burrowing away, Gui Ling scoffed, viewing their actions with contempt. That might not be so. Those two were rather mysterious and understand much of the mountain. Perhaps they have a method to break through its restrictions, Han Li said with a flickering gaze. He then recalled the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation, something that had been mentioned in a scroll he read in the past. Although it hadn't went into much detail, it was said to be the most powerful devil warding formation in the mortal world. In the ancient war against the devils, the human cultivators managed to use it to great effect. With that thought, he hurriedly turned his attention back to the sky. Ever since the gorgeous woman appeared, the 9 huge blades released countless streaks of light, filling the air like a violent storm. However, the woman was able to flick them away, displaying not even the slightest effort. But as he observed with complete awe, he was able to see the truth. The woman was actually fearful of the spell formation and was lingering at its edge. Additionally, she looked at the cultivators and demons with indifference. Only the 8th spirit ruler near the palace had captured her attention. Ever since the second devil appeared, it began to hum and flash without end. The black-robed woman then muttered a few inaudible words to the elder devil at her side. Silver Moon, is that woman the incarnation of the devil ancestor Yuan Chao? Having just recovered a significant portion of her memories, she shortly explained, without a doubt. That person took form from the devil ancestor's soul fragment. She was one of the 3 commanders of the elder devil's invasion. At the time she had slain countless humans. The devil ancestor's soul fragment? I heard that person say that your soul had been expelled from your body at the time. Could it be that she is using your body too? With gritted teeth, Silver Moon said, although I don't remember how she came to possess it nor how I turned into an artifact spirit, there is no doubt that is my original body. Han Li looked at the black-robed woman and said, oh, do you think you'll be able to reclaim it? After all, you are the true owner of the body. Master, don't forget that I've already used the soul-devouring technique. After occupying this body for such a long time, how could I have the power to take back my original body? This isn't something that I would be able to accomplish in the mortal world. I would have to first return to the spirit realm. Furthermore, my spiritual sense is damaged and my cultivation has dropped down to its lowest stage and I've forgotten a majority of my abilities. How could I possibly fight that demon apart from? Silver Moon trailed off with hesitation. Apart from? Han Li closely followed up. Silver Moon sighed. Apart from joining hands with Long Meng. As you are well aware, I couldn't agree with this. She would likely seal me away after she expels the devil from our body and take control. Han Li grew silent when he heard this. At that moment, the 4-armed and 2-headed elder devil shouted out to the large-headed eccentric. Brother Yi, why are you hesitating? Since you aren't able to kill the wolf soul so long as you restrain the 8th spirit ruler, the sacred ancestor is willing to infuse your body with devilish qi. Since your cultivation art isn't devilish, the masterless divine spirit treasure shouldn't harm you. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and turned to look at ruler floating above the palace. The eccentric wore a conflicted expression, but after a moment's thought he gritted his teeth and shot towards the ruler in a yellow streak. As a result, the eccentric arrived before the treasure in the blink of an eye and the ruler hadn't reacted in the slightest. He was relieved and overjoyed to see this and attempted to take it into his grasp. You are truly quite bold. A cold snort sounded out from the hall. When the eccentric heard this, he shot to the side with an expression of shock. Then a huge force ruptured the air where he originally stood, tearing apart the top portion of the palace. The large-headed eccentric's expression turned ugly. Long Meng's voice coldly chimed, "Old devil, you don't need to use these juniors to pull some fast tricks. With me guarding the ruler, no one will be able to take the treasure without my permission. I didn't expect that you'd be able to break free of the Black Wind flags. Now the treasure that originally suppressed me has turned into a weapon against you." The black-robed woman smiled and replied, "Is that so? Unfortunately, I don't have the mind to continue playing with you much longer. Do you think a meager spatial wall can block the likes of me?" Afterwards, the woman suddenly shot over 30 meters away and was tangled up by the golden blades of light for just a moment before suddenly reaching her hand out into the air. The mist of black devilish chi in the air suddenly began to form and condense together. It instantly disappeared, only to appear was a glossy black flag. The flag circled once in the air before falling into the black-robed woman's hand. The Black Wind flag? Impossible, you haven't cultivated its treasure imprinting arts yet. How are you able to control it? Long Meng shouted out. Don't forget that I am the incarnation of a sacred ancestor. Even if it is a divine spirit treasure, I can temporarily command it if I infuse it with my devilish chi. The black-robed woman sweetly smiled and then waved the flag. A muffled explosion sounded out and caused the entire air to tremble. Han Li and the others suddenly felt the nearby space tense as if it had turned solid. Han Li felt his breath turn cold. This battle now exceeded the realm of nascent soul cultivators. It wasn't something that they could interfere with. While his mind was now occupied with planning, a glint flashed from Guiling's eye. She hesitated but eventually burrowed into the ground in a yellow streak. Soon after, Han Li began to float erratically about, but something soon caught his attention. In the space behind the two devils, there was an intact black teleportation formation shrouded in flags. That is. Han Li was immediately reminded of the other teleportation formation from the previous room. Right after he found it, he met Grand Immortal Su's gaze and they both turned away. The two had the same idea in mind. As for the black-robed woman wielding the Black Wind flag, she wasn't standing idle during all this. She waved the banner down at Palace in the center of the formation. The four-armed elder devil stood closely behind her and took out 4 common treasures of his own. The two devils' actions naturally incurred the wrath of the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation, violently engulfing the air in huge amounts of golden light. The woman sneered and clasped the flag with both her hands. As it wildly sparkled with black light, an inky barrier emerged from it, covering both of the devils. When the overbearing barrage of golden light touched the black barrier, they disappeared entirely from sight without damaging the mass as if they had been swallowed in the barrier's depths. Inside the barrier, the black-robed woman pushed forward and arrived within the boundaries of the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation. The 9 huge blades unanimously trembled, and suddenly clear rings filled the air with mysterious talisman characters. The huge blades quickly shrank to a foot in size in the blink of an eye. The blades then dazzlingly shined, filling the air with what seemed to be giant brilliant suns. The woman's expression fell solemn appeared on her calm face. The black light barrier then increased several times in thickness and the surface became far smoother. After a tense moment, the 9 golden blades began to spin in the air as they made their way down. With a brilliant glint, 9 thin sword threads pierced the air and completely disappeared. Suddenly, golden circles erupted from the devil's black barrier. Golden light magnificently shone and completely enveloped the black light in every direction. But what was most astonishing was that everything happened in complete silence. Han Li took advantage of this chaos to observe at the others. Seeing that everyone was focused on what was happening, an odd expression momentarily appeared on his face and he secretly slid a pouch into his sleeve. He held his hands behind his back as golden glitters fell down his sleeve and sank into the ground. In just a moment he had released several thousands of his gold-devouring beetles and had them set up in preparation, with no one having discovered him. He then felt some small relief. Back at the scene, the black-robed woman spoke with an indifferent tone, "Collect." A 3-meter-wide black void appeared at the center of the golden lights. When the anomaly appeared, the light poured into it like streams to a lake and none of it remained. Then with a soft sigh, the void trembled out of existence, revealing the two devils once again. The woman was holding the black wind flag with a single hand. When she saw the golden sabers flash again in the distance to launch another attack, she spoke in the direction of the palace with a raised brow. Fellow Taoist Long Meng, it's foolish to think that the Nine Truths formation will exhaust my spiritual qi. You should know that the black wind flag is a rare spatial-type divine spirit treasure. No matter how vicious the attacks may be, if they don't have the power to tear through space, you won't even touch me. If you are wise, then obediently come out. If you force me to charge in after you, you will not be let off lightly. Long Meng's sweet laughter chimed out from the palace. What will you do then? Could it be you've changed your mind and would like us to become one? That's right. In truth, I wish to fuse back our souls. Long Meng scoffed. What did you say? Devil, do you think that I'll believe you like some naive child? Of course it wouldn't be the same as before, the black-robed woman said indifferently. I'll first be placing you under a few restrictions, guaranteeing that I will be the main soul. Then she gently waved the flag, effortlessly creating a huge black circular void and devouring the attacks that the golden swords launched at her. However, she was forced to stop her advance for the time being to prevent any further restrictions from activating the golden sabers. Are you dreaming? How could I agree to something so foolish? You think I'll come out to have you be the main soul, after you've already taken hold of my body? What are you scheming? Say it. Long Meng bewilderedly shouted. The black-robed woman coldly explained, since we've fused souls several times, you should know the truth. Regardless if I am the master of this body, I won't be able to display its great powers. It is only when we were fused that we were able to deal with the deity transformation stage cultivator that entered. If you remain inside, you'll be sealed by the cultivators of this world once more. It should be better to be rejoined with me. Long Meng paused before breaking out into a sneer. Kiki, I didn't expect that the Grand Commander of the Elder Devil invasion would fear a few trifling deity transformation cultivators. How laughable. The black-robed woman calmly said, at that time, there was a passage between the holy realm and the mortal realm, and we could regularly return to restore our devilish qi, allowing us to use our grand abilities with wanton disregard. Times have changed along with the world's origin qi. No matter how powerful I may have been, I can't do much as I am now. I am at a loss of how to handle these fearsome deity transformation cultivators. Don't you feel the same? Weren't you originally a late deity transformation demon from the spirit realm? Can you even use even a fraction of that power in your current state? I cannot agree to your delusions of being the main soul in my body, Long Meng resolutely declared. Even if you are able to escape entrapment, what difference will it make for me? You may be able to forcefully control the black wind flag for some time with your devilish qi, but you can't even exert half its power. If you want to fuse your soul with mine, I will be the head. There is no alternative. When the black-robed woman heard her, malice slowly crept onto her face. It seems you are quite confident in the 8 Spirit Ruler and the 9 Truths Devil Suppression formation. Since you've refused, it seems I'll have to personally restrain you and draw out the power from your primal soul. Not the most effective option, but I'll make do. Having finished her threat, she glanced at Han Li and muttered a few commands at the Elder Devil. The devil nodded his head in response and shot out of the perimeter of the spell formation, instantly arriving before the black teleportation formation. He motionlessly floated above it as if he were guarding it. The cultivators inwardly cursed at this. Their original plan to stealthily slip away had collapsed. Han Li had expected this though, so he felt more at ease than the others. But to his surprise, the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk faded to smoke in a series of blurs. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping began to converse with voice transmission, each wearing a sullen expression. The Yi clan Grand Elder, however, he remained silent and idle. Han Li frowned and his gaze fell onto the white-robed scholar's face, sensing that there was something amiss. After investigating for a moment more, he discovered that the man was actually an illusion formed from white light. As his heart trembled, he hastily looked around for him, but to his relief he soon spotted him. At the same time, the black-robed woman began to resist the onslaught of golden sword threads, then fully unfolding the black wind flag and tossing it high into the air. With her hands clutched in an incantation gesture, she began to utter an extremely strange spell. A huge explosion sounded out, followed by the appearance of a ball of black wind. The wind wildly expanded and coiled, turning into huge tornadoes reminiscent of the pillars of heaven itself. At the same time, countless dark yellow clouds began to coalesce in the sky. Bolts of lightning leapt across the clouds and soon struck down to the ground below. The black tornadoes then roared as countless wind blades condensed together, filling the entire sky with scattered sand and stone. Blinding azure light coated his body in a dense barrier, protecting both Silvermoon and himself. But when the strange yellow winds blew past him, his protections began to violently shake like a small boat in a raging storm. Han Li tightly shut his mouth and his complexion blanched. Under the control of the black-robed woman, the Black Wind Flag's fearsome power was unfolding. Han Li now witnessed winds as fierce as blades overturning both heaven and earth. Although this was only a fraction of what the Black Wind Flag was capable of, his senses were completely overwhelmed. All he could hear were whistling shrieks. His vision was flooded with yellow mist. His spiritual sense couldn't see a half-foot past him. All that was between him and evisceration was a single barrier. The Tri-Flame Fan was modeled after one of the weakest divine spirit treasures, but was still capable of display 40% of the Seven Flame Fan's power. However, the power that the Black Wind Flag displayed was immensely different. Fortunately, with his bright-sight spirit eyes, he was able to grasp a vague image of his surroundings 30 meters around him. He had no idea how the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation was dealing with this massive attack. He could only see various tremors and sense an intense struggle taking place. When he raised his head to the sky, all he saw were overwhelming chaotic winds that blinded him. The barrier protecting him then began to hum even louder, forcing a pained expression from him. It was taking even more magic power to sustain. The might of the Black Wind Flag actually increased as time passed. Han Li took a deep breath and began to look down below him as if he were considering burrowing in the ground. But just as the idea sprang in his mind, a foot-wide pillar of black wind suddenly surged forth from below, spinning with ceaseless momentum. With the sudden appearance of this huge attractive force, Han Li was quickly devoured by it. Frightened, he quickly condensed the magic power in his body and his barrier grew even brighter, forcibly halting the absorption for the time being. Soon after, a dozen golden sword lights shot out from the barrier and spiraled around the newly formed pillar of wind, breaking it apart into black chi. However, it immediately condensed back together in a spiral and reformed the tornado in the blink of an eye. He could only sullenly call out to Silvermoon and fly backwards. It seemed these wind pillars were truly nefarious. He wouldn't even be safe if he burrowed underground. After the two carefully avoided several tornadoes, they arrived at the edge of the area, to find a dim gray barrier. As he had expected, he found some brief respite. The winds were far weaker here, much to their relief. However, the seriousness on his face had yet to disappear and he looked in the direction of the palace hall for a moment before a glint flashed from his eye. He shook his hand and a foot-long golden blade cleaved through the gray wall. A crackle resulted from the impact along with a meter-deep slash into the wall, but in a twinkle of white light, the damage was mended as fast as it was dealt. The barrier didn't appear very sturdy and was easily cut by his flying sword. But it was unknown how thick it was or if it was able to mend damage inexhaustibly. If he couldn't break through in a single strike, he wouldn't be able to escape. With that thought, Han Li began to move his arm and pressed it against his storage pouch. In a flash of light, the Tri-Flame Fan appeared in his hand. As he carefully channeled spiritual power into it, the fan emitted a halo of tricolored light. He took a deep breath, then gently waved it towards the wall with a single hand. A cloud of tricolored flame rushed out from the fan and silently melted the wall, leaving a deep meter-wide hole. However, his expression was far from happy. Although the strike cut over 30 meters deep, the flames had been extinguished and the entirety of the damage had been mended just as fast as before. While he hadn't made use of the full power of the Tri-Flame Fan, the thickness of the wall caused him to pause. Despite the attack's power, the strike had little effect. Even with a stronger ability, he doubted it would be able to break through the wall. The full power of the Tri-Flame Fan would likely cause a great scene and attract the attention of those ancient monsters. And if that still didn't break through the wall, he would find himself in a perilous situation. Furthermore, he suspected it contained other restrictions lying in wait. If he were to break through and other restrictions were to lash out, he might as well have died right now. With those considerations, Han Li relaxed his grip on the fan and his expression wavered. Having remained somewhat dazed after seeing Long Meng, Silver Moon finally collected herself and said, "This place isn't so simple. It'd be best if Master didn't take such risks." Han Li smiled and moved to ask her something when his expression suddenly sank. He quickly turned around to face the raging winds and coldly said, "What are you doing sneaking around? Don't blame me if I decide to attack." With that said, he tightened his grasp on the tri-flame fan and a glowing light began to crawl across its surface. "Fellow Taoist Han, please wait. I know of your fan's power and I don't wish to receive such a strike without reason." A man's voice sounded out and two white silhouettes appeared from the raging yellow winds. Grand Immortal Su and Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping. Han Li raised his brow and made no effort to conceal his surprise. But with an apathetic tone he said, "Oh? You want me to believe that you didn't come here with the intent of pursuing me?" With that said, he took a casual glance in the direction of the palace. Storms of wind and black tornadoes had gathered around there, but there were cracks of thunder that could be faintly heard amidst the howling wind. Golden flashes also occasionally broke through the yellow winds. It seemed the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation was as formidable as one would expect. Even under the relentless assault of the Black Wind Flag, it still managed to persevere. It was also unknown if the Eighth Spirit Ruler would participate in the battle. But when he saw that the black-robed woman wasn't looking in their direction, he felt somewhat more at ease and turned his attention back to the two in front of him. Having already anticipated his hostility, she opened a soundproofing barrier and calmly stated, "There is no need to be like this. We didn't come here this time to find trouble, but to discuss a plan for survival." "What's your plan?" Han Li's heart stirred but his face remained blank. "Why ask a question you already know the answer to? That flag isn't something that we would be able to compete with even if we all joined hands. Wouldn't it be better for us to escape while they're distracted?" Because time was short, Lin Yinping cut to the chase. Han Li narrowed his eyes. "So you don't intend on acquiring that divine spirit treasure? You must be joking." Grand Immortal Su firmly stated, "What's the worth of a treasure if you don't have a body to use it? The Elder Devil Sacred Ancestor has been trapped in the pagoda for countless years and it should be weakened from captivity. Our nascent souls will be the ideal treat for restoring its strength. With only a casual attack she will capture us without fail. Then what do you suggest?" Han Li had a faint guess on what they were going to say. Grand Immortal Su bluntly said, "We will join hands of course and ambush the Elder Devil guarding the teleportation formation. Then we will make our escape." "With just us?" Han Li scoffed. "Do you know how fearsome that two-headed Elder Devil is?" Lin Yinping smiled in surprise and asked, "Could it be that we won't be enough to take the devil down?" Stroking the fan in his hand, Han Li slowly said, "In the past 3 grand cultivators and a dozen more nascent soul cultivators pursued it, and it still managed to escape. Are you still confident after hearing that? This Elder Devil was the one that escaped from your heavenly south?" Grand Immortal Su spoke with alarm. "That's correct." Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping exchanged a glance before sharing a trace of hesitation. "Then we will join in. That should be enough to push that devil back." A cold voice suddenly spoke from above them and the three's expressions vastly changed. Then 2 flashes lit up from the yellow winds to reveal the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk. The 2 demons' spiritual light wrapped around them, completely protecting them from the harmful winds. Their wind movement abilities allowed them to move as smoothly as a fish in the water through this raging storm. "So it's you. That means you wish to join?" After clearly seeing them, Han Li regained his calm. The night fiend bluntly said, "Of course. We may not be of the same race, but the Elder Devil Sacred Ancestor won't care about that. It will be disastrous if we do not escape. Good, with your assistance we should be completely safe. There is no time to lose. Let's set off. Who knows how much time the spell formation and the 8th Spirit Ruler will buy us." Grand Immortal Su then turned his head to look at Han Li with grimace. The 2 demons had done the same. It was clear their alliance would only succeed with Han Li's agreement. He silently bit his lip as he pondered and eventually nodded. The 2 demons then took the opportunity to land at their side. Having come to a decision, Han Li no longer hesitated and immediately held his hands in an incantation gesture. Then Guiling's life soul tile began to tremble within him before shining with weak light. A short moment later, a bright yellow light flashed at his side and Guiling emerged from the ground. When Guiling appeared, she wasn't surprised in the slightest when she saw the humans and demons gathered together. But when she glanced at Han Li, her lips moved to send him a voice transmission. A trace of surprise was betrayed from Han Li's initially calm face. When Lin Yinping saw his expression, she asked, "What, has fellow Taoist Gui discovered something?" "It's nothing," Han Li said with regained calm. "It's just that the two fellow Taoists from the Immortal Form sect had the same thoughts as me. They wanted to find a way out from below." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yinping spoke with a mysterious smile. It was clear she hadn't believed him, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Although the others were also suspicious of him, they prioritized their shoddy alliance and didn't pursue the matter. They then began to discuss their plan of action. As they were all rich with battle experience, the discussion was brief, so they quickly took action. Their bodies glowed with light before disappearing from sight. Han Li nodded at Guiling and she burrowed into the earth once again. He gave Silvermoon a command and she flew back into his sleeve in the form of a small fox. Han Li gazed at the black teleportation formation and stroked his chin before slapping his storage pouch. In a flash of silver light, a silhouette appeared in front of him, the human-like puppet. He flicked his hand at it. Silver light wrapped around the puppet's body before it faded to an unremarkable yellow. Afterwards, the puppet's eyes brightly shined purple and disappeared into nothingness. This battle would be critical with mortal consequences. He couldn't afford to spare any strength. With the puppet at his side, he would feel more at ease. Given the puppet's superb concealment techniques, the elder devil likely wouldn't discover it before it's too late. But the black-robed woman, on the other hand, was a devil whose abilities he had yet to fully witness. As he tightly held the tri-flame fan in one hand, he formed an incantation with the other, summoning the thunderstorm wings from his back. He disappeared in a flash of silver light shortly after. At the other side of the perimeter, there lay the teleportation formation floating in the air that was now covered in a barrier of gray light. The two-headed elder devil was floating above it with his arms casually hanging behind his back. One of its heads was staring in the direction of the palace with a focused gaze. The other was vigilantly looking around. His forearms were holding onto a pair of violet rings, a blue halberd and a scarlet brick. Although the vicious winds of the Black Wind flag was relentless, they didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. A strange look appeared on the face of the head looking in the direction of the palace. A ray of golden light suddenly flashed from the center and cleaved away a portion of the dense mist with tremendous power. The whistling of the wind came to an abrupt halt. The elder devil raised his brow at the sight and felt some hesitation about standing around. He wanted to offer his support, but he felt greatly conflicted. However, he soon felt at ease. The astonishing golden light flashing in the distance had been swept away by a wild tornado that spanned over 30 meters. It was like a dragon of black wind whipping across the air in an instant. It even distorted the nearby space as if the world itself was twisting to its will. The elder devil could only briefly relish relief, as its other head widely opened its eyes and waved one of its hands forward. A red streak of light tore through the air and transformed into a 10-meter-wide brick that fiercely smashed down. But before it landed, a scarlet flame blazed from the top of it and several vicious fire serpents leapt forward with fangs bared. A cold snort sounded out. "To think you'd be so vigilant." Two silhouettes then appeared from the fierce winds. One of these figures casually raised their hand and a blue streak was released, expanding into a 3-meter-tall jade umbrella. Explosions sounded out. The icy mist covering the umbrella's surface blocked the fire brick. Blue light and scarlet flame clashed against one another for a time. Although the fire serpents were vicious and intense, they were subdued by the umbrella's ice attribute and were helpless. The two figures belonged to Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping. They coldly leered at the elder devil while floating motionlessly in the air. The devil's two heads shifted and simultaneously watched the two down below. "I recognize you. You should be cultivators from the soaring sky plains. It is a pity you can't be buried there." One of the heads spoke with a deafening voice and a smirk. Grand Immortal Su wordlessly slapped the storage pouch. Phoenix cries echoed and light wildly flashed, summoning a rainbow peacock in front of them. It rolled out its wings and spread out its feathers as soon as it appeared. Its presence made for an amazing sight. Rainbow light cascaded from its body and kept the vicious winds around them at bay. "A keen spirit peacock," the elder devil shouted. "You actually have a bird from antiquity. But its skills are far too shallow. Were it older, I might actually be afraid." "Is that so? Then let's have you first test the viciousness of its rainbow light." Grand Immortal Zhou then let out a whistle and the peacock raised its head before spanning its wings. Brilliant radiance surged out. The elder devil coldly snorted. He clapped together the two hands holding the purple rings and to produce a deafening drone that dazed one's spiritual sense. Soon after, the two rings shot out and blurred, leaving behind copies of itself in its wake and filling the nearby air with tension. The devil then held a hand in an incantation gesture and covered its body in black devilish qi, as if preparing for an attack. In response, Grand Immortal Zhou and Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping each summoned a magic treasure of their own and raised their hand. A ball of azure light smashed down, and a scarf with an embroidered silver silkworm released countless silver strings. At that same moment, purple and azure mist emerged from the wind and silently arrived above the elder devil. The movements lacked any presence, a clear showing of superb concealment techniques. The purple ring's illusion and the rainbow light collided, producing dazzling embers across the air. Several pythons condensed from the devilish qi in an instant, launching forward as a counterattack. Meanwhile, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the azure and purple mist, and two silhouettes suddenly leapt down, arriving right above the devil with two sharp talons and a cloud of gray threads. At nearly the same instant, the magic treasures that Grand Immortal Zhou and Lin Yinping released were just about to arrive in front of the elder devil. The timing of the attacks had practiced precision. Such an ambush had come as a shock to the elder devil, but he soon regained his calm and mentally commanded one of the black pythons condensed from devilish qi to coil around him. Then he raised both heads to look at the incoming attack of the endless sky cultivators, the dense barrage of argent strings and the ball of azure light. In a burst like a dark blaze, a streak of black light flashed away. But just as his attention was focused on the incoming attacks, golden light flashed at the side of the formation covering the teleporter. Thunder rang as a huge sword shot out from the underground. At such a fast speed, the elder devil could only sense the huge sword as it arrived before him. In the brief moment he saw it, he noticed purple flames and golden lightning roaming across its surface. The elder devil instantly recognized the sword, but due to the overbearing speed of the sword and the other attacks tying him down, he was left with no choice but to confront it. He hurriedly waved his forearms, tearing through space itself as he released a net of crystalline claw streaks towards the weapon. Of course, it wasn't possible for him to truly block the strike in his given time. With immense ease, the huge sword shred through the claw streaks in an instant. In the mere moment this delay bought the devil, he created a layer of black devilish around him. A series of explosions boomed, and a huge ball of light erupted in front of the elder devil's body, producing a blinding radiance. Silver lightning then flashed from the surface of the ground, followed by Han Li's emergence. He raised his head to examine the air and frowned. Although the huge sword had struck, it didn't actually cut through the devil's body. It was as if the attack had casually slid past the devil. Just as Han Li was bewildered by this, something within the blinding radiance in the air began to stir. In a gust of piercing wind, a black figure shot down towards Han Li, blurring away from sight before appearing right on top of him. "Drop dead." A thunderous roar shouted out and a huge pitch-black blade cleaved down upon him with lightning speed. Although Han Li was alarmed, he had the thunderstorm wings already prepared. He disappeared without a trace and the black saber missed its mark. A muffled echo sounded out and a meter-deep cut appeared in the ground. Thunder rang 60 meters away and Han Li reappeared, staring at where he originally stood. This huge deadly figure was the elder devil. But at that moment he was clearly cut into a sorry figure. One of his arms had been reduced to a stump and there was a fist-sized hole in his shoulder. He also carried several thick claw marks on his stomach as if they attempted to disembowel him. With their combined alliance, the devil was unable to block all of the attacks and suffered. Seeing that Han Li had escaped from him, A malevolent glint appeared in his eyes and he fiercely leered at Han Li. In a flash of light he pulled his hands apart and his huge saber ripped in two, releasing slightly smaller glowing blades that let out a shrieking pierce as they whistled. The elder devil swung his newly split sabers and released countless palm-sized black crescents in a dense barrage towards Han Li. He took no notice of the other cultivators and was hell-bent on pursuing him alone. This came as no surprise. Among the enemies that faced him, Han Li and Lin Yinping were the easiest to eliminate, but the endless sky saintess Lin Yinping had grand immortal Su with her. Of course, the elder devil only concluded this because he never had an opportunity to fight Han Li at full strength. When Han Li saw the devil's overbearing assault, he maintained complete calm and waved his sleeve. Out produced a small shield that moved in front of him, quickly expanding to protect his front. He then glanced at the devil and let out a sigh. The elder devil looked at his expression from a distance and shortly paused in surprise at his reaction, but then he immediately sensed a strange spiritual pressure from underneath him. Before he could glance down, he heard a slash and a silhouette wrapped in yellow made an abrupt appearance from the ground 10 meters behind him. Soon after, the figure let out a shout and swung down the huge silver axe she held in her hands. This was the horned woman Guiling who had remained hidden underneath where Han Li originally stood. Before the blade of the axe even fell, its fearsome spiritual pressure shook the nearby ground, causing the earth to quake with foot-deep holes. The elder devil's face fell and no longer moved to assault Han Li. He hurriedly turned around and sliced his swords in a cross. Two huge blades of light surged out to meet the silver axe just in time. Black and silver light erupted as the attacks collided. A shockwave of both icy and searing air bloomed in every direction. The black light blades managed to temporarily stop the huge axe's descent for just a second before disappearing. During that delay, the elder devil clasped two of his hands in an incantation gesture. With the sounds of cracking bone, his body surged in size. His clothes tore away to reveal a layer of sleek armor made from foot-wide black scales. Inky devilish chi covered his wounds and his flesh squirmed beneath, quickly healing itself. After turning in the air, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes and he took a deep breath. He opened his mouth to release a wide shockwave at the axe. When they collided against the huge silver axe, the sound seemed to become solid and blocked the axe from falling any further. The devil suddenly let out an ancient incantation and the black scales covering his body brightened, igniting in a dense layer of impressive black-purple flames. Guiling's heart trembled at the sight and she jumped back. With a loud shout, her body ferociously expanded and a layer of green armor fitted around her. The silver axe grew alongside her, glistening with a brilliant glow. She chopped down with even greater strength. Her sudden growth had surprised the devil. Although his own form was larger than hers, he had no choice but to stop his incantation as he raised his blades to meet the axe. Upon impact, both weapons let out a resounding boom, shaking the air around them. Already on guard, the elder devil suffered no damage. Rather, he used the momentum of the attack to quickly fly backwards. But as he retreated, he wore a mocking smile. The azure halberd in one of his hands lit up with black flames and he launched it towards Guiling's body. It traveled with an immense speed matched only by a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it struck Guiling's armor and flashed. Before the elder devil regained stable ground, he began his incantation once more in preparation to employ even more vastly powerful techniques. The halberd alone wouldn't be enough to exterminate that tenacious horned woman. But at that moment something entirely unexpected occurred. A faint black light burned 3 meters behind the devil. An inch-long crystalline black blade appeared silently in the air. Then with a flicker, it disappeared without a trace. The elder devil suddenly gained a terrifying premonition and was about to fly away. But before he could even try, one of his heads felt as if it had been stabbed through, and his spiritual sense cut with agony. No matter how powerful his was, the surprise attack halted his movements. In that short delay, a nearly indiscernible red line appeared at the neck of one of the heads. Soon after, it tumbled to the ground without any warning, and a fountain of blood spurted from its vacant neck. A distance away, Han Li was holding his hands in a strange gesture and his complexion was pale and exhausted. The pain from the elder devil's spiritual sense was from his great development technique Soulfright Thorn, though it was a simplified version. Although he hadn't cultivated the last few layers of the great development technique and its power was far less potent than the true Soulfight Thorn, it had a great effect on anyone caught unaware. As such, he called this attack the Spirit Stun Thorn to differentiate the two. Although the technique was much weaker, it still left him completely dizzy after using it once. The elder devil's remaining head wore an expression of disbelief, and howled with pain and rage. Devilish chi soon entirely coated his body. The devilish chi burst all around him before he disappeared from sight. 16 meters away, an astonishing change occurred. A cloud of black chi made a sudden appearance, followed by the maimed elder devil tumbling out from it. Although the loss of one of his heads hadn't killed him, it severely injured him. Gui Ling swinging down her axe, the beheading of the elder devil, his escape afterwards, all occurred in the blink of an eye. The scene left the others completely dumbstruck. Things had gone vastly awry to their original plan. They had intended on only distracting the devil so they could wait for an opportunity to use the teleportation formation to escape. The thought of killing the devil hadn't even occurred in their minds. But now that it was a distinct possibility, how will their plan change? In truth, Hanli actually planned on slaying the devil all along. As for the strange blade that beheaded the devil, the cultivators up above hadn't detected any signs of its appearance. When they wondered if the same could happen to them, they felt their hearts drop. But in any case, the elder devil was out of luck. With so many cultivators attacking him at once, he had no opportunity to reprieve and was unable to make use of any of his greater abilities. Bafflingly enough, he was also gravely injured. Had the devil been able to make use of his secret abilities, it would be impossible for him to suffer in such state in a short amount of time. The elder devil shot a hateful glance at Hanli on the sidelines before fleeing in the direction of the black-robed woman in a surge of black chi. Under his current conditions, he had no further intention to risk his life to continuing the battle. Hanli had different plans though, and a trace of derision smeared on his face. A ball of silver light flared near the elder devil, followed by the sudden appearance of a silhouette. Greatly frightened, the devil recoiled and prepared for the worst, binding himself in layers of boiling devilish chi. But when he met the gaze of the newly appeared cultivator, his body was enveloped in an entirely different world. He could sense nothing else apart from a pair of attractive purple eyes. A bewitchment technique. With a spiritual sense comparable to a peak late nascent soul cultivator, he was able to quickly recover. However, it wasn't nearly fast enough, because an emerald streak suddenly appeared in front of him in a roll of thunder. He could clearly see golden lightning flashing from it too. Divine Devilbane lightning, the elder devil cried out. Had he not been injured, he would have been able to deal with it well enough, but he could no longer afford to confront such an attack. The devil waved his hand and devilish chi condensed in front of him. Very rapidly, a small black shield moved forward to block the green streak as he blurred away, intending on arriving 10 meters away. But on the way, thunder called from his side. Not good. The devil's heart trembled. Before he could take action, Hanli appeared in a spark of silver lightning. He waved his sleeve and released dozens of small golden swords and a purple flood dragon at the devil. The timing of Hanli's attack was superb. The devil wasn't able to dodge in the slightest. Helpless, the devil's head strangely twisted around in Hanli's direction. Then he opened his mouth and released a surging black shockwave. 2 devil arms blurred, bringing forth his black blades to meet Hanli's attack. But when the devil least expected it, a small black dagger appeared in front of where he originally faced and flickered out of sight. The elder devil's attention was so focused on Hanli that the black dagger escaped his notice. By the time he discovered it, it was too late. A red line flashed from the elder devil's neck and its last remaining head was cleanly lopped off. Hanli rejoiced, but before he could celebrate, the headless elder devil raised his 2 sabers and swung, flinging 2 black streaks towards him. Soon after, the headless body of the elder devil ruptured into dense clouds of devilish chi. Hanli felt surprised, but he had no intention of letting his prey escape. He clasped his hands together in an incantation gesture without hesitation and detonated the purple flame flood dragon that he previously released. Blazing purple embers spread throughout an area of 30 meters like falling rain. Several dozen small golden swords sliced through the two black streaks and scattered them. The flying swords then dispersed in every direction, shortly sparking golden lightning between them to create a giant net around the purple flame. A huge crackle sounded out. The majority of the devilish chi didn't make it very far and were frozen solid in a huge chunk of purple ice. The remaining black chi was caught by the lightning net, evaporating them with huge bolts of lightning. When Han Li saw this, he clasped his hands and solemnly uttered, "Rupture." Countless thin arcs of golden lightning leapt onto the purple ice as the net dissolved, completely rending it to dust and wiping away the soul of the elder devil concealed within. Several treasures fell out from the extinguished devilish chi as well. When he glanced at two of the items there, his eyes lit up. He flicked his finger and two arcs of golden lightning shot out, and immediately scattered the black threads surrounding them. They were the two bamboo cloudsworm swords Han Li had lost back at Devilfall Valley. He rejoiced and quickly tested them with a mental command. The two blades leapt into the air before launching back into his hand. The worry that had been plaguing his mind was now put at ease. Fortunately, he would only have to shortly temper them before they returned back to fighting form despite having remained seal for such a long while. At that moment, the others blankly stared as Han Li slayed the elder devil with clean efficiency. Even its soul didn't even have the opportunity to escape. The spectators couldn't help but look at each other with fear. His human-like puppet, however, had left them completely baffled. They had no idea how Han Li called upon such a powerful cultivator. They hadn't spotted this person ever since they arrived. Could it be his concealment techniques were at a level where he could hide in plain sight from the best of them? With that thought, their hearts were thrown into further turmoil. However, they weren't ordinary people and were able to quickly calm themselves. Rather, they all made a tacit agreement to begin striking at the barrier protecting the teleportation formation. The gray wall isolated the formation from the world and was produced from several flags surrounding the formation. There was also a restriction that was disabling its use. Several attacks whistled through the air and crashed down. Spiritual light flashed and rumbles shook the space. Much against their expectations, the barrier held firm against the assault. Be it the demon's fierce attacks or Grand Immortal Su, their strikes had only caused faint ripples. They naively believed that they would be able to immediately leave following the Elder Devi's defeat, but now their hearts tensed. The lion hawk in particular was upset by this and wildly flailed its talons to no effect. Then with an ominous glint shining in its eye, it unleashed golden shockwaves from its mouth towards it, leaving a deep depression in the barrier and visibly putting it under great strain. Grand Immortal Su's mind stirred at the sight of this, and he commanded his keen spirit peacock to spread out its wings and rainbow release a gust of rainbow light as well. To the side, Lin Yinping followed suit and repeatedly spat out silver light to strike at the same spot. The silver-winged night fiend condensed countless ghost fiend threads into a huge python to add on to the relentless assault. They all knew that breaking through would be key to escaping, so they spared no effort. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing spiritual light completely enveloped the barrier. Sounds of cracking had finally begun to ring. By then Han Li and Gui Ling had arrived in several blurs. The human-like puppet had disappeared from sight along the way. Han Li appeared entirely calm when he arrived, but his presence inspired fear in the others. And with his timely arrival, the formation flags finally howled and split in two, dissolving the barrier to the teleportation formation. The cultivators immediately made a mad rush inside. But before anyone actually reached it, several balls of light ruptured and the cultivators fell to the ground. Following that mutual attack, the others backed away from one another. Grand Immortal Su held an azure pearl in his hand and furiously glared at Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing?" "I should be asking you that," Han Li replied with a mysterious smile. There were several golden swords floating in front of him, and he was holding the fearsome tri-flame fan in his hand. With his wings wrapped around his body, the night fiend glared at Han Li and coldly said, "The first one to leave will be me. I don't trust any of you humans." "Haha, that will be difficult." Han Li's smile disappeared and he spoke with an icy tone. "This small formation can only move two people at once. If the formation is destroyed from the other side, where are we to go?" With that said, the others began to slowly encircle the formation. The three parties stared each other down in a standoff. When they finished the circle, an overly sweet voice sounded out from the direction of the palace. You killed one of my brethren in front of me? Don't even think about escaping. Despite how far away the voice spoke from, everyone could clearly hear her cold and furious tone. In the instant her subordinate was slain, devil ancestor Xianxia sensed it. By using nearly half of the Black Wind Flag's power, the woman managed to completely overwhelm the Nine Truths Devil Suppression formation. Even the 8 Spirit Ruler was completely ineffective against its power. It had summoned the 8 Spirit Beast Phantoms to besiege her, but the Black Wind Flag's supreme power kept them at bay. The woman originally planned on first dealing with the formation before subduing the ruler, but now that her only subordinate had unexpectedly perished, her ire was raised. The black-robed woman's expression turned icy and she spat out several crimson flags into the air. Afterwards she flicked her fingers and struck them all with spell seals. Blinding light flared from each of them and they surged in size, growing 30 meters tall in the blink of an eye. These giant flags had purple incantation characters and black chi roaming across its surface. With the appearance of the flag, the nearby tornadoes surged with power and twisted viciously, slowly scraping away at the altars establishing the Nine Truths formation. The golden blades of light were launching attacks into the winds with fervor, but it was clear that the formation was nearing its limits. When the black-robed woman grew closer to the palace, the 8 Spirit Ruler wasn't able to exhibit most of its power and could only attack her with its 8 Beast Phantoms. However, the Black Wind Flag blew them astray and their figures grew unsteady. The cultivators and demons' hearts trembled with the sudden and violent surge of wind following the black-robed woman's threat. The 3 parties then glared at one another, fearing that they would leave through the teleportation formation first. With rumbling from the direction of the palace and dark clouds blocking the sky, a dozen black tornadoes converged together and caused the air itself to tremble. Han Li felt an immense sense of dread from this and immediately said, "Let's first have fellow Taoist Gui and fellow Taoist Lin teleport through. Gui Ling is a demon beast and old friends of the Night Fiend and the Lion Hawk. Fellow Taoist Su should be more at ease once fellow Taoist Lin crosses over. For our second group, the Lion Hawk and fellow Taoist Su will cross over, then lastly I will cross over with the Night Fiend. Let's hurry before we all die." Grand Immortal Su and the others also sensed that something terrible was on the verge of creation. But even so, they had misgivings about the plan, but with no better option they couldn't afford to delay any further. After exchanging a glance with one another, they nodded. Gui Ling immediately followed Han Li's command and stepped into the formation with Lin Yinping. But unbeknownst to anyone, just as the two stepped in, it lit up with white light and a silhouette appeared within. The others were left completely baffled. At that moment the black-robed woman's cold voice sounded out, "Primal chaos rend the heavens." A pillar of pitch-black light erupted from a distance, but soon it came to a sudden stop midair and split the sky into 2. One half was completely clear and shining with sunlight. The other was engulfed in a curtain of black and soon grew to cover the entire sky. In nearly an instant it spread above Han Li and company. Before anyone could respond, the black-robed woman coldly laughed. The bright pillar of light disappeared in the distance, and now everything was being immersed in darkness. This devil ancestor Xianxia actually used the Black Wind Flag's spatial abilities to seal them away. Grand Immortal Su and the others betrayed shock from their faces. "Run. Where is the person who just arrived? The formation isn't working. We can't leave." A series of furious voices fired out in succession. Panic had begun to set in. Han Li felt his heart sank. He also lost sight of the person who just used the teleportation formation. He also hadn't caught sight of his appearance. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. He blurred and reappeared in front of the formation. Lin Yinping and Gui Ling were standing in front and were examining it from every direction with anxious expressions. "Let me look," Han Li sullenly shouted. He then raised his hand and struck the edge of the formation with a spell seal. It weakly lit up but had no other reaction. His expression sank. At that moment, Grand Immortal Su and the silver-winged Night Fiend arrived next to him, but they were unfamiliar with the workings of spell formations. When the Night Fiend saw Han Li's expression, he asked, "Is there something wrong with the formation?" There is no problem with the formation. It's the black wind flag that is blocking us. Unless the seal goes away, neither will we. How exactly can we manage that? Do you want us to kill that devil ancestor Xianxia? If we had such abilities, why would we bother to leave? The night fiend shouted. Han Li glared back at him and bluntly retorted, why bother asking? You should keep your complaints to yourself. Fortunately, the devil is currently focused on dealing with the person inside the palace. Now that she's trapped us, she won't be paying us any heed for some time. Let us take this time to come up with a new plan. Angered, the night fiend wore a hostile expression on his face, but something soon came to mind and he suppressed his anger with a snort. Then his eyes wandered as he brooded. To the side, Grand Immortal Su was lost in his thoughts as well. Lin Yinping and Gei Ling both tightly frowned in disappointment at failing to leave. But just as Han Li and the others found themselves helpless in the face of crisis, outside the formation, the black-robed woman was enveloping herself in a black tornado and looked at the huge flag with a sneer on her face. Apart from the several tornadoes at her side, the violent winds had gradually begun to still, making the carnage visible. Although maintaining the spatial seal used up by the black wind flag's capacity, the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation is now completely destroyed, and now she only had to deal with the masterless Eight Spirit Ruler. Although it was immensely powerful, it couldn't command many of its own abilities using what intelligence it had. With that thought, she began to glance around her. The Eight Spirit Ruler's spirit beast phantoms were continuously torn away by the tsunami of winds, only for them to reform a moment later. Although they weren't able of reaching her, she wasn't willing to leave the protection of the wind. The black-robed woman expressionlessly turned her gaze back to the person floating above the palace, the large-headed eccentric. Ever since the battle started, he remained completely still. Although the baleful winds summoned by the black wind flag were formidable, he was completely safe at the center of the palace. A strange delight glinted from her eyes and she said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, go ahead and take the Eight Spirit Ruler. Don't worry, I'll watch over you and prevent Long Meng from attacking you." When the eccentric heard this, he wore a hesitant expression. "What, do you fear that I won't protect you?" The black-robed woman chuckled and brushed away the hair from her face. Then she raised her arm towards the Yi clan cultivators in the distance. Those cultivators were accompanying the Grand Elder's doppelganger illusion. When they saw her act, they were greatly frightened. She simply flicked her finger at them as if she were brushing the air. The cultivators were baffled, and the large-headed eccentric was as well. Then several muffled pops sounded out. A small blossom of crimson blood appeared on the foreheads of the Taoist nun and the old man at her side, their empty bodies promptly plummeting to the ground. The treasures and light protecting them had no effect. As for the square-faced middle-aged man, the bone bracelet in front of him brightly flashed with yellow light and blocked the attack of a translucent pearl. The gem was only the size of a thumb and exploded after being blocked. The mirage of the Yi clan Grand Elder had its forehead struck and the pearl disappeared without a trace. Huh. The Shining Moon Band? No, a replica. The black-robed woman muttered with a trace of surprise. "Sacred Ancestor, what are you doing?" The eccentric wore a gloomy expression. "What? Since you don't trust me, I needed to let you witness my abilities." She shot a glance at him and casually asked, "Could it be you still have a relationship to those people?" The eccentric snorted and felt somewhat annoyed, but he didn't air it. Instead, he looked at the mirage of the Yi clan Grand Elder with a bewildered expression. At that same time, the two Yi clan cultivators' corpses ruptured forth and two nascent souls flew out towards the square-faced cultivator in a panic. With an icy expression on his face, the square-faced man briefly put away the bone bracelet and allowed the two souls to enter his sleeve before he released it once more. As this happened, he was staring at the black-robed woman in fear that she would attack him. Feeling it beneath her dignity to launch another attack and believing that she had already displayed the might of her abilities to the eccentric, she paid no further attention to the square-faced cultivator. Instead, she turned to the eccentric and said, "So long as you help me in taking away the Eight Spirit Ruler, I will consider your task fulfilled. After I manage to escape, I will infuse your body with devilish qi and extend your lifespan. When I deal with the demon in there, you won't need to attack. Could it be that you can't perform this simple task?" With that said, the black-robed woman's expression turned icy and her black and white eyes bleed a shade crimson. The eccentric's quickly expression moved. When he heard that Yuan Cha's tone became displeased, he knew that he would have to take on this risk. He gritted his teeth and flew in the direction of the 8-spirit ruler. As the eccentric moved forward, a cold snort sounded out from the palace below. Suddenly, the space above him began to distort and a 30-meter large fist instantly appeared, smashing down on him like a falling mountain. The huge fist carried a dense spiritual pressure and deeply shocked him. He immediately wanted to retreat, but at that moment, the black-robed woman let out a chuckle and flicked her hand in the direction of the palace. A huge explosion bloomed out, followed by the fist shooting to the side. It then scattered into specks of white light. The eccentric felt great relief towards this and flashed forward without any further hesitation, flying towards the 8-spirit ruler in a yellow streak. But when he arrived around 30 meters away, he heard a nearly inaudible sigh. Soon after, a strange light flashed, followed by the appearance of a streak of black-red sword light sweeping towards him. The black blood blade. The eccentric shouted out with a breath cold from surprise. He instantly spat out one of his small yellow swords and had it expand to 3 meters long. It circled in the air, forming layers of sword images around itself. Then the eccentric flipped his hand to produce a small white bottle and pointed its opening towards the blade of light. A mist of white shot out from the bottle and blurred to block the incoming attacking. When the two sides collided, the black-red blade faintly stirred before chewing apart the mist. Soon after, the light shined brighter and expanded 10 meters long before cleaving down at the eccentric. The eccentric wore a panicked expression. He clutched his hand in an incantation gesture and willed the huge yellow sword to block it. At that same time he released a pitchfork from his sleeve and had it fly up in a silver streak. The black-red blade cleaved down upon the sword illusions, pausing for just a moment. A low hum then sounded as they were torn apart like paper and moved on to the huge yellow sword. The weapon wailed and its body began to crack from the impact. The eccentric's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of black blood on the blade. Fortunately, the flying pitchfork he had released earlier quickly assisted the huge sword in blocking the blade's downward momentum. But despite this, the two treasures wouldn't be able to defend against this blade of light for much longer. The eccentric's entire body flashed with light as he prepared to shoot away. When the black-robed woman saw this, her expression sank and she casually flicked her finger in the direction above the palace. A muffled snort sounded out and a faint white silhouette staggered into view. It was a white-robed scholar, the Yi clan Grand Elder who had earlier disappeared. However, he wore an expressionless face and there was a small hole in his chest. It was positioned right above his heart and it wasn't bleeding. At the same time the Yi clan Grand Elder was forced to appear, the black-red blade of light was weakened. With a flash, it dimmed and exerted less force, allowing the large-headed eccentric to block both the huge sword and the silver pitchfork. He used this opportunity to fly out of the range of the blade's attacks. Paying no attention to the wound on his chest, he glared at the eccentric and sternly said, "Where do you think you're going? The black blood blade is the legacy treasure of the Yi clan, used to execute traitors. Since you've colluded with this elder devil and abandoned our clan, don't blame me for being ruthless." When the eccentric heard him speak, his complexion turned red, then white, and soon he simply sneered. He didn't appear to take his words to heart. Resentment was clearly visible on the scholar's tense frown. The sheer hostility of his appearance made for a stark contrast to his originally elegant bearing. The black-robed woman felt somewhat surprised that her earlier attack hadn't killed the man. Now seeing where the scholar firmly stood, she frowned and grabbed at the air. This indifferent action was performed without the slightest effort. A crackle snapped through the air. 5 half-foot-long crystalline beams shot out from her hand and streaked towards the scholar at an immense speed. The Yi clan Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, but strangely enough he didn't make any attempt to dodge. Instead he spat out a fire-red disk that swiveled in the air and immersed him in blinding red light. The 5 claw streaks were intercepted by a large white hand that appeared in front of him nearly instantly, capturing the streaks in its grasp and crushing them into non-existence. The black-robed woman could only watch with a solemn expression. Long Meng's cold laughter danced from the palace. "Yuan Cha, if you can make alliances with the humans, then so can I. Did you think that you will so easily break the 8 spirit rulers' restriction? I want to see those devil abilities that dominated the mortal world in the past. How will they fare against one Buddhist attribute ruler? And even if you somehow manage that, I still have a bit of residual devilish chi I can make use of. The black-robed woman's face fell hearing the jeers and her gaze grew cold. No matter how much devilish chi you have, you are still a soul without a body. My victory is all but assured. And with the many spiritual medicines on this mountain, using a little bit of power is of no consequence. Spiritual medicines? Long Meng paused and then her tone of voice changed. Old devil, you think dash. Before she could finish, the woman strangely smiled and flicked at the huge form of the black wind flag in the air, striking it with a green spell seal. The flag trembled and the tip of it fluttered with black light wildly shining from its surface. A pillar of wind shot out from the banner and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, it appeared in front of the square-faced cultivator. Bits of black light scattered around and the pillar of wind engulfed him without a moment of delay, catching the cultivator off guard. The funnel howled loudly and released countless blades of black wind, violently chopping at everything within it. The square-faced man was greatly alarmed by the ambush and began to pour his body's spiritual power in the bone bracelet without any restraint. The bone bracelet quickly formed a layer of dazzling yellow light around him, but there were too many attacks and they seemed to possess strange abilities. When each wind blade struck true, they completely disappeared, only for palm-sized openings to later appear in the barrier, emerging one after another until the shield completely disappeared. Against such strange attacks, the durable and tenacious light barrier completely scattered. Soon after, the man wore an expression of great disbelief as the black windstorm grew even more intense. The bone bracelet attempted to maintain its protective barrier against the endless horde, and the bracelet began to crack. The square-faced cultivator had turned completely pale, but he soon gritted his teeth and spat out an azure sword. He yelled and flew out right after, riding on the sword. The bracelet was left behind as it was clearly already on the verge of destruction. He understood that it would be a death wish to remain. He could only take the risk. No. When the Yi clan elder saw this, he shouted in a panic but was already too late. As soon as the person entered the black windstorm, the azure light protecting him began to violently flash, only for it to rupture and a miserable scream to sound out. His body was immediately ripped to shreds. With the bits of his body scattering in the wind, 3 balls of various colored light were left behind, inch-large nascent souls. The 3 were joined together and flew off in the same direction, fearing for their life. However, the wind surrounded them and they weren't able to escape. Just as the blades were about to shred them apart, a black light flashed from the wind pillar and the black blades came to a sudden stop. The 3 nascent souls immediately rejoiced and resumed their attempt to escape, but the black-robed woman sneered when she saw this. She flicked her fingers and slowly reached out to the gusts of wind. White light suddenly lit up around the nascent souls and solidified until they were rendered completely immobile. At that same time, countless specks of black light gathered around them, completely sweeping them into 3 small balls. With her hands grasped in an incantation gesture, she then began to chant cryptic words. Black light flashed and the balls disappeared without a trace. A moment later they fantastically came into existence in front of her. Devil, stop whatever you're doing. When the Yi clan Grand Elder saw this, he quickly pointed to the black blood blade and had it immediately sweep towards her. It's already too late. Long Meng uttered. As soon as she said that, crimson light flared from the woman's eyes and she engulfed the nascent soul in the same wave of light. The nascent souls wore terrified expressions on their faces and their bodies quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the light swept back into the woman's mouth. These actions appeared quite complex but were performed with practiced ease. The scholar's face had turned completely pale. The black blood blade's bright light was now faintly trembling. A short moment later, the Grand Elder managed to suppress his fury and return the blade to normal. What is Senior Long Meng doing? The scholar harshly shouted. It should have been possible to save my clansmen with your abilities. Could it be that your proposal for an alliance was only empty words? Long Meng coldly snorted. Why would I want to save a few mid-nascent soul cultivators? Although they had a spirit treasure replica on them, its power was pathetic and couldn't even produce a tenth of the originals. And don't be mistaken, I didn't make an alliance with your clan. I made it with you. Even so, aren't you afraid of the devil recovering her strength after she's consumed the nascent souls? The scholar continued with an unsightly expression. What do you know? Devouring the nascent souls will admittedly raise her magic power temporarily, but she will need to consume a large quantity of devilish qi in order to refine them. It appears she plans on using the abilities of my body as a silver moon wolf instead of her own. Isn't that right, Xianxia? Absolutely. You of all people should know your body's great power. Originally, I thought of preserving a bit of strength to destroy the 8 spirit rulers' restrictions, but that would have taken far too long. To avoid anything unexpected, I will be using your late deity transformation stage abilities and do my utmost to destroy you all. Xianxia sighed and clasped her hands in an incantation gesture. Silver light wrapped around her and flared, turning into a small silver sun. Within the light, the wolf howls continuously sounded out, and soon after, an astonishing pressure descended onto the world. Under the strain of this sudden weight, the world began to violently tremble as if would soon crack. The silver light then pulsed and wildly expanded, disappearing to reveal a huge 2-headed wolf the size of a mountain. There was a silver head that had its eyes shut, but the black one raised its head with gritted teeth and possessed fury in its eyes. The wolf's claws appeared incredibly incisive and its heads were the size of small buildings. But the sheer gargantuan mass and spiritual pressure caused everyone who glanced upon it to feel their blood run cold. Following the huge wolf's descent into the world, Han Li and the others slowly surrounded a silhouette glowing in red light. The 4 stared at the person with unrestrained hostility. Both the silver-winged night fiend and the lion hawk observed from a distance, not willing to involve themselves. Fellow Taoists, why are you surrounding me? I haven't done anything to offend you. The silhouette was a man about 50 years of age with a kindly appearance, Master Scatterwind. His eyes were wildly glancing at each cultivator that surrounded him. Why are you acting so stealthy after just arriving? If you don't have any sinister designs, you should have come with some other scheme in mind, Grand Immortal Su said. Fellow Taoist must be joking. I only risked coming in knowing that there were so many experts here. Since I don't know who is friendly, it is only natural to be careful, Master Scatterwind jabbered. Is that so? Then why did you hide by my side? Fellow Taoists' movement techniques are truly wondrous. If it weren't for the keen spirit peacock's light sweeping past you, I fear you would have remained undiscovered. Lin Yinping raised her brow with an unsightly expression. You are mistaken, that's... Master Scatterwind smiled and thought to give an explanation, but Han Li cut him off with a cold voice. Before I entered the pagoda, didn't you attack me? I caught a glimpse of you from behind when you fell. Furthermore, the malevolent blood qi of that vicious blade is faintly present on your body. It must have devoured many nascent soul cultivators. On the way I spotted all those who entered with you, all dead. Hee hee. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping felt their hearts tremble. Scatterwind's smile froze and he immediately shook his head, refuting, Fellow Taoist Han, don't joke around. There's no blood qi on me. Why would a vagrant have a heaven-defying treasure that could kill cultivators of the same grade? How can you accuse me so casually without any evidence? Evidence? That's hilarious. Those dead bodies are enough. Han Li's expression turned cold and his voice harsh. He then spat out an inch-large golden blade in a direct attack towards Scatterwind. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping exchanged a glance and made no attempt to block him. Mercy please. This is a misunderstanding. Scatterwind was alarmed and he continuously uttered refutations, summoning a blue flying sword with a shake of his sleeve to block Han Li's attack. The 2 weapons fluttered in the air as they battled, filling the space with violent eruptions and flashes. Han Li sneered. He clasped his hand in an incantation gesture and golden light flared from his sword. The blue blade cried out, falling to the ground in broken shards. In his fright, Master Scatterwind raised his arm and summoned an azure shield in front of him, but it too was shredded by Han Li's swordlight without any resistance. Even Grand Immortal Su raised his brow at such power. After all, auric essence was a rarely seen material in this world. Han Li's incredibly incisive sword inspired deep vigilance in him. The golden streak took this opportunity to chop down at the head. Master Scatterwind's expression wavered and white light suddenly flashed from beneath him as he shot away. But in a similar flash of black-white light, Gui Ling blocked his path, much to his alarm. He could only twist his body and change direction. Strangely enough, Immortal Su assisted to block his way as well, forcing Master Scatterwind to come to a stop. After a short moment of delay, golden light arrived above his head and hummed, splitting into copies of itself. Master Scatterwind found it was too late to dodge and a trace of fury appeared on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, crimson light streaked out and attacked the golden sword lights, scattering them and pushing back the original sword 10 meters. The crimson light trembled and quickly duplicated itself a dozen times before giving chase. Repeated clangs pounded out as crimson light immersed the golden sword, filling the air with the stench of death. Even well-experienced cultivators such as themselves still found the scent of blood unpleasant. Han Li narrowed his eyes as this unfolded, but his expression remained calm as if he wasn't concerned for the sword in the slightest. Grand Immortal Su looked at Han Li with astonishment. Wasn't that his soul-bound magic treasure? Master Scatterwind also sensed something amiss and pointed at the air with a sullen expression. The crimson light withdrew and spun around his head before revealing itself to be a half-foot-long blade. It was scarlet and a faint mist of blood enveloped it. So it was you. Han Li examined at the short blade and asked, "That's a replica of the Devil Dragon blade, isn't it?" When Han Li mentioned the name of the Devil Dragon blade, the others felt shaken. Even the demons couldn't help but look at the blade with surprise. Master Scatterwind didn't reply and instead looked at Han Li's golden sword with amazement. Although Han Li's sword endured so many strikes, not even a single mark scarred its surface, much to the astonishment of Scatterwind. "Don't waste your breath. My flying sword is quite special. Even if your blade were stronger, destroying it is an impossible task." Han Li faintly smiled and raised his hand in the air, recalling it back towards him. "You don't intend on killing me?" Master Scatterwind was utterly bewildered when he saw this. "Kill you? Why would I do that?" Han Li grimly smiled. "You haven't killed anyone I was close to, and I don't intend on taking revenge on behalf of the others. If you truly aren't the person I suspect, there is no point. Rather, since you possess such a powerful treasure, we can form an alliance." Fellow Taoist Han means. Grand Immortal Su stirred as he faintly guessed Han Li's intentions. "If we want to leave, we'll have no choice but to rely on brute force," Han Li sullenly said. "Although the Black Wind flag is a genuine divine spirit treasure, the devil ancestor is distracted and incapable of using its full power. If we forcefully attack a single point in the seal, we should have an opportunity to shatter it." After experiencing entrapment in the Spirit Ether Garden after the events of Devilfall Valley, he had some grasp of their situation. However, his proposal would only work if he could find a weak point, but on the other hand, there were many nascent soul cultivators trapped together. If they joined hands, it should be possible to break the seal without a weak point. After a moment of thought, Grand Immortal Su said, "Fellow Taoist Han's words are reasonable. What does Night Fiend think?" The silver-winged Night Fiend looked at Master Scatterwind for a time and an odd expression appeared in his eyes. "This cultivator's blade does appear quite powerful. If it can break us out from here, then let's at least give it a try." Han Li faintly nodded and turned to Master Scatterwind. "You heard us. We still don't have your stance on the matter. If you help us in breaking the seal, you'll be helping yourself as well. You don't want that devil to consume your nascent soul after all." Master Scatterwind's expression remained calm, but his eyes stirred as he considered Han Li's proposal. Eventually Master Scatterwind asked, "After we depart, we'll head on our own way, right? You won't use this opportunity to settle accounts?" Grand Immortal Su coldly snorted and disdainfully said, "In the past we've suffered much at the hands of the righteous Tao. So long as you don't intend on acting against us, who would bother to find trouble with you?" Master Scatterwind smiled. "Agreed. If those fellows from the High Zenith sect were here, I'd hesitate, but I have no reason to refuse now." Han Li felt somewhat surprised that they had come to an agreement so quickly. Then they promptly discussed their plan of action. In order to eliminate the seal trapping them in, they would need to produce the greatest amount of attack power, but this didn't mean a simultaneous attack. After all, with their various types of attacks muddling together, it could produce an opposite result. After the discussion went on for a moment, Immortal Su turned to Han Li and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I recall that you have an ally hidden nearby. Won't you have him join us in our talks? His flying saber is quite powerful." The Night Fiend and others turned to look at him. Han Li inwardly cursed at that clever Immortal Su, but maintained a calm exterior and coldly replied, "Don't worry. That Taoist will naturally help us. It is too late to call him out. Because of his techniques, it is inconvenient for him to make an appearance." Grand Immortal Su was displeased by his reply, but after he saw Han Li exterminate the two-headed elder devil with his bizarre abilities, he didn't dare to force the issue. He could only end the matter with an annoyed snort. Master Scatterwind wore a giggling smile ever since he agreed to the plan. But when he saw that Han Li and Grand Immortal Su had many disagreements, a cold glint shone from his eyes. At that moment, his expression faintly changed before he slowly lowered his head to hide his face as if he were pondering about something. In truth, Master Scatterwind's lips were faintly stirring as he sent voice transmissions to another person present. A short moment later he raised his head to the sky and wore a beaming smile, but no one seemed to notice. He then stretched his hand behind him and grew dense several-inch-long white fur from it, each one as hard as a needle. The white fur grew from Master Scatterwind's arm and withdrew all in an instant. Afterwards he continued his discussion with the others as if nothing had happened, mostly everyone ignorant of what had happened. Meanwhile, none had noticed Han Li sending a thread of spiritual sense into one of his spirit beast pouches. As he calmed his riled soul-weeping beast, thoughts quickly churned through his mind, but he still maintained his bearing and calm voice. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li and the others finished discussing their plan of action. Then they blurred quickly and set off, taking out their own sets of formation tools, and setting down spell formations to boost their offensive potential. Han Li and Grand Immortal Su were simultaneously setting down a grand attack formation known as the Windfire Dragon formation. Although it can't compare to other grand formations, it was the most powerful offensive type they could place down on short notice. It was said once the formation was activated, it could produce attacks on the level of a full-powered strike of a late-nascent soul cultivator using a common magic treasure. A half-hour later the formations were finished being placed down one after another, and they began to take charge over them. Han Li and the Grand Immortal Su decided to take joint charge of the Wind Flame Dragon formation. It was a laughable situation. The two were irreconcilable enemies, but they were quickly forced into such a ragtag alliance. Grand Immortal Su stared at the gray mist barrier sealing them and raised his hand, releasing a ball of white light and pounding against the wall. However, the ball didn't rupture. It simply floated in the air and sparkled, indicating a clear marker. He then bluntly said, "In a moment, everyone will attack this point." The others remained silent in tacit agreement. Grand Immortal Su then shot a glance at Han Li and nodded. He gave a faint smile in response and cast an incantation gesture without another word. He flicked his fingers around him and began to launch spell seals. In the blink of an eye, several tens of spell formations began to light up and hum. Grand Immortal Su took a shallow breath and a fire-red light sparked from his hand. He pressed it against the ground and in the glow of red light he activated a few formation plates buried deep into the ground. The space suddenly trembled before a dozen pillars of crimson flame shot up from the ground. Each pillar was a foot thick and emitted a scorching heat as if the very air was being lit aflame. At the same time Han Li flipped his hand and produced a faint azure formation plate. He slapped his other hand on top of it and it began to flicker with light. The spell formation immediately glittered, releasing hums as a dozen flood dragons condensed from the blue winds inside. Following an incantation, they all charged towards a different pillar of flame. Wind and fire merged together to form a dozen wind flame flood dragons, combining the intensity of fire and momentum of wind. As soon as the dragons took form, Grand Immortal Su's face lit up and he harshly shouted, "Attack!" Then he spat out an azure pearl and the keen spirit peacock circling above its head flapped its wings, releasing a wave of rainbow light, bursting with astonishing speed. The others then activated their contributing spell formations and released their own abilities and attacks in an unreadable sequence. World-shaking explosions shattered without end. bursts of light repeatedly flared with gigantic momentum, causing the entire space to tremble. Han Li flung his sleeve and released several tens of flying swords into the air. Soon after, they duplicated themselves to create a swarm of several hundred sword lights. When the others saw the force that they carried, they were reminded of the sharpness his swords originally carried, and their expressions faintly shifted. Their fear towards him had grown a tad heavier. Not caring of what the others thought, Han Li commanded the sword lights with a spell seal, and they instantly condensed into a huge sword that was over 30 meters long. After it was struck with another spell seal, a layer of golden lightning arced from its surface and thunder rang out. Despite the huge sword's completion, Han Li didn't immediately set off on his attack. With a soft shout, he flung the formation plate up into the air. He clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and then pointed at several different spots on the plate, causing it to tremble each time before rapidly eroding in a muffled burst, raining down azure light that was quickly absorbed by the formation. With the newfound power, the spell flags flared blindingly, and the dozen huge wind flame flood dragons began to rage. With roaring cries, the dragons surged several times in size and charged forward with brandished claws and fangs. The wind flame flood dragons arranged themselves in a line during the charge and struck the seal wall in succession. This time the gray mist violently quivered from the attacks and soon began to warp. When the last wind flame dragon exploded against the wall, the residual energy of the attacks concentrated into a huge ball of wind and fire. In a crimson flash, it was stained red and transformed into a huge blade slicing at the same location. The brittle sound of breaking glass filled the air. A 3-meter-long crack appeared in the wall that was a foot deep. But with its appearance, black light flashed from the wall intent on mending itself. When the other cultivators saw this, they immediately rained down a mad barrage of attacks, forcefully slowing down the rate of the wall's recovery. It was then that Han Li took action. The huge golden sword struck down at the crack as a bolt of lightning. Golden light ruptured from the breach as if a golden sun had been born within it. The fissure instantly expanded and sank several times deeper. The strike of this single attack produced several times more power than all their previous strikes combined. Even Han Li was stunned by the outcome. It appeared that the divine Devilbane lightning was able to restrain the wall for the moment. Could it be that the Black Wind flag was a Devil Dao spirit treasure? Although Han Li felt apprehensive, the light faded away to reveal a thin barrier of white light past the seal. When they saw this, they rejoiced, but before anyone could launch an attack, an inch-large blade silently appeared in front of the crack and blurred out of sight. With one final bang, the thin white wall flickered with black light and shattered to pieces, producing a 10-meter-large hole that led to a familiar scene. They felt instant relief at the sight, and in a silver flash, a silhouette appeared in front of the opening in a strange fashion and passed through it first. It was Han Li's human-like puppet. The others that were originally hesitant turned flustered by this. Without much more thought, they used their various teleportation techniques to follow through. A pair of silver wings also appeared behind Han Li, but he didn't immediately follow through. Instead, a strange expression momentarily flashed from his face and his lips stirred. Gui Ling came to a sudden stop with a bewildered expression on her face when she saw this. She had already arrived in front of the opening in a white-black streak. In that short moment of delay, Grand Immortal Su and the others rushed through. However, a crimson light suddenly flared from outside, and countless black threads ripped through the air as they tore into the opening. Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping let out deafening shouts in their alarm. In a loud and abrupt explosion, dense blood qi suddenly surrounded Master Scatterwind, who was now wearing a sinister smile. "Go!" Han Li shouted without any hesitation and directly shot through the opening in a spark of silver lightning. Gui Ling felt complete bewilderment but quickly followed him out regardless. As soon as he appeared outside the seal, his surroundings were completely engulfed in blood qi, but as he was already prepared for this, arcs of golden lightning from his body kept the blood qi at bay. He then stopped and looked in the direction of the opening with a raised brow. The breach in the seal was quickly shrinking, and there was a sea of dense blood qi roiling around it, filling the air with a sour stench. There were also a few figures floating in the air above the seal: the silver-winged night fiend, the lion hawk, and a giant white-furred monster. The monster wore the same clothes as Master Scatterwind and his body stank of profuse corpse chi. He turned his head to reveal eyes lit with a green blaze, sharp fangs, and a shriveled face covered in white fur. At that moment, the monster was controlling the blood sea and his crimson blade to suppress a single person from escaping. This person's body had lost one of his arms and legs, and was desperately using an azure pearl and silver hook to block the crimson light and corrosive blood chi surrounding him. He was Grand Immortal Su, who now wore a hateful expression. Not far from him was the keen spirit peacock. It was trapped by a purple mist that was rigidly produced by the lion hawk. It was fully occupied with preserving its own life. As for Lin Yinping, she was caught in a barrage of countless ghost fiend threads by the night fiend. Were it not for the grand abilities of her embroidered silkworm scarf, matching thread for thread, she would have long been captured. But it was only a matter of time before she would fall. Because of Han Li's warning, Guiling also managed to make it out. Then her eyes focused on the white-furred monster and astonishedly shouted, "It's him!" "What, do you recognize that corpse?" Han Li asked without turning around. After a moment of deliberation, Guiling sincerely replied, "For the time being, I do." Han Li then cocked his head around and asked, "The time being?" "Before he turned into a refined corpse, he was a spirit beast," Guiling explained. "We were somewhat acquainted in the past. His master was a human cultivator that descended from the spirit realm, but I haven't seen him after Kunwu Mountain was sealed. I don't know how he ended up like this." Han Li's expression stirred. "You mean to say he was originally a demon beast from the spirit realm?" "That's right," Guiling sighed. "In the past, cultivators and demons that descended into the mortal realm had restrictions on their cultivation. Any accompanying spirit beasts that descended with their masters like me had their original memories erased." "Then you mean to say you don't remember anything?" Han Li's heart trembled and he soon felt disappointed. His brief hope of having her explain a bit about the spirit realm was extinguished. "Apart from knowing my origin, everything else is blank," Guiling spoke with a sad expression. Han Li remained silent in thought before Silvermoon came to mind. As her identity was quite important, she could have memories of the spirit realm. As his heart began to stir, he immediately stifled his curiosity as it was hardly the time for this. His gaze quickly swept to the area below. His cursory search discovered that the surroundings outside of the seal had changed. The area was barren. Not only did the 8-spirit ruler floating above the palace disappear, but the restriction created from the Black Wind flag also left. It was no wonder why they had easily broken through the seal. Giant holes and 10-meter-deep claw grooves littered the ground, and half of the palace looked as if it had been shredded. Han Li's spiritual sense had already swept past the ruins of the palace, but he wasn't able to discover anything as there were restrictions warding off spiritual sense. Regardless, he still felt relieved. The pressure that devil ancestor emitted was truly too great. If he directly encountered her, he wouldn't last long. However, the soul teleportation formation in the area was still sealed by the Black Wind flag. He would have to think of another way out. With wandering eyes, he began to ponder on a way to escape. His train of thought was soon interrupted by Lin Yinping's anxious voice. "Fellow Taoist Han, if you agree to rescue us, I will personally resolve the hatred between you and our endless sky temple." Han Li bluntly answered, "How could this hatred dissolve after you pursued me for so long? I have no interest in helping." "Brother Han, don't forget that we still have 3 other Grand Immortals. Will they let you go if Grand Immortal Su and I were to die here?" When Han Li heard this, he chuckled and looked back at the sea of blood. Lin Yinping was currently using a shining silver embroidered cloth to forcefully repel the assault of ghost fiend threads for the time being, but her face was deathly pale. It was clear that she was using a secret technique to forcefully raise the power of her magic treasure. Grand Immortal Su was also in dire straits. Because of the injuries he sustained from the ambush and his entrapment in that sea of blood, he was on the verge of collapse despite the formidable resistance he raised with his magic treasures. The keen spirit peacock found itself in the best situation of the 3. Although the bird wasn't able to escape from the purple mist, the lion hawk also wasn't able to harm it in turn. Its formidable golden shockwaves were completely restrained by the peacock's golden light. With a calm expression, Han Li continued, Even if your words were credible, I would still not act. To tell the truth, if you weren't on the edge of calamity, I would have thought to take advantage of the situation as well. As for your 3 grand immortals, let them come. I wouldn't mind comparing our abilities. After slaying the elder devil, Han Li was able to approximately gauge his own abilities. With the human-like puppet hidden nearby and Gui Ling obediently following his orders, he shouldn't find himself at much of a disadvantage against 3 late nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention that it would be impossible for the 3 to all travel there at the same time. If the Mulan discovered that there were no soaring sky grand immortals in the plains, they would mount an invasion in an instant. With that in mind, Han Li paid no mind to Lin Yinping's threat. The white-haired refined corpse was somewhat worried that Han Li would interfere, but he relaxed. He let out an inhuman laugh. Fellow Taoist Han is truly sensible. As I have no intention of attacking him, why would he come to the aid of rabble like you? You should give yourselves up. Han Li remained expressionless, but he felt disdain in his heart. Inside the seal, the refined corpse disguised as Master Scatterwind had stealthily released a thread of its corpse chi, immediately alarming the weeping soul beast. He then discovered that the silver-winged Night Fiend and Master Scatterwind were exchanging voice transmissions. As his spiritual sense was stronger than even one belonging to a common late nascent soul cultivator, he was able to eavesdrop, but he couldn't closely listen in as he wanted to avoid detection. But from what he gathered, he understood that the white-haired refined corpse planned on joining forces with the other 2 demons, and ambush the human cultivators when they escaped the seal and left their guard down. Regardless of who it was, it made no difference. As such, Han Li deliberately stayed 1 step behind and had those 2 spring their trap. In any case, Han Li wasn't about to play along with their show. Although he hadn't seen the white-haired refined corpse before, from his appearance and cultivation, he was clearly the venerable corpse Xiong. He was a renowned character in the great Jin demon clans, said to have lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated into a spirit. As Myriad Demon Valley rivaled both the High Zenith sect and the Heavenly Devil sect in power, it was rather odd for him, the faction leader, to appear here disguised as a vagrant cultivator. Now, there was a mystery of whether there ever even existed a vagrant cultivator by the name of Scatterwind, or if this demon had created that identity from the very beginning. The concealment techniques that this refined corpse used were truly miraculous. Even Han Li wasn't able to break through. But as a result, his cultivation had been greatly limited, allowing a nascent soul of the Ying sifting sect elder to escape when he was ambushed by the blood blade. When Han Li looked at both the blood sea and corpse Xiong below him, he expressionlessly pondered for a moment and a cold glint flashed from his eye. Although he had no intention of saving the other 2, he couldn't easily allow that crimson blade to absorb the blood and soul of a late nascent soul cultivator. If he allowed that treasure to become stronger, it would be used against him. Even if the blood blade quickly absorbed the power of its kills, it should need some time to process them. That delay will be the prime opportunity for him to seize it. Han Li resolved himself. It would be far safer for this wicked treasure to be in his possession. Maintaining an indifferent expression, Han Li's lips began to stir. At his side, Gui Ling's eyes shifted a bit, but her expression remained calm. At that moment, Grand Immortal Su finally broke his silence. He took a deep breath and harshly shouted, "Brother Han, if you assist me, I am willing to present you the secret to developing the gold-devouring beetles to their final form of maturation." Han Li instantly paused and his expression turned odd. When Lin Yinping heard this, she quickly refuted in alarm. "No. That secret doesn't leave our sacred temple under any circumstance. How can we so easily divulge it to outsiders? What use is a secret among the dead? Don't tell me that you would rather be devoured by that blood blade and lose your ability to reincarnate. If we die here, the Mulan will use this chance to counterattack. What does a trifling secret mean in the face of our people's prosperity?" When Lin Yinping heard this, her face grew deathly pale and she remained silent. When Corpse Xiong saw Han Li's pensive expression, he knew that things would turn for the worse. The demon spared no effort as he clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and wildly poured magic power into the crimson blade. Crimson light surged from it to form a giant ghost face. It widely opened its mouth downward to the blood sea and moved to swallow Grand Immortal Su. Meanwhile, the blood sea surged all around and the repeated waves of crimson collapsed against one another to create a whirlpool of blood, forcefully sweeping Grand Immortal Zhou into it and leaving no path of escape. In Grand Immortal Zhou's alarm, he inwardly cursed and could only wield his azure pearl and silver hook to strike at the ghost face in desperation. But crimson light flashed from its mouth and a crimson thread shone out, firmly binding the two treasures in the blink of an eye, much to his shock. The ghost face opened its mouth once more, this time revealing its fangs as it sinisterly laughed, and it plunged its head into the sea of blood. Grand Immortal Zhou grit his teeth when he saw this, and his nascent soul opened its eyes in preparation to escape. A bolt of lightning suddenly crashed from the sky and ruptured in dazzling golden light, dispersing half of the ghost face in an instant. The face let out a miserable scream, but the attack only provoked it further. Just as Grand Immortal Zhou rejoiced from the assistance, the ghost bit down on his neck. Endless layers of crimson light engulfed him in an instant. He sensed his body quickly eroding within the crimson light. Frightened, he hastily chanted a strange incantation and surrounded his body in a layer of golden light. It briefly shrunk before exploding. Golden light flared, scattering the crimson around him, followed by a nascent soul flittering out from it. It used instantaneous movement to blink over 30 meters away. "You want to run?" Corpse Xiong coldly snorted and fiercely grabbed at the air. A cloud of black qi suddenly condensed above the nascent soul, creating a large hand that swept down towards it. Its very appearance seemed to suppress an area of 30 meters around it with its vast pressure. Immortal Zhou inwardly cursed at the sight. If it were before the ambush, his nascent soul would have been able to easily teleport farther away and even have the power to break past the Black Wind Flag's restriction. After all, the nascent soul congealed from his cultivation was immensely powerful and had the ability to fight without a body. As he had already exhausted most of his spiritual power inside the sea of blood, he stood little chance at resisting this technique. Meanwhile, Han Li was standing 100 meters with his hands behind his back, wearing an indifferent expression. He appeared to be unwilling to take any further action after releasing his earlier bolt of lightning. With no other option, Immortal Zhou could only run with all his might. He channeled his remaining magic power and had his nascent soul open its mouth to spit out a metal medallion in preparation to use his soul-bound magic treasure to escape. But then silver light flashed and a man appeared above the black hand. He raised his arm and a dragon's cry sounded out. In a bright flare, a green streak glowing with golden light shot out, striking the large hand. A huge hole instantly exploded in the hand, and countless thin arcs of lightning wildly raged through the air, collapsing the black qi. The silhouette in the silver light then blurred, arriving over 30 meters away and quickly moving to Immortal Zhou's nascent soul. He rejoiced in his escape of death and instantly glowed as he flew farther away. Although the silhouette in silver light had saved him, he wasn't about to trust his life in the hands of another. The silhouette ignored this gesture and instead turned to face Corpse Xiong and the others. The keen spirit peacock had received an order from Immortal Zhou and its body trembled, launching several of its long tail feathers towards the lion hawk. Rainbow light surged from the attack, forcing the lion hawk to withdraw. The purple mist was dissolved by the rainbow light, creating a large opening. The peacock took advantage of this opportunity to wildly flap its wings, strangely warping its body like smoke as it twisted its way through the mist and rushing to the side of Immortal Zhou's nascent soul. The nascent soul rejoiced and the two immediately converged. An inconceivable scene followed. The peacock opened its mouth and swallowed his nascent soul. It soon let out a clear cry and the peacock flared its feathers. Suddenly, blinding rainbow light then submerged and hid the bird's body. At nearly the same time, a cloud of black-white qi suddenly warped close to the silver-winged Night Fiend and Lin Yinping's battle. Gui Ling appeared and the Night Fiend's expression froze as soon as he saw her. She expressionlessly glanced at him, and simply sent him a few voice transmissions before taking any further actions. His expression faintly shifted and he pondered to himself for a brief moment before drawing out a long sigh. He waved his hands and released Lin Yinping from the assault, having his Gosfiend threads return to him in a dense and massive wave. Lin Yinping rejoiced and thought to escape, but Guiling had other plans. Her figure blurred and suddenly arrived at Lin Yinping's side with the huge silver axe raised. She swung down without any hesitation, light flaring from the weapon. In her fright, Lin Yinping pointed to her embroidered cloth, desperately wishing for it to block the attack. But in a strange flash of light, a huge tiger phantom appeared from the axe and pounced towards her. A rip sounded out as the embroidered cloth was split in two, and the tiger phantom immediately covered the woman in a ball of yellow qi. A fishy scent enveloped her and she inwardly cursed. Her head drooped and her body soon plummeted through the air. Guiling then formed an incantation gesture and had the cloud of yellow qi firmly constrict her. Black-white qi surged and Lin Yinping disappeared from her original location. She reappeared at Han Li's side in a flicker. As this all happened, Corpse Xiong hadn't yet to take action. He simply observed with a cold indifference. With their orders accomplished, the human-like puppet and Guiling blurred, reappearing behind Han Li. Rather than taking even a glance at his new hostage, he wore an odd expression as he looked in a different location. The rainbow light shining from the peacock was brilliant, and only grew more intense with time. "Fellow Taoist Han, what are you scheming?" A thunderous voice rumbled out from the blinding light. The voice resembled Immortal Sue's but was much harsher and carried a furious and violent tone. "Didn't I help you by saving fellow Taoist Lin?" Han Li replied with indifference. "Oh. So it seems I've been overly suspicious." The voice from the rainbow light softened and the light faded to reveal the keen spirit peacock. However, it was much larger than before and there was a shining white face on top of its head. The face was hollow and transparent, but it was clearly Immortal Sue. But when he saw that Lin Yinping was unconscious, he wore a worried gaze. "Relax, I don't do anything to her, but I have a few things I must ask of you." "I hope you won't disappoint me," Han Li calmly said. "Are you threatening me?" The face's expression sank with faint anger. "I wouldn't dare, but don't forget what you said. Fellow Taoist Lin is by my side only so that you don't do anything unbecoming of your position. You're not going to turn back on your promise, are you?" Han Li sneered and his expression turned sinister. Immortal Sue's expression remained unwavering and turned his gaze. "How about we settle this after we deal with the demons before us?" Han Li stroked his chin and said, "That's fine. I had the same idea." His indifferent attitude came as a shock to the Grand Immortal. He found himself at a loss of what to say. Han Li faintly smiled and gave a command to Guiling. After, the two flew forward along with the human-like puppet. When they arrived near the Blood Sea, they stopped and Han Li glanced at Corpse Xiong, saying, "As the overlord of Myriad Demon Valley, you should have come to Kunwu Mountain on important business. So have I, and these two are useful to me, so I'll be taking them for the time being. I hope you don't take offense." Han Li's words were gentle, but his tone was unyielding, much to the fury of the Night Fiend and the Lion Hawk. Corpse Xiong suddenly broke his silence. "Fellow Taoist, you are named Han Li, correct? And you also come from the Heavenly South?" Han Li paused and he cautiously answered, "That's right. Do you plan on seeking revenge?" "Not at all. I can turn a blind eye to your actions this time, but only once. The next time you meddle in our affairs, you'll never see the Heavenly South again." A green flame surged from Corpse Xiong's eyes for just a moment. When Han Li heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he simply wore a silent smile. Corpse Xiong grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed to the crimson light in the distance. The light flickered and turned into a huge crimson blade. It then descended towards the Blood Sea. The ghost face previously scattered reappeared from the blood blade and sneered. Then the sea combined into a pillar of blood and flew into the ghost face's mouth, soon disappearing in the blink of an eye. While the blood blade appeared no different than before, the stench of blood was far more putrid. Corpse Xiong then beckoned to the two demons before flying in the direction of the palace. In the blink of an eye, the three disappeared without a trace. Corpse Xiong seemed to have another objective in mind, and seemed to have persuaded the two demons to follow him. Han Li narrowed his eyes to a shining cold glint. He then turned around and said, "All right, Brother Su should have no trouble answering my questions now." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.